There were some new Pokemon in the spotlight. In the Desert Heat, Sun teams had a new supporting team member, as Hisui and Lilligant had a strong showing providing offense and disruption. Kilowattrel's Tailwind support and competitive spirit proved valuable to 2 of the top 8 teams. Our top 2 trainers were Zachary Weed and Dylan Salvanera. In Game 1, Zach's speedy Pokemon were able to overcome Dylan's faster Tailwind mode, with Basculegion hanging on by just a thread. Dylan was able to fight back in Game 2 by slowing things down with Porygon 2. The ending of the deciding game was intense. After withstanding a storm of attacks, Dylan's Porygon 2 was able to secure him his 2nd regional title. 7 years after his first regional championship title, Porygon gets the one opportunity to freeze, and he claims the title! While Regulation H is sunsetting, there's still so much more of the season remaining. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can join in on the fun and maybe become our next regional champion.
After an intensely wacky final, congratulations to Dylan Salvanera for winning the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and to Zachary Weed for being runner-up. These teams are a bit outdated though, as we say goodbye to Regulation H and hello again to the Regulation F rule set in Toronto, where we will see the reintroduction of very powerful Pokemon, like Paradox Pokemon, such as Raging Bolt and Flutter Mane, and legendaries, such as Ogerpon and Urshifu. That's right, we're really going to see the power levels spike this weekend and hopefully see some great Pokemon battles. Only the best and brightest will emerge victorious this weekend, and it's going to require ingenuity and craftsmanship to evolve on our previous Regulation F strategies. A few of those players to watch have to be Justin Tang, Marco Silva, and Kylan Van Severen. Justin Tang has been on a tear so far in the 2026 season. He's at the top of the championship point leaderboard after 4 consecutive top 8 finishes.
How do I feel the format returning back?
Começando aqui o primeiro regional de
I maybe only had
2026
one good result, the top 8 last time we had
desse
it,
ano,
and outside that I
no
had
caso.
pretty middle-range results for my standards, and I don't
No
know,
caso desse ano, né? Desse ano,
maybe trying
o
to
primeiro
one up it,
desse,
like
né?
in Reg G, when I won San Antonio, that was one of my
Dragas,
first
eu vou
formats,
ter
and I
que te
still won a regional,
silenciar,
so maybe I can
infelizmente, tá?
prove it wrong this time around, but obviously, we'll see what happens.
Marco Silva has already won a regional championship this season, winning Lille, and then getting consecutive top 16 appearances at his other 2 events.
Salve,
Marco is
Alexandre,
looking
como
for
é que
a
você tá,
2nd
cara?
regional
Tranquilo?
championship title and also
Oh, meu
revenge,
Deus do
as last
céu,
year in
cara.
Toronto he came 2nd to Wolf Blick.
I'm pretty excited about the return of Regulation F, as I think I didn't really perform my best the last time
Vamos
we had
mutar
the
por V,
Regulation,
vamos mutar por
so I
mal.
really want to prove myself.
Ah,
I'm
o
also
resto
really
da aba
confident in
não
my
tinha
skills,
mutado?
and hopefully I'll
Meu
be
Deus
able
do
to
céu.
make good battles again.
Tá bem, que bom que você tá bem.
Kylan Van
Vamos aí
Severen,
pro
the
primeiro regional
hometown
de
hero,
2026,
is hoping to
espero que
secure
seja
his
bom.
first regional
Vamos
win.
ver as
After a
surpresas que
breakout
vai
performance
ter
with
no
getting top 16 at
regional,
the World
que
Championships in 2024, Kylan has been
Ver
able to secure
surpresas que vão ter
back-to-back
nesse
top
regional.
16s at the
Cara,
Latin
eu vou ter
America
que-
International Championships.
I'm feeling pretty good. The only thing is that I really did want to make top 8
Eu vou ter que deixar
because it's been top 16,
completamente
top
montado,
16,
senão
so I wanted a
Meu
top
Deus
8.
do céu.
But I was really happy about that. It did give me the
Tá
travel award
difícil.
to EUIC, so I'll be able to go to EUIC
Difícil,
now
né?
because of that. I can't complain
Isso.
too much.
Ei, como é que
Justin,
diz? Já um
Marco,
bom dia,
and
né?
Kylan have all
Bom dia
been
de
off to
sábado pra
incredibly strong
vocês.
starts to the 2026 season. And maybe one of them can edge
Isso.
out the rest of the
Deixa eu só
competition
colocar aqui.
and win this weekend.
Ah,
While
vou
everyone is
colocar
here to
de
get the
volta aqui
regional
o-
title and these
Tá
players
vendo?
truly stand out, they're all still competing for a huge amount of prizing in the form of cash and Pokemon trading card packs, and the real goodie, championship points,
Lindas, depois do
necessary to
movie
earn an
set,
invitation to the World
eu vou
Championships
fazer um
this
movie
August
set
in San Francisco,
lá no
California.
Reset.
As you can see, we are only a third of the way through our
Ah,
year,
tá.
with so much
Vou
Pokemon
tá fazendo
action still left in
movie set
store.
macumbeiro agora, né?
After Toronto,
Caso.
we'll be heading to London for the Europe
Ô,
International
Alexandre, só
Championships in
preciso
February.
perguntar,
And it won't be too long after that
tá
until we
dando pra
come back to
ouvir
North
como é que
America
tá
for 5 more
o áudio
regional
da live?
championships.
Tá
Check
bom?
out our
Tá
recently
ruim? Como é que tá?
unveiled regionals
Deixa eu
in
só
Los
pegar aqui
Angeles
o
and Indianapolis.
negócio aqui pra vocês.
As always,
caso alguém
use that
queira
hashtag PlayPokemon to let us know what you're thinking about this weekend. Who are you cheering for? What Pokemon are you excited to see back? Without further ado, let's kick off the
Tá bom?
Toronto
Ok,
Regional
obrigado.
Championships for 2026.
Vamos lá. Tá, essa parte aqui eu vou ter que mutar, né? Porque senão vai sair copyright, então já volto, gente.
welcome to the Toronto Regional Championships for 2026.
Agora
So
sim,
excited to
voltamos.
have you all here joining us in Canada for the first regional championship of the
Vamos ter
2026
vuelta.
calendar
Ei,
year.
Alexandre,
My
bom,
name is
vou
Rosemary
ali
Kelly,
no
and I'm
Ok,
so
Alexandre.
excited to
Até.
be here
Ah,
next
moça
to Gabby,
bonita,
Joe, and Aaron. How y'all
Hoje ela
doing?
tá, hoje ela tá.
You
Deu um
had
salve.
a heck of a
Já
travel
deu
yesterday, all of you.
Não, você
Literally
falou
excited
besteira,
to
eu
be
te
here
dei time out
physically.
mesmo. Mas
Give me a little
eu
bit
vou continuar
longer to be
dando
here
time out
mentally,
se
but
ficar
honestly,
falando
once we get these
besteira.
games started, I think I'll
Já
wake
falei.
right up because we're back in Regulation F for the first time since
Mano, a moça
2024, and I
bonita
think
tá
a lot
de
of players
volta.
are excited to showcase
Não.
just how the meta's changed.
Yeah, I think a lot of times whenever there are weather travel
Pão
concerns with the
divino,
regional, right,
olha
you
o
can say the people that did
Zuling,
make
bom
it, you
dia,
beat round
Zuling,
zero.
como é que você tá, cara?
That's
Só
true.
vamos pro nosso
You've already got one
primeiro
dub under your belt.
regional de
I was just here to
2026.
remind everyone that Articuno won a regional championship
Vamos ver o
last
que
time
que
we played this
mudou
format.
do
So
último
already
regional pra
eliminated.
cá.
and everything happening here in Toronto, one of the
Agora
biggest
que vamos
big
jogar com a
snowstorms they've had in a
Regulation
while
F, né?
here. I hope that's
Lembrando
a
aí
sign
quem
for
tá
something
na
to come
live
this
que não
weekend.
That
sabe,
might be true.
o
I've also heard there
regulamento
are a
do
couple of other
campeonato de
weathers
VGC
that may be
mudou,
on
né?
the forecast.
Ano
But
passado era o
as
H,
Gabby already
esse ano
alluded to,
é
we are
o, é
returning
o F,
to Regulation
ou seja,
F,
os
and
lendários,
this rule set means that we've got
os
Paradox
lendários
Pokemon
dos
back,
jogos
we've got
estão
legendary Pokemon back that are
proibidos, né? Os
non-restricted.
lendários restritos,
So
né? Que são os principais
Urshifu,
dos jogos.
Raging Bull, like the big
E
hitters
de
that we
volta
remember
tá
from last time we
os
played
paradoxos,
Regulation F,
tanto do
are
passado
back on
quanto
the
do
table.
futuro.
So when you kind
E
of
os
think back to when
lendários
we played this
que são
regulation in
pegos normalmente,
2024,
que não são
which
os
was from
principais
January
dos
to April,
jogos,
what do you
estão
remember
liberados,
about the
se eu não me
regulation?
engano. Ou
I
seja,
personally remember a lot
provavelmente a
of
gente vai
Firewater
ver
grass cores. I
bastante
remember
o
a lot
Shifu.
of bulk. A
A
lot of
gente deve
bulk, a
ver
lot of
o
bulk,
Shifu
a
de
lot of
volta,
switching, a lot of
Fluttermane deve
positioning. It was a
voltar,
lot slower of a
entendeu?
metagame compared to Regulation
Alguns
H.
assim.
Yeah, I think to me the
Isso é
big thing I always
explicativo tamanho real?
conflate Regulation F
Olha,
with
não
is
sei se é
priority
tamanho
moves.
real,
Alexander Hill winning
mas
the first tournament in Portland with 5 Pokemon that had priority
não sei,
attacks, like
não sei
Sucker Punch, Extreme
sinceramente se
Speed,
é
Aqua Jet,
tamanho real,
Thundercloud,
mas
things
que é
like
bem
that, right?
grande.
I think that's the
Ó, o
thing that
Marlon
always
aí, salve
allows
Marlon,
the
bom
bulk
dia,
Pokemon
como é
to
que você tá?
exist.
Você
Is you
nem
don't need to invest
você
in your
respondeu
speed
que eu
if
mandei
you're
no
just
Discord?
going to click, Twitch Speed, Extreme
Não
Speed.
respondeu, né?
The format also, of course, is
Ah, moça
conducive towards
bonita,
the Fake Out
Aranzei.
Brothers, Incineroar and Rillaboom.
Essa
As you mentioned,
transmissão aí
Gabby, the
vai
Firewater
ser
Grass
muito
Sport,
boa.
those two paired with Urshifu so
Zuling
commonly
e Marlon,
but,
vocês que
we've seen a
jogam
lot
aí,
of different
o que
versions
vocês
of
esperam dessa
teams
regulation aí?
balanced around that.
Desse campeonato
I think the standard balance team,
tá
which we had
chegando
seen
aí.
in the last iteration
Eles
of
esperam
Pokemon like Raging Bull and Champal,
novos,
Landorus Incarnate, all
talvez
those continue to be
não
very good,
tantos
but
assim.
we've seen a
O que
lot of
vocês
meta
esperam?
adaptations as
Tá?
well, like
Gente,
Fluttermane
adendo,
now has
se eu estiver
gone from
olhando
like an
pro outro
offensive
lado,
Pokemon to a
eu tô
defensive
olhando-
Pokemon,
eu tô
similar to
olhando
what we
pra
saw in
tela,
Thunder is back
vocês
in
estão aqui
the old
na
era of
minha
VGC,
frente.
and now people are running
Mas
Fluttermane with
o
like
chat
no
tá na
special
esquerda
attack or
pra
speed
mim,
investments,
então
like
a
max
tela
HP,
também
max
tá na
defense,
esquerda,
no
entendeu?
protect, Thunder Wave,
Então, se eu estiver
and
olhando pra
taunt.
cá,
If you told me
eu
people would be
estou
using that
olhando
kind of Fluttermane set a year ago, when we played this format, I'd be like, that's a little bit
estou
crazy,
olhando
but here
pro
we
chat,
are.
eu tô olhando
I'm
pra
going to have
vocês, tá?
some questions to ask you later, and I want you to think about whether or not that set for Fluttermane is
E aí,
in
Marlon
flop
e Júlio, o que vocês esperam aí pra essa
or,
regulation?
you know,
Muito
descending
pouco
into
novo?
madness of some sort. But you know
Fato
what?
que
I
Incineroar
spent
e
way too
Rillaboom
many hours
provavelmente
doing
não
this.
vão
I'm
sair.
going to show you some
Não vão
data
sair
from
de
the
jeito nenhum.
last time that we played the Regulation F format. First, let's take a look at the top 12
como é que tá o-
Pokemon that made it to phase
como é que já
2
tá o top global.
of all of our Regulation F tournaments
Ó,
across the
Fluttermane,
globe.
ó,
Are there any
Flutter eu sabia que ia
surprises
voltar.
that stick out to you here,
Joguei
or
Pão
is
de
this
Água.
kind of exactly how you remember it?
Os
I forgot
Urshifu,
that Chen Pao actually made it this far last time.
Ó,
Honestly,
Lando-
maybe
Lando é
that's more of
que
a skill
parece que vai
issue for
aparecer
me than
bastante
anything
mesmo.
else, but it's so
Lando
funny
e
because I
Thunder,
remember so much
Pode ir Pão de
switching, so much
Fogo.
bull
Ó,
with the Fake
Chen
Out
Pao,
Brothers
legal.
that
Ah,
I
vai
completely
ser-
forgot that a lot of
vai
people
ser
were relying
bem-
on Pokemon like Chen
bem
Pao
da
and the sort of ruin ability to sort of break through that bulk and
Não, mas assim,
rely on Sucker Punch and those
Marlon,
priority moves as well.
fato
So
é,
it's
vai
nice
ser
to see it up
meta
there.
onde
I
você
feel
vai
like I
ver
must have
o
really liked
Shifu
using it
sendo
back in the
soberano
day,
de
but
novo.
again, it's completely gone
Porque
from my
meta
memory.
onde
Yeah, to me, I think
não
it's the
tem o
Ogerpons,
Shifu,
the different forms, especially
é de-
Wellspring here with this data. I
é
remember
meta de
very
certos
early on in
lendários.
Regulation F as well,
Quando
there
você não
were
vê
certain
meta
tournaments
de
where
certos
Ogerpon
lendários, é
Wellspring
meta
was
de Urshifu.
eclipsing
Fato.
60-65% usage
E
very
eu sabia, assim, eu
consistently
sabia que a
to
Flutter ia
deal with
voltar,
like Fluttermane,
cara.
like
Era
Aaron was
fato que a
talking
Flutter ia
about,
voltar.
and Thunderbolt, or Raging Bull, excuse me.
Mas
with
vamos
the
ver se vai ter
Thunderbolt
muito...
attacks
Cara,
and all
eu
but big
acho que
special
vai ter
attackers
muito
in the
chifre
format
de
like
água.
Lakers, Incarnate as
Talvez
well.
tenha,
That embody
tenha
aspect makes
alguns
the
dark,
Cromwell
mas eu acho
spec
que vai
really
ter
strong.
muito chifre de água.
I find it funny to see the two
Muito
Urshifus
chifre
standing
de água.
right next to each other. It's also funny to me because I think that, you know, they have like different stances within the game, but both of them just kind of have their arms down, like they're just taking their, you know, yearbook photo. But I too find Urshifu to obviously be an incredibly impressive Pokemon, and having watched like really high-level gameplay from players who played online in this new iteration of Regulation F, it continues to just look so good. I think like we've gone from Choice Scarf Urshifu being really common to now people using like Mystic Water with the defensive Terra, like Steel Terra, for example, and I mean, the ability is just unbelievable, right? Like, and it is able to do so much damage, and so Urshifu continues to be on so many top teams, but it's quite cool. I would have actually expected Water Urshifu to have like higher usage, and Urshifu to have slightly lower, so it's interesting to see them actually paired right next to each other here.
Wow, I'm so glad that you said that, because I took this data and I filtered it just to show the usage from our North American regional. So this is not going to include EUIC, but it is going to include just North America. And so now, what do you think?
There we go, yeah, 36 and 20. That's what I would have predicted. Actually quite fascinating to see the difference there. And then, yeah, I think Water Ogerpon even higher than Incineroar here, and then Farigiraf also making the cutoff here. All quite interesting.
They went from being side by side to, I guess, standing on each other's shoulders.
Yeah. Oh my god, don't even talk about Urshifu Rider or something, right? Calyrex form.
Terceiro, achei que ele ia ser bastante prioridade, mas tá sendo muita...
Could you imagine if there was like a pledge variation of having Urshifu brothers on the field together?
Eu achei que fosse a de planta.
Air's like absolutely not.
É porque no meta onde você vai estar usando bastante do cipado...
There's been a lot of conversations about
do
Raging
Bolt, né?
F, and it certainly we will
É
not
interessante ter
stop talking about it throughout the entire weekend. But when you look at this data, it was a Pokemon that was really picking up steam as the format ended. There were many events for most of Reg F where Raging Bolt was a sub 20% usage Pokemon. So it really wasn't until the end with EUIC, and then now people are, you know, coming back to this format. It will continue on the rise, but it wasn't like our memories are tricking us if we believe that Raging Bolt was super high usage in every event of Regulation F. It was not.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And as a reminder, this is just like an aggregate. I'm not looking at individual events for this. It's all the North American regionals. And so even if you take a look at the events individually, something really interesting that I noticed is think about how important Roaring Moon was to the meta. It's not actually reflected on this top 12 graphic, but we actually didn't see it until the second Regulation F event of the season. It was something that did not make day 2 the first time that we played it, so I thought even just looking at that, I was fascinated.
Yeah, I think you gotta fight fire with fire, or fight, you know, speed with speed boosters on your Tailwind speed booster, Roaring Moon, just to deal with all these icy winds and, you know, all these other really fast Pokemon. Speed control is so important in this format.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the couple of things. First of all, Raging Bolt's an interesting Pokemon, as you brought up, Joe, because I think the way people are using it now is actually quite different from how people used it last iteration. When we played Reg F, like the default Raging Bolt set towards the end of the format was Calm Mind with leftovers that you would use, you know, Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse, Protect, and people were using like Fairy Terra, and then when I like competed at EUIC, people were even using like new Terras like Bug Terra, for example, as for some new defensive capabilities. I feel like we've really seen a shift away from Calm Mind Raging Bolt in this format because of these super bulky Flutter Mains with Taunt, which just like completely shut down these Raging Bolts, and so boost strategy is becoming more common. Like people just using offensive Bolt once again has been on the rise, and so like I'm looking out for like Life Orb Raging Bolt as well as Booster Energy Raging Bolt this weekend. And then Roaring Moon's interesting because it's actually not a very easy Pokemon to use when Incineroar's usage rate is so high. Like, it feels really good when you don't get intimidated, but even a single Intimidate just makes your damage output really mediocre. And so, it's like, yeah, I can set up Tailwind, but then you also have this weakness to Flutter Main. Flutter Main's also here at number 1, right? So it's like, the number 1 and number 3 on this list are actually both quite difficult to deal with, and so we've seen players have success with it, like it's won a regional championship, but I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute, and if you're looking for just like a consistent Tailwind user, Tornadus is very slashable. And then speaking of Tailwind, I actually think Whimsicott is primed to make a comeback in this format.
I think I might be with you on that one. And we'll see if any of you actually predicted Whimsicott as a part of your caster predictions. As we take a look at that, this is where I think things get a little bit spicier, and Aaron, you've done it again. What a segue. Talk to me a little bit more about the rest of your predictions here.
I definitely have the most boring meta predictions here. I don't, like, I think this format is interesting because it's very top heavy, but there's a very deep pool of Pokemon, like the rest of you have put on this list, that have the ability to like win a tournament, right? But for me, I'm like, what is popular going into this event? And I'm like, bulky Flutter Mane, it feels like everyone's using. Whimsicott's kind of like the out there pick, but you know, we've seen Whimsicott be so good in Reg Age. One of the reasons why I think it's interesting in this format is because it actually can wall Raging Bull, which of course is quite common. And so if you're looking for a tailwind user, most people default towards Tornadus, but Tornadus just is really weak into Raging Bull. That being said, everyone still kind of loves it. And then Landorus, I think, is just such a good damage dealer. Like I was watching Kinugawa, you know, the Japanese national champion, use it, and I was like, this just feels like a restricted Pokemon. Like, and you know, Landorus has won in restricted formats as well, right? And so its damage output is just absolutely ridiculous. And so, yeah, I think it's like these Pokemon are all just so good, so splashable to so many different teams. And yeah, like, I'd be shocked if they didn't do well this weekend.
Yeah, I think on my end, Aaron and I, we were talking about Articuno winning the Utrecht event back the first time around, and just clicking choice specs, sheer colds, and just getting there. We saw on stream multiple times, one hit KOing a Registeel, and just really running away with games. The changes to Scarlet and Violet with Snow really made Articuno a lot more viable than it used to be. And then I had Furrygraph, because I talked about all the priority that is in this format. Furrygraph always comes around when the speed gets a little too unbearable, where you can't really account for all these super fast attacks coming out.
Cara, eu tenho certeza, Pokopia, ó, eles devem dar a data do Champions, provavelmente março ou abril, entendeu? Março ou abril. Pokopia, eles já anunciaram a data, senão eles devem anunciar a data. E eles devem lançar, eu acho que eles vão lançar Black and White 3, cara, ia ser muito bom. Ou então, tem fã de Cinturão W3, cara, volta na hora. Aparece na hora, Bruno, pode ter certeza. Aparece na hora fã de Genshin. Ou então, gente, olha só. Seria um absurdo, mas seria uma jogada fantástica se eles lançassem simplesmente todos os jogos das gerações anteriores para Switch 1 e 2. Pronto. Esse seria o presente de 30 anos de Pokémon. Você poder jogar todos os outros jogos no Switch e ter interação com o home. Pronto, acabou. Você poderia jogar o Pokémon Red, Blue e Yellow no Switch. Você jogar o Pokémon Ruby e Safira, jogar o Heart Gold Soul Silver, mano, ia ser muito da hora, tá?
During our event here, and that's going to be looking at the top 12 in usage data from day 1 of our competition, and it's really not that different. Like there's a couple of placement differences here.
Eles podem, cara, se eles lançarem,
but yeah, that's true. I mean, second in usage.
Ia ser legal se eles lançassem uma dessas três opções. Todos os jogos das gerações antigas serem jogadas no Switch. Todos os jogos. BW, Black and White 3 ou algum remake de Sailor Moon. Ia ser legal.
And same thing with the Raging Bulls. You know, how many are going to be more newer adaptations versus some of the older sets that we've been seeing?
I also think, I don't want to do math live on the air, so I think roughly around 80% of the players are using one of the four grass types on screen with Wellspring, Heartflame, Rillaboom, and Lugias. And obviously, grass has just always been a great defensive typing, and especially with terrestrialization and everything here in Scarlet and Violet, that it is no shock to see those four grass types performing really well.
I think I'm most curious about Furrygraph and how this Pokemon has evolved since we've last seen this format. It's not necessarily the easiest Pokemon to use because it takes a lot of neutral damage from most of the Pokemon on this list, but you know, the Fake Out Brothers and Incineroar and Rillaboom are so common, and being able to block priority is really valuable, and so we've previously seen, for example, Throat Spray and Hyper Voice being used to do a lot of damage, where Grub obviously can be a trigger user, can also function in a more supportive role, and so it feels like a lot of these Pokemon are kind of figured out. Furgraf is the one that I have my eye out on this weekend, because I think that we haven't seen it being used a ton recently, but has a lot of potential right now, given the prevalence priority.
Even looking at Regulation H, a lot of the times we're seeing Furgraf was on large trick room teams. It was just to help you make sure you had multiple trick room users so that you could ensure that field effect for yourself. And then you also saw it alongside partners like Torkoal, Hisui, and Lilligant. And that was what I was looking at when we were playing out the rest of Regulation H. But we'll see how this evolves. Of course, we'll be taking a look at our top 12 in usage for Phase 2 coming up tomorrow, but we do have quite a few rounds of Swiss to get through for today. We are just waiting for our Swiss round 2 to start before we get into our games. Before that, you saw a couple of our players to watch in our intro to the show. We were featuring Kylan Van Zebrin, Marco Silva, and Justin Tang. But there are a couple of more players that I want to give a couple shout-outs here as players to watch. Given that we are in Canada, I felt like it was only appropriate to be able to feature two additional Canadian players to Kylan Van Zebrin. That's Olivia Koletsky and Marcus Dion. And of course, because this is an international event for some reason, we also have Michael Kelsch that is here alongside actually a pretty hefty lineup of top European players. I know Federico Camporesi is here, Alex Gomez and Eric Rios from Spain are also here. But yeah, I think these three players, they all have great reasons to look at. One, I want to start off with Olivia Moletsky. She has gotten top 32 in both of the Grand Challenges for 3 and 4, and I think it's just off to a really phenomenal start. Seeing a lot of improvement from her from last season to this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is a breakout year for her. She's currently in, I believe, the top 16 of the CP leaderboard for North America, which is pretty impressive. I think she's been really improving over the past few years. I feel like every time I see her name pop up, it's always like an improvement on her previous performance, which is always really exciting. And I mean, this is really a hometown regional for her, so I hope she does well this weekend. I've always been impressed with her team building. I feel like she finds a lot of unique approaches to the metagame that a lot of people don't necessarily see, and I really hope we get to highlight that this weekend.
No começo dos jogos, né? Quando você só pode usar os pokés da Dex do jogo, né?
Agora last round of Phase 2 to figure out if they qualified for Worlds, but now if Olivia keeps up this pace, it's going to be a breeze to end up in San Francisco.
Depois que eu me liguei, é sempre as primeiras
over to the US to compete when they're not even from here. Like you mentioned, those European players, Michael obviously being on this list, and I mean, those are truly some of the top talent coming over from Europe. Any of those players I could see winning the entire event. All of those players have won major regional international championships before, and so Michael, of course, has already won so many regional level events in just a couple of years of play. Eager to see what he's brought to this one.
I mean, just thinking about the World Championship runs that he's had. First World Championships he ever played and he got second. Second World Championships he ever played and he got fourth. Or top 4, and then, you know, top 8 at just this last one for 2025. And so I agree with you. I think that he's definitely feeling pretty confident as well coming into this event. But then for Marcus Dion, this is a player that is chasing his first regional championship win. And he's gotten very close, you know, taking a look at the result that he got in Monterrey. I think it was a top 8 at that regional to start off the season. But Marcus is definitely hoping to improve on that result and finally get over the line with a win this weekend.
What a story that would be, to win in Canada.
Absolutely. I think we'll have to keep tabs on all of our players to watch, and of course we'll be featuring even more top trainers as we continue through the broadcast this weekend. So I'm excited to kind of see what's going to happen. But for now, make sure that you go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Make sure that you are following our channels all across the internet. We are live here on Twitch as well as YouTube, so make sure you hit that bell, click the follow button, and turn on notifications. And I can't remember any of the other call to actions that are normal for YouTube videos, so there you go. But also, of course, use a #PlayPokemon and follow us on our social media channels to stay involved in the action. Let us know if you agree with some of our takes here on the caster prediction side. If you have your own, then please share them with us, and of course, share your pet pictures. We really want to see the pet pictures.
We want to see all the pet pictures and the cosplays and all the art
Aí eu já não sei
and all of that
te dizer,
jazz.
Zuri.
But what are you
Dragas.
looking forward to for the
Mario
weekend?
Kart,
Final
o Donkey
thoughts?
Kong,
I need
sim.
inspiration for my regulation F team, so I really want to see all the creative team building that's going to happen.
Todos que tenham habilidade e
I want to see
timidez.
if people are using. We saw some of those Pokemon really high usage rate, Fluttermane 49, right? Raging 42. But what are the variances within those common Pokemon? What are the techs that are going to have you stand out in a field where other people are using similar strategies to you?
I'm traumatized seeing Fluttermane turn from an offensive to a defensive Pokemon, having played the old days of VGC where Thundurus evolved from that. It's funny, Gabby, you called out Thundurus in your predictions. It's a Pokemon that, you know, doesn't have super high usage rate, but we saw Kinugawa actually win, you know, this like small invitational tournament with a lot of top players with it, and so yeah, I'm curious how real this like bulky Fluttermane set is because it's just so unintuitive. I'm curious to see if that ends up winning. And yeah, we've seen, you know, sub 5% usage rate Pokemon with tournaments in this format, and right now it feels like most of the top teams are very standard, so I'm curious if something like Articuno can rise to the top in a field where most of the top players are kind of just defaulting to, you know, 6 of the top 15 Pokemon.
Legal que você só sabe um recanto, né, Zuri? Se tiver a Copa Canto, você é o expert, né?
After this, and maybe we will be able to identify some of those
Tá, então vamos por parte.
Call them out a little bit later. But for now, thank you all so much for watching the pre-show. And now, let's get it over to our casters, Jake and Sierra, to get our day started.
Gyarados e Tauros, 4.
Thank you so much. That is us, Sierra and Jake, ready to get started here at the Toronto Regional Championships. First off, I have to ask, because especially to former places, how have you enjoyed that snow so far?
Look, I live in Texas. I lived in Florida before that. This is very unnatural for me. I walked outside and it was very cold. Like, what is cold?
I mean,
is that a thing?
It's colder than normal up there. I mean, we have our one Canadian regional in Canada definitely put up its most chilly reception for everyone attending here. But just making up for the fiery hot Pokemon action we're going to see, we're back in Regulation F. And this will be really intriguing because obviously there's a lot of opinions surrounding Regulation F, right? You think a lot of the different series, I'm scared of the Raging Bolts that we got to see this time around. But every time we get to see a repeat of a regulation, it never really seems to follow quite the same pattern. So I'm excited to see what our trainers can come up this weekend.
Of course, I share that Aaron's sentiment there. The Fluttermane on my caster predictions was specifically that really bulky Thunderwave one. Didn't really show that on just a little picture of Fluttermane, but that set I think is really scary. It's like you said, very unintuitive, but also very good. Icy Wind and Thunderwave are both crazy. Of course, you still got powerful Moonblast.
Plataforma onde você consegue jogar o Fortnite,
there's a lot of different moves that people are pulling out these days, so that's a fun product of getting to go back to a regulation, you know, like we did with Regulation Asia a few years ago, a couple years ago rather. But it's going to be fun to see how trainers maybe build on some past strategies or develop some new ones.
Especially too, a lot on the line going into the weekend. If you have traveled far and wide to be here, you want to make sure you can put up a performance. So of course, looking at trying to get points, not just for the World Championships, but as well when we look at the travel stipend, travel award season, want to make sure you can get as much as possible, because that is definitely going to help you be able to keep attending events going on forward.
Yeah, this is a pretty short period to qualify for that NAIC Travel Award, so that's what trainers are fighting for right now. It's the end of LAIC, which was only a couple months ago, through EUIC, which is next month, I believe, in February. There's only a few major events in each region, so you're going to see a lot of trainers from out of region. You know, a lot of European players coming to this event, half because they want to compete, half because it's really fun, but half because they want that NAIC Travel Award, and this is a great way to get that leg up.
Also, I feel like when you look at getting to a major airport where a regional is, at the same percentage of it, probably the flight to Canada is a little bit cheaper than if you're looking at other places. But, you know, Canada's also a great one. But you're talking about all of these great players. Let's talk about a couple of the notable matches heading into this round 2 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. That very first one that we're going to be featuring, Rafa going up against Alex Gomez, is going to be our featured broadcast match. The second one going up against Olivia, that is going to be a feature match for anyone wanting to check out a secondary broadcast. Make sure we get featured
chamar de bando, né? Aí vem um bando desses Stuntler e passa por eles, entendeu? Só que eu acho que é ilusão, alguma coisa assim. Por isso que eu achei que ele fosse da G1, porque esse bicho já apareceu. Ah, mas se a gente for contar assim, a gente conta que o Roo também é, né? Porque o Roo apareceu no primeiro episódio do anime também.
Many years, as long as I've been around at least. A lot of other great Canadian
assisti
players
esse
on here,
episódio,
Fiona
então.
and Kylan, both starting out
Cara,
with a win today and
vamos
looking
ver se tem
to kind of
alguém
bring the
conhecido.
championship
Ó,
home to
tem o
Canada.
Dylan. É o Dylan
Yeah, and
mesmo,
looking
Dylan,
back at
será?
one of the earlier regionals we had this season, at least having a great performance, being able to feature on broadcast a little bit, so be able to see a strong start here on the day definitely is nice, but I definitely think, maybe a little biased, that for our first broadcast match, we picked an awesome one. I mean, there's a couple of different storylines going into the event, and of course, Canada looking to defend their, to get that title, be able to bring that title home. That is a big one, but when you're looking at the amount of European players that are traveling out and the caliber of player that they are, it is going to be a tough title to keep.
Of course, Alex Gomez, one of the best European players throughout the history of VGC. More recent NAIC champion, but has won at least one, maybe another European national championship back in the days before they were called the AIC. Multiple regional championships.
Ali você vê que eles também estão introduzindo as Pokébolas diferentes, tanto que a Pokébola do Totodile é totalmente diferente. Olha, Anônima! Bom dia, Anônima, como é que você tá? Desde já um ótimo sábado pra você. Eu já chego em 9. Ó, aqui a gente já tem diferenças, olha. Vamos, ó, já temos outros que
One of the big questions I had is where we left off with regulation F. We got to see a little bit more of that.
Não fazia ideia, Zuli. Naquela época a gente não era tão apressado. Ó, o time do Mano Rafael Bagara, o Saluna de Flame Orb, Flumper Mane de Choice Stacks, um Incineroar de Assault Vest, Raging Bolt de Life Orb, Orbeacon de Água, a máscara de água, e Cresselia de Safety Goggles. Olha, teremos uma Cresselia. Legal. 5 meses. Não, mas o Zuli, convenhamos, né? Os episódios quando vinham aqui do Brasil, eles eram demorados horrores, né? Só pra, eu não sei se tu pegou essa época, mas no SBT, Zuli, a saga dos Abusa no Naruto, eu acho que ela ficou um ano inteiro passando, é a mesma saga. Pra ter noção. A saga demorou. Nossa, passava sempre a mesma saga. Não, Cresselia sempre foi boa. É o time do Alex Gomes, o tipo de água, de Mistura, Vilador de Assault Vest, Raging Bolt dos Perennes, Chimpaú de Falsete, Incineroar de Rock Helmet e Lando de Life Orb. É Lando pra construir. Ué, Lando sem ter o índio?
Punishing protects by just hitting through them is another way to do it too with that Mystic
Caraca,
Water.
Ele tá jogando de Lando sem ter o índio, cara.
You ignore protects, you get those guaranteed critical hits with Surging Strikes. And the Mystic Water is a cool item choice. You know, a lot of times we'll see Choice Scarf, Focus Sash. The Mystic Water is kind of a more mid-ground where you get a little bit more offense.
Ah, não, quem tem é o Tundurus, então?
Not being as fast. But if you're able to get that Urshifu attacking first, getting those very powerful Surging Strikes off,
ele tá levando o Lando pra bater, cara. É
supported by Incineroar and Rillaboom, the Fake Out Brothers that Aaron called them in the intro show, which I think is a great way to refer to them. The Incineroar set is cool, it's got helping hand instead of knockoff, so it's able to boost the power of all of its target Pokemon, which I think are very, very powerful. Of course, the Jan Pal has Ice Shard instead of Sucker Punch. Kind of cool, it's guaranteed priority attack. You don't have to rely on your opponent going for an attacking move. Let's say you can Ice Shard while something uses Taunt or Spore or whatever else it is there. Is slightly weaker, so you trade the damage for more consistency, but I think it's a cool adaptation there.
And even if Ice Shard is a little bit weaker, something like that Ice Cold Crash as opposed to Ice Spitter is definitely going to be that damage instead. Of course, a little bit of missing, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Of course, still early on in the day, but both trainers with a win want to keep that going as it's time to head into the match. All already. Super strong duos coming out from both Alex, Incineroar, and Urshifu. And for Rafa, it's going to be Incineroar and Fluttermane. It's literally to intimidate Raphael's end going first.
Yeah, good to know. That means at worst it's a speed tie that Rafa just won. At best for Rafa, that means his Incineroar will be faster and have the faster fake out. Fluttermane in a pretty good spot here. You've got the Incineroar next to it to protect it from the opposing Incineroar if you want to go for a fake out there. You obviously are threatening the Urshifu right off the bat with very heavy damage. The Urshifu on Alex's side is Terra Steel, so it does have the option to protect itself from those strong fairy type attacks. But do you want to commit that Terra right away when you have more defensive options available?
Especially too, even if it's past this turn of Fluttermane, going into something like the Steel Terrestrialization later on leaves you susceptible to so many of the other Pokemon over on outside of the field. So definitely one that could be a little bit scary, especially when you do have the option, like something like this Detect right away, to kind of just scope out, which is what we're gonna see. Don't burn the Terra, don't take any damage, stay safe. Fluttermane though, showing that was never the intended target, and that is a lot of damage into the Incineroar on the opposing end. The double up 2 U-turn is not the damage, but that's not necessarily what it's here for. Instead, a great opportunity to pivot out.
Yeah, really great play from Rafa there, knowing the Urshifu probably doesn't want to let itself get knocked out. You go for the Moonblast and the Incineroar for some guaranteed damage, and you get your U-turn to bring in Cresselia here, which is a pretty safe spot, especially considering... Yeah, really great play from Rafa there, knowing the Urshifu probably doesn't want to let itself get knocked out. You go for the Moonblast and the Incineroar for some guaranteed damage, and you get your U-turn to bring in Cresselia here.
Let's pivot in kind to respond to this new Cresselia out on the field.
Just to see what Alex brings in here, you have to worry about the Cresselia going for a Trick Room. You also still have to worry about the Fluttermane. Of course, the -1 special attack from Parting Shot helps a little bit, but with the choice specs, you're essentially still facing down like a neutral power Fluttermane, which is still more than enough to win a KO in Urshifu unless it goes for that Terrestrialization. So a nice bit of neutralization there, but I mean, again, we see these Fluttermanes without any offensive investment with those bulky sets still taking one of KOs. This Fluttermane is still a little bit of a threat, especially next to this Cresselia with Homing Head.
Yeah, and the fact that the Urshifu already used the Detect, I mean, yeah, sure, it's a -1 Fluttermane. It's still choice spec, so that is not a hit that you would appreciate. So looking for something to try and respond to it just a little bit better. Real move, maybe it can't stop it with a fake out, but something like a Wood Hammer would do a lot of damage into it. So as well, you really gotta prioritize. You want the Fluttermane to take that hit.
Seeing Cresselia as well, you have to assume that the Ursaluna is the 4th Pokemon, and that's something that Alex is probably not considering as well. You know, my Incineroar has already taken a lot of damage. I might need this Incineroar to be able to intimidate the Ursaluna if it hits the field. If Cresselia sets up Trick Room and then Ursaluna comes in, and my Incineroar really just has one swap left in it because it took all of that damage. The Moonblast is the only damaging move available to both Rafa's Pokemon right now, so if this Urshifu does Terrestrialize, we'll be able to resist everything, but then again, you leave yourself open to something like Flare Blitz or Earthquake.
Fluttermane's going to be sticking around, but the threat of a Trick Room from the Cresselia is gone, as so is it, as Incineroar switches into the field instead. But you talked about the Terrestrialization and how important this can be for making it through this turn. And indeed, Urshifu into the Steel-type Terrestrialization. And you know on the opposing end too, with that Fluttermane being the choice spec, that it can't be switching out into anything else to try and get around that. Big out into the Incineroar is only going to be good for a little bit of chip and making sure that Cresselia was stopped. And look how little damage that is. Urshifu will take the hit so well. And the Incineroar that just swapped in certainly will not appreciate those surging strikes. Incineroar instantly is going to be falling. Now, that's going to be the first KO taken of the match, and you got to decide where you really want to go from there.
It's a great turn from Alex. The combination of fake out and surging strikes with the Cresselia means you guarantee Trick Room does not go up. You get some good damage with the surging strikes. On the following turn, you can maybe go for like a Wood Hammer plus surging strikes to KO Cresselia before Trick Room even goes up. The Terra Steel there guarantees that nothing gets knocked out this turn. Again, we saw the Moonblast. It did about a quarter of Urshifu's HP, which means that if it was not Terrestrialized and still weak to the Moonblast, probably would have been one KO even at -1. Just goes to show both the power of Fluttermane and the somewhat lacking special defense of Urshifu on average. Now Cresselia comes back in. I would be surprised if Alex is able to KO it this turn, because Cresselia is a very bulky Pokemon, so he might be able to get Trick Room up.
And at this point, too, not wanting to bring in something like that Ursaluna to be taking these hits. Fluttermane sticks around, fires off one last Moonblast at this point, and is going to be taken down from the surging strikes from the Urshifu. Only 2 Pokemon left, Rafa. But when you're looking at the 2 Pokemon in this scenario, you're about to find yourself in it could be okay. U-turn into the Cresselia, super effective. Certainly doesn't feel like it. Cresselia is going to have the opportunity to set up that trick room and make sure that the Ursaluna, the final Pokemon for Rafa, will have a little bit of a better time to try and fare against this full roster of Pokemon Alex still has.
It's a tough choice as what to bring in here for Alex. You maybe want the Incineroar, that's generally pretty good against Cresselia. You've got the option to go for a fake out on the first turn trick room just to try and stall out a little bit. But if you bring the Incineroar in at the conclusion of U-turn, that happens before the end of the turn, so then Rafa gets to bring in the Ursaluna and it's not intimidated. So if you don't bring in your Incineroar and instead choose your unreleased, unrevealed 4th Pokemon here, you do have to swap your Incineroar into presumably Ursaluna or something like that, so it might just come in and get knocked out. Are you willing to kind of trade that for one Intimidate? I think this is probably the correct choice here. The Chien-Pao comes in with the Focus Sash. It requires being hit by at least 2 attacks to be knocked out. There's Urshifu still in a really great spot. The kind of drawback of not running Headlong Rush here on this Ursaluna in favor of Swords Dance is that now that Grassy Terrain is up, your only ground type attack, Earthquake, power is half. So Urshifu is probably not able to be knocked out on this turn despite it being weak to the Earthquake. Of course, with the Terra Ghost available for Ursaluna, I think, especially without Sucker Punch, that's almost certainly what Alex will do just to protect it from the close combats, the grassy glides, and whatever. But you are still vulnerable to Throat Chop. Of course, that is an attack Chien-Pao is running. Without the Sucker Punch, you still want that dark type damage, and Throat Chop is pretty great at that. So I don't know, the trick room goes up, Ursaluna hits the field. Everything's pretty healthy, Lunar Blessing will be able to help out a lot. But with this grassy terrain, I'm not sure if Rafa will have the firepower to break through Alex's team.
Especially too at this turn, since it did switch in just now. It doesn't have that Flame Orb activation yet, so that is, you're not going to have the damage. Going into this, Chien-Pao's focusing around right now instead, as you called out, wanting to make sure this Incineroar can come in now to get this Intimidate, make sure that this attack is dropped even more. Terastallization now, when you buy up the natural typing of the Ursaluna and an Urshifu on the opposing end, you definitely need to drop that typing right now. Does leave you susceptible to something like that Chien-Pao down the line, but that's a problem once we get there. You need to get past this first. Protect, this is really nice. Normally you don't see the Terastallization and the Protect, but obviously with Urshifu being able to hit past that, you have to go for the Terastallization anyways. Surging Strikes though, the different target. Incineroar holds on, doesn't get dropped from the Moonblast, and Cresselia going to be dropped to about half of its health.
Unfortunate there for Rafa. The Cresselia is very bulky. That's like what it's known for. It's very good at sticking around, setting up trick rooms, supporting its teammates. That unfortunately comes at the cost of not having too much offense, especially with that Moonblast without the same type attack bonus. Did very, very little to that Incineroar. And now Alex has the option to swap it out and back in if he wants to get at least one more Intimidate off. That might be his best option here, especially with this Ursaluna able to use Swords Dance. You may want to preserve that Intimidate later on, but no, it's just going to steal the field instead.
All unoffensive. This does have the Guts activation now, but it is -1 because of that fire. This is well going for the Helping Hand means we can go before the fake out. We won't take any damage. How much into the Urshifu though? That is going to be the question. Not nearly enough. That grassy terrain, that Intimidate drop.
Só se fosse crítico, né? Com a gente crítico, né?
Surging Strikes now, Cresselia.
Essa Cresselia é tipo por si só, Marlon, ou ela foi buildada na parte de trás? Porque, meu Deus do céu.
Pokemon to get by. Ursaluna can do a lot, but the task might be a little too tall right now.
Especially with the Focus Sash Throat Chop Chien-Pao, I think this might be a little bit too late for Rafa to come back here. Really smart by Alex to target down that Cresselia. If Rafa was to win this game, it would probably be on the back of the full Lunar Blessings to heal up his teammates. Make sure that Ursaluna is as healthy as possible to face down the rest of Alex's team. But targeting that Cresselia pretty aggressively with the Surging Strikes means that now this Ursaluna cannot deal with this 1v3. If you have 3 Pokemon to face on Ursaluna, Chien-Pao, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid are the best way. And thanks to that grassy terrain, even harder to break through that Urshifu. So really well played game by Alex here, but could have been a very offensive Ursaluna.
Ele ia levar o Urshifu agora, e se pá, ele deixava o Chien-Pao na range, não? Se não tomasse um crítico. Porque só tinha o Rillaboom atrás, cara. O que o Rillaboom ia fazer contra a Ursaluna?
I mean, it just works so well. The things like, I love the Terastallization on the Urshifu, and even the pivoting in the other slots just worked out so well. Being able to pressure at any point, having those constant just intimidating.
Não, mas isso aí é ela buildada ou são os vídeos dela?
It was a little bit of a struggle to get the Urshifu in.
né, os stats dela, no caso, né? São os stats dela. Esses são os stats beleza.
Terra Steel against Ursaluna is often not your best option just because it does some of those very powerful ground type attacks. But the combination of Ursaluna not having access to Headlong Rush, cover is not housed by the grassy terrain, and your own Rillaboom, which will cut the earthquake damage in half, means that Terra Steel Ursaluna is very well positioned, especially against the Pokemon that Rafa brought. You know, Cresselia,
e talvez
and
deixasse o quê? Um pouco menos da,
really hard
um pouco
time
mais da
using
metade da vida do Chimpaú? Porque ele ia forçar o cara a entrar com o Rillaboom, ia curar um pouco a vida ali, se pá. Porque eu não sei o quanto esse Chimpaú ia incomodar o Saluna, entendeu? Ah, mas o Saluna é ground, né? Não, mas ela é Terra Fantasma. Não, mas aí ia quebrar o Sash. Se o Earthquake não tirasse metade da vida, ou um pouco menos da metade da vida, ia quebrar o Sash. Então na próxima ele ia levar. Ele batia 2 Earthquake e forçava o Rillaboom dele a curar um pouco do HP. O Chimpaú matava? É, então eu tenho minhas dúvidas, porque como ele tá. O Saluna tava Terra Fantasma, eu não sei se o ground ainda permanece, entendeu? Olha, eu trouxe Pokémon de água dessa vez. Cara, qual a chance da sua Pokémon de água ter Rain Dance pra esse Raging Bolt bater forte, cara? Porque eu sei que o Thunderclap não precisa, né, de chuva, né? Mas seria interessantíssimo, mas eu acho que não, né? Que a Ivy Cudgel, Spike Shield, Protect e alguma coisa. O pessoal tá usando, eu acho que é Hornidil, alguma coisa assim, né?
This is number one. I mean, the Ogremon Wellspring would not take any damage from these Surging Strikes. Raging Bolt, I mean, essentially is not really taking much damage either. So, love to see that adjustment going on into this. Starting off into the match, though, Terastallization right away. Incineroar into that Ghost typing, so not going to be affected by any sort of egg-out shenanigans. Urshifu not wanting to take any hit at all, of course, when there is Fluttermane on the other end. You have to have respect there. But no fake-out from this Rillaboom. Instead, you turn into that Raging Bolt, and a chance to respond in kind to this new information Alex has into the match. Right away, switching into his own Incineroar.
I like the Terra Ghost from Rafa there, just unfortunately
eu falei. Se o Earthquake tira metade ou menos da metade da vida, o Chimpaú tinha um Sash quebrado. Ele tomava o próximo Earthquake e caía. Porque o Saluna tava bufada com o Help Hand. Eu não sei o quanto isso bufa, né, no caso. Ah não, Cudgel, Horn Follow Me, Spike Shield. Ah tá.
Pokemon Alex has on the field currently, but really the rest of Alex's team, this Raging Bolt is a much more offensive threat immediately. You don't have to worry about grassy terrain rooting your Earthquake damage. You don't have to wait for the Flame Orb to activate. You've got your Life Orb Raging Bolt ready to fire off right off the bat.
With the Fluttermane hitting the field, though, even if the Urshifu did just use the Detect, this is where we get back into the question of will we get to see the Terastallization onto the Urshifu? Now that you know that there is a really strong chance to not see that Ursaluna, that means that the Terastallization just becomes a little bit more and more tempting.
True, I mean, seeing the 3 Pokemon so far, I think if you're Alex, you can pretty safely assume neither Cresselia nor Ursaluna in the back.
Eu tô falando que o Earthquake da Ursaluna ia quebrar o Sash, então se não fosse o golpe de gelo que o Chimpaú tem, ele caía pra 2 Earthquake, se pá. Eu acho que o segundo teria que ser crítico, mas o Sash já estaria quebrado, é isso que eu tô falando. Entendeu?
That will be Terastallization yet again spent onto this Urshifu into Steel type, so a Moonblast into it. Not going to be the damage as well.
Calma lá, eu sou noob nesse cenário aí, mas não sou. Mas também, pelo amor de Deus, né? Calma lá, eu sei como o Sash funciona. Nossa, será que leva Flutter? Leva. Lembra, veio uma ideia de modificar o Jojo ou Alexandre?
What Raging Bolt, I mean, do go going on later, but
me perguntei, Alexandre e Marlon, vocês estão aí na live, vocês gostaram desse formato com o VTuber em vez do PNG na live de regional? Vocês querem que eu traga mais vezes assim? Se eu conseguir, cara, vai ser muito legal. Dá pra ir cá no Discord? Infelizmente não, Marlon. Infelizmente não dá. Gostou?
Just to guarantee he had some safety there, and he used the
o Zoli também tá? Achei que você tinha saído, Zoli. Você não responde? É porque fica mais legal, né? Fica mais legal. Mas é melhor a interação com vocês. Cara, se eu conseguir fazer isso toda vez que tiver regional, cara, vai ser muito bom. Vai ser muito bom. Entendeu? Tem uma gambiarrazinha aqui, cara. Vai ser muito legal se isso der certo.
Coming in, again, a nice way to face down this Urshifu because you were immune to those surging strikes unless you Trastalize, which is not an option for Rafa anymore in this game.
And of course, he threatened
both the Incineroar and the Urshifu with a pretty strong Ivy Cudgel. This Life Orb Raging Bolt is ready to deal some big damage as well, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch though, because Incineroar doesn't want to take that damage. Rillaboom said it. With something like that Assault Vest, definitely going to be matching up a lot better into the Raging Bolt. Ivy Cudgel, no crit, not enough to even drop the first move down to below half in the Raging Bolt. Slow but sure damage, that is for sure. I mean, not very effective, but being brought down to around half as well. Now to see how much damage it can be doing in response into the freshly swapped in Rillaboom though. It is respectable, but still not enough for that 2-hit KO.
Smart choice to use Dragon Pulse there as well, as opposed to Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt is slightly stronger, but that point the Incineroar was in range for either, and the Rillaboom is a pretty safe swap there if you're Alex. By using the Dragon Pulse, you guarantee a lot more damage to the Rillaboom. That can come into play later on in this game. Rillaboom's a very bulky Pokemon, with that Grassy Terrain is going to be healing up a little bit as well. Urshifu, very bulky on the defensive side there. I think Cudgel's a pretty strong attack, especially coming from Ogre The Urshifu taking less than half is pretty huge.
Também, né, no caso.
Especially because Urshifu did go for surging strikes and not close combat. Its defense is still at neutral. If it did use close combat and dropped its defense by 1
mas aí sempre vai rodar entre o Lando ou
now, because you're still in neutral, you have to get a critical hit, which higher chance on Ivy Cudgel, but
o meta vai ficar muito preso nesses dois,
cara. Just kind of click these moves here.
Vai ficar muito preso.
Yeah, it's definitely damage output is not quite the same as what this Urshifu can offer on the opposing ends. You have to play this so carefully. The Urshifu, though, even if the Ivy Cudgel would have to crit, and double up could have been scary as well. So it would be a detect. Match 5 attack from the Raging Bolt from Rafa. U-turn a little pivot out, and Incineroar will take that hit quite well. And now we'll get to see the fourth
Ele e o Rillaboom, acredito, né? Ou tem que passar do jogo? Só pelo nome?
I know. I think it's probably going to be the Incineroar. Like the U-turn on the Raging Bolt Protect is really good because you then threaten a second fake out. But it is just going to be the Chien-Pao instead.
Aqui é bom pra bater. Surge Strike é físico, né,
Omar? Very heavy damage with Icicle Crash into all of Rafa's remaining Pokemon. Because the Incineroar did Terastalize, it's no longer resistant to ice. Also, it is weak to Throat Chop. Another kind of benefit of having Throat Chop instead of something like Sucker Punch. You don't have to worry about the attack failing. You know, if the Raging Bolt tries to go for a Protect and it fails. If the Incineroar, I guess the Incineroar is Assault Vest, it only has the damage anyway. But let's say it had Parting Shot, you can still Throat Chop a Parting Shot whereas you cannot Sucker Punches. Now this Chien-Pao in a very, very strong offensive position.
Mas se você tiver, pega o Brilliant Diamond de Shiny Pearl pra fazer os contest, tem Ribbon diária, e falando isso eu tenho que pegar a minha depois. Eu já peguei a Ribbon de quinta, sexta e vou pegar de sábado. Todo dia, durante uma semana, você pode pegar uma Ribbon lá em Sunshine. Tem um monte de Ribbon pra pegar. Só no contest eu acho que são mais de 7,
Nossa.
Just 2 left. Since Incineroar hits the field, will no longer have the ability to swap out and back in for Intimidate. The Surging Strikes there was trying to hit the Incineroar. Doesn't the Water Absorb. Will swing Ogre Pond instead. Not a huge deal. If you do no damage, you're not healing it at all because it didn't take any damage coming in. So not the worst of things there. It's essentially the same as just attacking into an community.
Tem
But
que
now
passar
Incineroar
por
does hit the
BDSP.
field. Alex does
Eu
have
mostrei
all
minha
4
cara.
Pokemon remaining, so if he wants to swap both of these physical attackers out and then back in, they will be back to neutral attack.
bom, Marcos.
Rafa's Incineroar doesn't
Significa
even
que
have
você
Parting Shot
pode
as
usar o
the Assault
chat.
Vest set with new turn, so there's
Você
no
pode
other
usar o
way
chat
for these attack stats to
tranquilamente.
be dropped
Parabéns.
for the remainder of this game. I think putting Alex in a very commanding position here.
Especially too, looking at the current board state, sure, we did get an Intimidate down on that Qian Pao, but when you are, you called out like that throw chop earlier, that damage that it's still going to be able to do, and the fact that you get the Intimidate now, but we can just see a Protect from both of these Pokemon, we just kind of replay the board state from here on out, and even just the chance for a pivot. I mean, Alex still has all 4 Pokemon. It kind of just seems done and dusted at this point. Try and play out any option you can, but yeah, even this Intimidate down to bring these Pokemon to -1 attack is going to make it even more tough. Urshifu not going to go for the detect, but still, you're going to need this crit to make any sort of impact. And Ogerpon is just not delivering.
It's probably not even going to knock out with another Ivy Couple unless it does get a critical hit thanks to that Intimidate. This Urshifu now ready to fire off. I think now you can afford to use close combat, right? Earlier on you maybe wanted to keep your defenses as high as possible, but at this point if you take one more Ivy Cudgel you'll be in range for anything. You can afford that defense drop. If you get a close combat into the Ogerpon, then both of Rafa's Pokemon are probably in range of throw chop. You no longer have to worry about missing
que a pessoa tinha
Just a little fake out into
mais
the
de
Ogerpon
18
now.
e o Roblox deu menos de 16 para a pessoa e restringiu o chat. Então assim, acho que isso é um bom sinal para você, Barro.
But still, when you eye up the moves of choice to try and deal any damage left, sure, you're going to take down the Urshifu, but at what cost?
The cost being probably losing this round, unfortunately, for Rafa. Alex has just played this so well, managing all of Rafa's really strong offensive threats. Incineroar even backing itself out to the recoil. So Rafa now finds himself down to his final Pokemon. And against this Focus Sash Qian Pao, it's going to be really, really tough to break through the rest of Alex's team. Alex just making sure that he always had offensive pressure, no matter if Rafa had, maybe some more defensive options like Incineroar or Castelia on the field, or some very strong offensive threats like Flutter Mane or Raging Bull. Terra Steel Urshifu was so good for Alex to be able to attack in front of that Flutter Mane, which is usually very good at forcing Urshifu to play defensively.
Não foi dessa vez pra Crescelia,
win with a strong team and strong play as well coming out from
o cara
Alex
trouxe
Gomez. Looking back at the match too,
o cara trouxe
and that terrestrialization, that pressure, it just from the get-go, Rafa had to play so carefully around it, and there is even a lot of great plays going for targeting into the other slot, etc. But you're still just not picking up the KOs. Your Flutter Mane then the turn after, and it's just kind of done from there. It was constantly just a 3v4, 2v4 into just finding himself just out of options.
I think especially in both games, when the Flutter Mane goes down to the Surging Strikes, the offensive pressure into Alex's team drops a lot. Raging Bolt, especially with the Life Orb, can put out a lot of damage. But Alex has some great swaps. He has the early move that can come in on it, the grassy terrain to kind of heal off some of the damage. Got a couple fake outs to prevent it from attacking as much as you can. And on these turns, when Alex is able to force Rafa to not do a lot of damage, he's also doing a good amount of damage himself. And it's a lot of these small trades that kept adding up. And eventually it just became a 4v2, a 3v1, and at that point, even when you did a little bit of damage to some of Alex's Pokemon, it's just not enough.
Especially too when Alex has the fake out growth. So, I mean, you lose a Pokemon for Rafa, and then it can just be a
irmão grande brasileiro.
Here's an Intimidate, here's another fake out, and then if you play around the fake outs, it can just be sort of hard swap instead, right? Like that is so difficult to go up against, especially when you're just losing momentum. And another way, Alex was really just able to control the pace of the game at any point. Like it felt so safe, and even the options that could have been threatening, like that first minute in game 1. If you look at the grassy terrain, you look at how well Alex was making sure this does not always have that Intimidate ready. Like it just, those options just quickly became done.
To Rafa's credit, I think this swap from the Trick Room mode to the faster offense mode in Game 2 was smart because of that, fake out pressure that Alex almost constantly has. If you're trying to run a Trick Room mode into double fake out, you're probably losing a lot of turns in Trick Room, and when you set Trick Room up, you really, really need to maximize the offense you get out of it. But if you're having to protect for fake outs, you have to protect to get the Flame Orb up, that just wastes too many turns in Trick Room. And so swapping to that more speedy offensive mode, I think a smart play, just unfortunately still not enough to break break through that really strong defensive backbone and combined with the Urshifu and Chen offense.
And Alex for his team just has so much different coverage options. Like you call out terrestrialization on the Ursaluna and it's like, okay, well, it still feels bad against Alex Cabral. Like you look at anything that he tried to throw, just was not much there. But for Alex being able to win that set 2-0, definitely going to be a strong beat.
Como que o cara fez essa façanha? 6.000 tá perto? Pertíssimo. Só tem oceano na frente, mano.
That's right. I'm here with the winner of our Swiss round number 2, Alex Gomez Berna. Hi, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. It was a nice round so far. I think I'm playing well, so hopefully I keep going like this.
I'd say so. I think you put on a pretty good display there in that set. Going back to that first game, you see the Cresselia, you see the Ursaluna. So what's going through your head in terms of how you're going to beat that trickery strategy?
Well, there was a big difference between the Ursalunas have faced around. His Ursaluna was with sword dance. He didn't have a headlong rush, so I thought he could just ignore the Ursaluna basically. As long as the Trick Room gets expired, then Chen Pao will be able to beat the Ursaluna because I have the focus sash. So my idea was just set up the grassy terrain, try to intimidate Ursaluna, and as long as there is no crits involved, I will be fine.
Yes, that's something that we always have to avoid, right? But then in that game number 2, looked like you were in perfect control with the damage trades there. So congratulations on the great 2-0 victory.
Thank
Alex,
you.
I would like to ask you a couple of questions about the team and like some of the choices that you made. One of which was that Terra Steel Urshifu. We really saw that defensive Terra come in clutch. So what was some of the reasoning you decided to go for a more defensive Terra?
Yeah, sure. I think Terra Steel on Urshifu is very strong right now. This team is very similar to what I used at AYC to get third. At AYC I used Fire, and I think for that environment there was a lot of overpump fire, as there still is, right? But I play a different matchup, so I thought that Terra Steel would be strong coming into this. There is, I think, Side Spam also, Iron Crown next to Indeedee is kind of popular, so I thought that I need this Terra for Urshifu.
Yeah, definitely helped out without the headlong rush you were saying, but there's still other threats to worry about with that Terra Steel. You worried at all about facing opposing Landorus, for example?
Yeah, Lando, for example, is it's annoying, as you just mentioned. I need to play carefully and maybe possibly don't Terra Steel my Urshifu because otherwise my Urshifu gets dropped. So yeah, you need to play carefully around this Urshifu. Nowadays Urshifu, it's more bulky oriented instead of fast-paced as it used to be, so yeah.
Thinking about some of the bulk, because I think that you bring up a great point. There are a lot of Pokemon that have decided to be a bit more on the defensive side. I think Fluttermane was certainly one of those Pokemon. Prior to this event, everyone was keeping their eyes on. I saw the helping hand on your Incineroar, as did everybody else, in terms of helping shore up a bit of that damage. Do you like that choice on your Incineroar? Is that something that you've been playing around with for a while?
Yeah, well, the team, I kind of picked it this week because I didn't have so much time, honestly. But I feel really confident playing balance. I think at some point I try to change my style, and maybe I need a little bit more time to play other team instead of balance, right? So I thought, okay, I think I'm strong at this. People also know I'm strong at this, so why not? Committing into what I think I can do good at.
I mean, one of the things about balance is you get a chance to show off your personal skill expression as a player too, so I bet that must feel nice. Alex, how are you feeling going against the rest of these North American players?
Well, I'm very excited to be here. It's my first time playing a regional in North America. So
oh, that's great. Well, welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing to Justin, Lorsi, the strongest North American players. I would love to see Wolfie back as well. I think we need him. And well, I also feel like many Europeans came over, like Marco, Fede, Eric, Michael as well. So, well, it kind of feels like an international, honestly.
It really does. I was looking at that list too, and I was like, I can't believe that Alex Gomez is going to be here. That's so cool. And it's really great to see all of you here. Do you have any plans as you're kind of looking at Toronto? Any sightseeing?
Well, yesterday I wanted to visit the Niagara Falls. But I couldn't because my flight was postponed, so I had to fly yesterday. So then I couldn't do any sightseeing, right? So yeah, I think I won't be able unless today.
Okay, well then hopefully no sightseeing this weekend. Maybe you get a chance to enjoy some of the good food that Toronto has to offer instead. So
yes.
That would be quite nice. Alex, final kind of thoughts from you in terms of coming back to Regulation F. Talk about your strengths as a balanced player and just how good balance can be. But even looking back at your results from Regulation F, you mentioned your top 4 at EUIC, your regional performances look strong as well with a top 16 and a top 32. So what are you hoping to get out of Toronto this weekend?
Well, at least the minimum would be to make day 2. That's the first goal, and then step by step. Of course, everyone wants to win. But in the end, I think sometimes I have focused way too much on winning, and then I don't enjoy so much the game. So for this year, I kind of changed my mind, and I'm sticking to doing what I think I can do best, and then trying to enjoy the game as much as I can. And if a win comes, then that's perfect.
I love that mentality. I think there's something a lot of top players can learn from that. But Alex, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts here or shout-outs that you'd like to make?
For sure. Shout-outs to Movistar Koi, of course, Canecro, my friends, Jordi and Tawal, girlfriend, family, fans, everyone at home supporting me. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Yes, muchas gracias to you as well, Alex. And we are going to take a short break. While we do that, actually, Aaron Cybertron Zhang has a segment to show you. A to Zhang. I think you can sell it better than that, but anyway, enjoy.
Hello everybody and welcome to A to Zhang, a new segment here where I break down the matches for all of you. Should be super fun. We got to see Joe Brown debut this kind of segment over in Las Vegas season. And of course, for those of you that watched the London World Championships back in 2022, Scott Plaza and I had the couch, which was basically the same kind of concept. So the idea is simple. We look at the matches, we talk about the key moments, what both players did well, what could have influenced the match, key turns, all of that good stuff. So let's just get started. We'll first talk about the matchup at hand, right? So we've got Rafa versus Alex. Alex, of course, one of the most decorated players in VGC history, coming all the way over from Europe. And so I first of all want to dive into the team matchup. And Alex covered a really big part. And obviously, if you watched that first game, you saw that Ursaluna was not really as impactful as you might think in this matchup. But before diving into the specifics, let's just talk about the nature of the teams. So Alex's team here, these are like basically the big 6 from the previous format. We saw the specific 6 Pokemon dominate. It originated from Japan, and we've seen a lot of different iterations, right? Choice Scarf Urshifu was common at one point, but now it's the defensive Terra Steel Mystic Water set. I think recently on adaptations of these teams, we've seen like Water Mains being used over Champao, but overall, part of what makes this course so effective is that you have incredible defense and incredible offense, right? And I think one of the key things in that last matchup was that Rafa actually did not have the ability to get one-hit knockouts throughout the majority of that battle. She do a lot of damage, but as we've got Inception going on there. But the key thing here is ultimately Alex just has so many tools, right? And if you look at Rafa's team, he has incredible damage from the Choice Specs Flutter main, and he also has this defensive core between Cresselia and the Ursaluna. However, it's very difficult to, 1, set up Trick Room, and then 2, get Ursaluna out under that Trick Room as well, right? And so part of what's challenging about this matchup as we dive right into it is, if you're Rafa, how do you distribute enough damage? And Rafa starts the set off super well, right? He gets this Moonblast off, predicts Alex's Protect on the Urshifu, doesn't even fake out into that slot, and double pivots out. But crucially, as you can see here, doesn't get a knockout onto the Incineroar, and even though this damage looks really flashy, Alex is actually still probably okay with the trade, because what's most important for him is being able to damage with the Urshifu. Rafa in the first game decides to crucially drop both Water Overpon and Raging Bolt, as you saw when he brought in Cresselia. And that's a really big deal, because it means that he
don't have a single resistance to the surging
primeiros
strikes, right? And
Pokémon que
so
eu tinha
Alex doesn't necessarily
e eu
know
usei
that
no
at this point. It's
campeonato
the beginning of the set.
não
He's playing a
estavam
little bit
buildados,
safer.
não
He
estavam
knows he
nada,
has
pra
Steel
ter
Terra and
noção.
Urshifu, but
Meu
if
time
you
era
go for that Terra, obviously you open yourself up to
Dragonite,
weaknesses, right?
Umbreon,
And so
Raichu,
that first turn doesn't go super well for
Frozless,
Alex, but it's okay. Then Rillaboom ends up coming in, Cresselia's in, and this is already a big crucial point, right? Because if you are Alex, what you want to do is deny Trick Room and do a lot of damage. As Alex called out, this Ursaluna actually does not have Headlong Rush, and so with Steel Terra and Ursaluna, you actually wall the Ursaluna quite nicely. And so part of what makes this matchup tricky for Rafa is that you have to deal with the constant fake out cycling from Alex's end as well, right? Fake out denies Trick Room for a turn, you don't have Protect on Cresselia, and this is a really, really key turn because Alex is now able to just play defensively with Urshifu, and Rafa does not have too many ways to punish it, right? Steel Terra on this Urshifu means that the only ways you can hit it for super effective damage are Flare Blitz from Incineroar as well as Earthquake from Ursaluna, but Earthquake's damage is produced by that grassy terrain. So in this position, it's a safe Steel Terra, and you see how little damage it takes. This is one of the reasons why defensive Terra is so good on Urshifu right now. Alex decides to commit all in on the Incineroar, and at this point, Rafa's probably realizing, wow, I really wish that I had my Water Ogre Pond, right? If you had Water Ogre Pond, you'd be able to bring it in, you'd be able to soak up damage, but with no Water Ogre Pond being selected in this first game, you see it's Cresselia Ursaluna in the back, it's basically a disaster, because there's nothing stopping the surging strikes right now, right? So Rafa at this point is probably thinking, hey, I at least need to get Trick Room up, and I need to get Ursaluna up under Trick Room. But these Moonblasts are kind of just tickling Alex's Pokemon, right? This is a Choice Spec Slaughter Main, but it's only doing 23%. Got a lot of damage off on that Incineroar early on, but with no switch-ins and surging strikes, once again, the lack of Water Ogre Pond as well as Raging Bolt are like the two key defining factors here. Alex is just free to spam surging strikes. And yes, he has to respect the threat of Water Ogre Pond coming in or Raging Bolt coming in, but he's basically saying, you need to show me that you actually brought those Pokemon, and even if you switch it in, it means that whatever you're switching out that turn is not accomplishing anything, right? So Rafa's in this position where, yes, he can finally get Trick Room up, but is it too late? Because you don't do any damage to Cresselia, which means that you're all in on Ursaluna. And Ursaluna under Trick Room, of course, is one of the most threatening Pokemon in this format, but when you have Intimidate support from Incineroar, it becomes a lot less effective. And, as Alex called out in the interview, crucially, there's no Headlong Rush here. Headlong Rush only gives Ursaluna the firepower it can to one-shot those Steel types, but Grassy Terrain being able to produce quick damage is so impactful in this battle. And so, for an Urshifu to be able to actually take in Ursaluna is not very common, but is the case in this set, right? And so, Rafa finally sets up Trick Room in game one. And he does have Sword Stance on Ursaluna, right? So it feels like if he's, able to pull off comeback here, you have to make the right call every turn. He's playing pretty significantly down from behind. And then crucially, as we wrap up this first game, Alex switches out the Champ out to Incineroar. This is always a safe play. You guarantee the Intimidate onto Ursaluna. You don't really mind if Incineroar faints. If Incineroar faints, then you can just bring out the Rillaboom or the Champ out, right? And Alex knows, hey, I've got all this defense thanks to Steel Terra. I think this is probably the crucial turn where Rafa maybe could have gone for something different. He decides to elect for the Ghost Terra here on the Ursaluna, but then actually ends up protecting, which I was a little bit surprised by. Since he had Sword Stance, I think this was the turn to potentially go for a Sword Stance, right? I think what Rafa was predicting was for Champa to stay in, and he was hoping to break the focus sash on the Champa. Alex just goes for this wonderful Incineroar switch in. And I think now by not going for Sword Stance on Ursaluna this turn, there's just very, very little that Rafa can do. If you get that Sword Stance off with that Ghost Terra, you actually, of course, are immune to a Fake Out, and an Earthquake plus Helping Hand actually does ridiculous amounts of damage. But by going for that Protect, now it means that you do not have a way to knock out Urshifu the next turn. There's only 3 turns of Trick Room left. So even though Cresselia has Helping Hand, which is obviously a very nice move, has fire priority, so it gets around the Fake Out. You prevent the flinch, sure, but your only means of offense here is Earthquake, right? So it doesn't really matter from Alex's end. He just wants to make sure that Cresselia doesn't get to make any move other than Helping Hand. So the key thing he was hoping for here is no critical hit, and with no crit, the Urshifu just gets another surging strikes off. But if it was a Sword Stance that previous turn, Ursaluna, of course, would be able to do more damage. But, the key thing is, do you really want a Sword Stance in front of a Chien-Pao and an Urshifu, right? Especially because the Chien-Pao has Focus Sash. And that's the key thing, like Urshifu and Chien-Pao, they're not necessarily the quirkiest of Pokemon, but when you have Steel Terra and Focus Sash, that's all you need, right, in order to just survive one big hit. And so, I think
had that
Aí eu tô
permanent sword
montando um
stance,
time aqui
game
que
would have been more
eu acho
interesting, but
interessante.
ultimately
E
not the case,
Marlon,
right?
detalhe, tá?
So we're
Não
jumping
foi
right into
o
the next game. I'm
campeonato
gonna pause real quick
o
and talk a
torneio
little
que
bit about what went
esse cara
wrong, right,
fez,
for and what went
não
right.
foi em qualquer lugar.
So if you're in Rafa's shoes,
Foi
you're
no
probably like,
Brilliant,
wow,
foi
like
no
Trick
Shiny Pro
Room,
que ele fez,
I
né?
got set up
Quem
and I
tinha
still
o
wasn't able to
Brilliant
do enough
da Shiny
damage.
Pro
In
participou
order
do
for me
campeonato.
to successfully win with Ursaluna Cresselia, it enables
Pra
one, setting up
minha,
Trick Room, and then
pra
two,
minha
getting a
falta
sword
de
stance off
sorte,
of Ursaluna, because
eu
without sword
enfrentei
stance,
muita gente
right,
com time
the
buildado,
earthquakes
né?
just don't do
Eu só
enough
tinha
damage.
Scarlet
So
Violet,
that means that
o
the
Sword
Trick Room
and
line
Shield só
is
passou
really
os
difficult
poucos
to execute, not as
pro
powerful,
Brilliant
right?
da Shiny Pro
Raging Bolt,
e
Water
me
Ogerpon,
amassou,
neither of those
entendeu?
Pokemon came out in that first game, and Urshifu was able to just click Surging Strikes for so many turns. So if you're in Rafa's shoes, you're probably thinking about bringing one, if not both of those Pokemon, right? One thing I was thinking that Rafa could do in this set is actually leave that Water Ogerpon, because if you leave Water Ogerpon, then you immediately have the ability to potentially interact, right, with Follow Me. However, one thing that makes this matchup tricky, I think, is even with Water Ogerpon, Alex can just constantly cycle Incineroar
eu vou usar só
in order to cycle
sol,
his fake outs, which
vou usar
can be
time que
quite
use
annoying.
sol.
And I think the other
Pelo
difficult part
menos,
here is that Fluttermane is a nuke offensively, but it is
pelo
unable to actually
menos
get
os
one
dois
hit KOs most of the time in this
Pokémon
matchup, and it gets one hit KO'd very easily in return by the Urshifu.
Pelo
Right?
menos
So
dois Pokémon
in the
vão se
second
beneficiar
game,
bastante
Rafa
do
decides
sol.
to bring Raging Bolt. I think this is absolutely the right adjustment. I think
Esse
Bolt
time
needs
que
to
eu tô
actually
fazendo.
really lean into
Só
his
que nenhum
offense here.
deles
This is an
cerca, né?
offensive Raging
Sol.
Bolt, so
Eu
it's
vou
not
ter
the
que...
calm mindset. It's Life
Eu não
Orb
sei
with
se esse
Thunderbolt,
último Pokémon
Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse,
eu
right? So
coloco pra
I
ser
think
o
with this
tanto,
adjustment,
né, pra setar
if you're
o
Rafa, what you really
Sandeia,
want to do
o sol
is
no
get
caso,
some key Thunderbolts off
ou se eu,
into really
ou
the
se eu
entire team,
abdico
right?
de
Like,
ataque
if
num
you're
certo
able
Pokémon
to knock out
que
the
eu
Urshifu,
tô
that's a
querendo
big piece of
colocar
offense
pra
on
colocar
immediately.
o ataque de sol,
we
só que eu
jump
vou deixar o
into the
set
next
nele.
game, we end up seeing,
Tô
of course,
pensando em
the
colocar só o
Fluttermane
set
being
nesse
brought out,
Pokémon.
as well as the Raging Bolt.
Time
And
pra
it's
BDSP,
the key thing
sim,
here is that this
eu tô
Steel
fazendo
Terra
time
is
pro
just so safe on
BDSP porque
Urshifu, and
esse cara
in the
que eu
early
participei
game
do
of Game 2,
torneio dele,
Fluttermane just goes
ele
down
falou que
immediately once again. There's no
pretende
Water Ogerpon switch in
fazer
despite Rafa actually having
outro
brought it
torneio
out.
no
So I think
BDSP.
this already gives a lot of momentum over to Alex,
Aí
because
eu quero
had
deixar
Water
meu time
Ogerpon
já
positioned
pronto,
next to Raging
entendeu?
Bolt
Que
in this
independente
set,
de quando for
I
o
think then
torneio,
you have the ability
pelo
to
menos eu já
redirect
tenho um
damage
time
away,
pronto.
and you have the ability to just threaten with Thunderbolt, right? I think, like, in order for Fluttermane to really succeed in this set, it's not about getting
Eu não
early
quero
damage
mudar
off, it's
nada no
about using
time,
it in the
nem
late game
pouco
ideally
no
to
time.
KO everything, right? So,
Eu quero
like, I
testar
think
esse
one
time,
game
eu
kind of
quero ver
basically
como é
like
que
use
vai
Raging
ser
Bolt,
o
Water
jogo.
Ogerpon in the early game, whittle away at everything, then bring out Specs
Não vou
Fluttermane
usar
and ideally
lendário, não
clean
sei
up
se
the
pode
game with
usar
it.
lendário,
The
mas não vou
problem,
usar
I think,
lendário.
for Rafa and throughout the course of the set was that Fluttermane was being used to do around 60-70% and maybe chip away at Pokemon, but then it just like went down in
Outro
return.
torneio.
And that trade-off's actually not really great because Fluttermane is the most offensive piece of the team, right? Of course, one of the other things it could have gone for was maybe like a Shadow Ball into Urshifu.
Não, mas eu já tenho
That
time,
gets it into a range
eu já
where
tenho time
Thunderclap
feito aqui,
potentially can KO it, but
Marlon, já tenho
Fluttermane was
time
kind
aqui
of
na
just getting Moon
cabeça já
Blast off.
feito.
And the thing
Eu
is,
só
like, Alex
preciso
is taking so
executar.
much damage with Incineroar in
Foi
both game 1 and
saco
game
de
2,
achar,
but
porque
he's like okay with that,
ele
right? As
só
long
é
as Incineroar
encontrado no
survives, which he
Safari.
crucially did in game 1,
Esse
he's able to get that
bicho
Intimidate off,
me
he's able to
escapou
pivot in, he's
3
able to fake
vezes.
out. It's a Pokemon
Meu
that,
Deus
like,
do céu,
is
que
just
bichinho
so,
chato
has so
pra
many
pegar, na
resources
moral.
that you don't really mind taking that damage, and the main damage dealer, once again, is still this Urshifu, right? And so, in game 2, Rafa gives up that Fluttermane too early on. Ogerpon comes out now, so now it's like at least the situation where
Eu
you
acho
do
que
have
eu só
Ogerpon
tô
plus
em
Raging
dúvida
Bolt
no
next to each
último
other.
Pokémon que eu vou colocar.
But the key thing here is now you have the mind game, right? Okay, do I actually go for
Eu vou
the
ter
follow
controle
me? And
de...
Alex can continuously cycle this fake out as well. And this next turn is huge. It's Ivy Cudgel into Urshifu. No Thunderclap. It's Life Orb Thunderclap here, right? So like Raging Bolt just is not going for potential knockout. Of course, one of the reasons here is like you might predict a protect on the Urshifu, right? So you don't want to all in on that slot.
Deles eu
Give
já
Alex the
montei,
switch
né?
in. It ends up being Surging Strikes, so you might also be wondering why Surging Strikes. A couple reasons. First of all, it prevents the defense drop and special defense drop, and second of all, there is Ghost Terra and Incineroar in the back from Rafa's end.
Eu tô em
and
dúvida
so
só
you
no
want to make
último,
sure
mas
that you cover for that
a
in
princípio
case
o meu
it decides to
time,
switch in, right?
o time que eu
It
quero
ends up being
montar
Dragon Pulse into Rillaboom here, so
Arcanine,
kind of like a split turn where it's just a little bit of damage into both slots. And crucially, once again, Alex is
eu não sei
just
quem eu
manages to survive
coloco,
the turn,
entendeu?
right? It's tough off for Rafa because, like, you probably really want to knock out the Urshifu, but you know that if you just double up into that slot, Alex can keep pivoting into or movement, like bring this fake out cycling. One of the reasons why these balanced teams I think are so difficult to fight against, but I think the last two turns, both crucial turns where
Alex is just gaining more and more steam, right? Even though I think Raging Bolt and Water Ogre Pawn are the right adjustments, Rafa crucially doesn't go for Follow Me that turn. There's no double up into the Urshifu, and so Urshifu gets to stick around for a little bit longer. Crucially, like Rillaboom now is out and is able to start cycling Fake Out once again, right? And for Alex, a lot about this is like, can I just keep chipping away at these Pokemon, right? It's not like the leftovers Raging Bolt, and so it's not like you can just sustain for forever. And in my opinion, in this matchup, basically Raging Bolt needs to do the heavy lifting in terms of damage, and at this point it's already at 60% and still hasn't really gotten knockouts, right? And so I think that last one was a big opportunity to knock out the Urshifu, but ends up not happening here. So we later go on to this game where Chien-Pao is out on the field with the Urshifu. Ogerpon switches in, but now it's like this pin, right, where like Chien-Pao has the Ice Skull Crash, and so it has the ability to just like deal so much damage to the Raging Bolt, and with no Bug Terra being committed on it either, it just falls immediately. So in the end, Raging Bolt was brought to the battle, but it got one Dragon Pulse off. That was it, into a Rillaboom, right? There was no Thunderclap into Urshifu at any given point, and so you know the Chien-Pao plus the Urshifu combo just able to do so much damage, and I think like Alex was just able to keep pushing his momentum. It felt like every turn he was just gaining more and more. And it was one of those situations where it's like, even if he gets it wrong, he still has so many resources to work with because all of his Pokemon can deal decent damage, whereas Rafa's damage output feels a little bit more limited, and Index is heavily on Raging Bolt because the Flutter Mane fell down so early on in the game, right? So now you've got Incineroar and Ogerpon left. There's not really much they can do. Alex still has all his Pokemon that cycle in and out. And so I think like Rafa made the right adjustments in this game, because I think like Cresselia Ursaluna was probably not it, although in game one, had Ursaluna gone for a Swords Dance, maybe there was the opportunity to sweep with it, although he was probably still too far behind because like you just don't have enough turns to work with. And then in the second game, I really like the decision to bring Water Ogre and Raging Bolt. I think from like a team perspective, that's absolutely the right decision. But ultimately, Alex just like made some really nice calls, and Rafa maybe was a little bit too scared of committing, right? Like, oh, I don't want to go all in on knocking out your Urshifu because it's so easy to switch that Urshifu slot out. But Alex was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay in. I think I'm going to attack and get so many nice calls right? Surging Strikes in front of an Ogerpon and ends up avoiding getting knocked out by a Thunderclap, for example. I think had Urshifu gone down earlier on in the game, and if you clear Urshifu, then like Flutter Mane suddenly becomes so much stronger, right? Because you've got this very Ghost Pokemon that is immune to the Fake Outs from the opposing end, so much damage, but in this game, yeah, I think it's like the Raging Bolt going down to that Ice Skull Crash, and the Terra was already committed on the Incineroar, so obviously you couldn't Terra on the Raging Bolt, but we started off this battle with Incineroar going for a Terra as well, and trying to avoid a Fake Out from Alex's end. Alex doesn't bother even going for the Fake Out, and so like it's kind of a waste of Terra ultimately on the Incineroar, and Raging Bolt probably would have appreciated having that Bug Terra a little bit more specifically to deal with the Chien-Pao, right? And so it's one of those where I think Alex just utilized his tools really nicely. Rafa made the right adjustments, but you still have to execute it properly, right? And it's difficult to make these calls. Alex is such a good player, and I think, yeah, Raging Bolt was actually the key for Rafa in this set, so even though like it didn't work out for him in terms of like I think Pokemon adjustments, it absolutely was correct. And then like Water Ogerpon could have maybe been brought in a little bit earlier on some of those Surging Strikes turns to protect Flutter Mane a little bit more, because ultimately I think big picture wise what you want to do is knock out Urshifu, then ideally have like Water Ogerpon and Flutter Mane next to each other, where Water Ogerpon can protect the Flutter Mane can then even maybe go for, you know, just specs, Boom Blast, Specs Dazzle, or even Fairy Terra. Right, but I think this case kind of, or this match just showcases why Alex's core is so effective. It is really hard to deal with both the offense and the defense and the positioning, right? And because of this double fake out cycling, at any given point, you have to respect Alex just, you know, hard swapping Incineroar for Rillaboom, or Rillaboom going out into Incineroar as well. And what makes it tough is if you like don't get one key turn right against the key offensive Pokemon in Urshifu in this case, or Chien-Pao, it's able to kind of just run away with it. So I think the matchup was already probably not like amazing for Rafa, especially because his Ursaluna crucially did not have that Headlong Rush. If you have Headlong Rush on Ursaluna, I actually think Trick Room becomes a much more viable angle where you can go Incineroar, Water Ogerpon, Cresselia, and Ursaluna. The idea behind that is, hey, let me go all in on Trick Room, right? I can use Incineroar, Cresselia as an early lead, which pressures Fake Out into Trick Room, or I can even, you know, just pivot out and set up Trick Room as Ursaluna comes in. But because it's this Swords Dance set, and because there's grassy terrain,
and because it's Steel Terra Urshifu, it just means that Ursaluna does not guarantee one-hit knockouts, and you need to spend a turn Sword Stancing, and that's really tricky because Ursaluna does not have that many turns of Trick Room to work with, right, as we saw on that end of that first game. So I would have loved to see how game 1 would have played out had Rafa gone for the Ghost Terra Sword Stance that turn, because then he actually would have been able to start dishing out a lot of damage. He only had 3 turns of Trick Room to work with afterwards, though, so what Alex probably wants to do is like attack, solid a turn, right, and then keep pivoting from there. But if Sword Stance came out in the end of game 1, I think Rafa had maybe a potential path back into the game. And then game 2 wasn't, in my opinion, like any one specific turn that won Alex the game. It was just like Alex consistently getting the better end of these trades, right? Flutter Mane goes down early, that's out of the way. And then, like, Alex maneuvered the mid-game with Raging Bull Water Overfun out on the field really nicely, where Raging Bull ultimately when he got that Dragon Pulse off, didn't go for Thunderclaps, trying to respect Alex protecting switching. But I think because the Raging Bolt is such a big piece of damage, didn't go for Thunderclaps, trying to respect Alex protecting or switching. But I think because the Raging Bolt is such a big piece of damage, and you kind of needed to just go for a Thunderclap probably with one of those key turns. And Urshifu just got away with way too much, and then with Terra being committed early on, then was not able to really accomplish very much. The Raging Bolt just wasn't able to go for So ultimately, really nicely pivoted by Alex. Like the set started with Flutter Mane doing this like really flashy like double up into Incineroar 90%, and you're probably like, whoa, like that's incredible. But Steel Terra Water Urshifu has been one of the biggest threats in this format. I think Alex demonstrated exactly why he was in the set, and he was okay taking damage with his other Pokemon as long as his Water Urshifu was positioned properly. So that is going to be it for a breakdown of this very first set. See if Alex Gomez can take the standard 6 that dominated in this format previously to new heights in this format.
Demos here with a recap of the 2026 Latin America International Championship held in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Over 500 trainers from around the world converged in pursuit of Pokemon, but would have to earn it by battling through a gauntlet of regional, international, and world champions along the way. With one of the most stacked top cuts of the season, featuring every in-full Masters contender, the bracket ultimately found Juan and Yuma punching their tickets to the finals in more ways than one. In the juniors finals, the multi-seasonal rivalry reached its breaking point as Magnus and Isaac clashed for the 13th time, trading blows in a whirlwind of tailwinds, speed drops, and high-risk aggression. When the dust settled, Magnus seized control of the finale with icy nerves and sharp reads, finally toppling his rival on the biggest stage of the year
Minecraft é mais de boa pra fazer série, Alexandre. Se eu fizer uma série de vídeo, Mine é interessante.
Pure skill distilled for all to enjoy, with a full 6 Pokemon mirror between Matthew and Charlie, where every protect, every switch, and every pivot carried championship title weight. Charlie struck first, but Matthew rewrote the script with immaculate Trick Room denial and the cleanest Ursaluna Hisui positioning season, returning Oceania to international glory. In the Masters Division, a world-class showdown ensued. Juan, the Latam superstar and global #1 in championship points, carrying the hopes of an entire region, versus Yuma, the Japanese national champion, on a worldwide quest for the 2026 World Championship title. In Game 1, Yuma Kinagawa unleashed a masterclass in aggression, turning Terra Normal Blood Moon into a wrecking ball after capitalizing on the very rough switch-in to nullify Juan's disruption and seal the
Aí é outro pra você fazer
Game 2
série.
featured both trainers opting for the same leads, with Yuma once again positioning the Bloodmoon Ursaluna onto the field to prepare for devastating damage.
Você quer fazer
Thanks
eu tô usando
to
o de
assistance
neutralize
from
de
its
gas,
pouring cast
Marlon.
of friends. Even though Juan improved his board positioning,
Pera, tu tá
Yuma
montando meu
had
time
one
do
final
showdown pra
trick
ver se é
up his
bom?
sleeve,
É isso?
which was the reveal of his final
Já
Pokemon being the Flamigo
eu não consigo jogar
instead of
dessa
Farigiraf,
forma, Alexandre. Só
completely
consigo jogar com
capitalizing
mod.
off of mind games that he conditioned Juan into from game 1 and making the crowd go wild. Juan fought with heart, skill, and the weight of a continent cheering behind him. But Yuma never blinked. With this win, he became the first Japanese player to ever win the Latin America International Championships.
If it's possible, there would
be another, but no, gets the KO, and that's going to be Yuma Kinugawa as your Latin American International Champion.
Pode fazer uma série meio que como se você tivesse ido pra outro mundo,
in the
entendeu?
pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to join the raids.
You don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with, you've been practicing with it for a while. So if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
Two things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time. Trust your guts. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before they're around, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me, I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Ele ser o cara que vai me ajudar em algumas coisas, entendeu? Ah, nossa, eu tô com... Tô viajando aqui, literalmente. Que assim, de certa forma eu acho que eu não tenho nenhum Pokémon que seja lento, tirando o Easy. Então, eu não sei se compensaria eu usar Trick Room. Porque ó, eu tenho redirecionamento, eu tenho Speed Control. Eu tenho Speed Control, eu tenho Setter, eu tenho um pouco que vai bater pelo lado físico, eu tenho certos counters se tiver pessoal para colocar clima, entendeu? Então assim, meu time tá bem redondinho que eu quero fazer. Eu tenho 3 mods que eu talvez possa gravar. Ó, legal, nice. Só que aí eu precisava só de um Pokémon para bater do lado especial. Seria muita doideira talvez fazer um Lucario ou Marlon para bater pelo lado especial?
everybody, to the Toronto Regional Championships here for the 2026 season, and I am back with some of my best friends on the broadcast here to bring you a little bit more Pokemon action before we get back into the actual battle action in the segment that I'm going to call the most unique Pokemon to Regulation F. I've scoured the data archives and found the Pokemon that have only appeared once in Phase 2 of the Regulation F tournaments that we had. So this segment is going to test not only your ability to guess the Pokemon correctly, that was the unique one that is missing, but also your team building skills and maybe even just your history or your memory or something, because you might just remember the team, who knows. And I hope that all of you at home will play along with us as we get into it. How's your confidence level feeling?
On a scale of 1 to 10, a -7.
This sounds like my type of team building, because in Pittsburgh when I played, I only had one Pokemon in top 12 usage, and that was probably a factor in my results. So I think I'm gonna be okay.
Aaron, what do you think? Do you think you've got the memory for this one?
No.
I mean, you're usually like a complete archive.
It's just been too long. It's been too long. We have rotated through so many formats so many times, but I am eager to see what the answers actually are, because I have no idea.
Well, I love that. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is there's going to be a team at the bottom of the screen. It's going to show 5 out of the 6 Pokemon. We're going to guess the 6th one that is missing. I'm going to ask you all for some thoughts. You know, what is missing from the team? Is it support? Is it damage? Give me some reasoning. And then we will reveal the answer, see if you get it correct. Then we get a chance to show the actual team and see what the Pokemon truly did on that team. So y'all ready to play?
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay, so first up, we've got a team from Luke Bauer, who I think all of you might remember as just having some really great success with a certain archetype. But what do you think is missing from this team?
I use
this team.
Oh.
Oh.
The first thing that comes to my head is King Gim. No, it can't be King Gambit, because obviously it's only one Pokemon in Phase 2. But I was thinking another strong physical attacker is what I'm thinking. I don't know what you guys are up to.
Anything physical? I see 3 physical Pokemon on this team.
It's funny, I was going to say Torkoal just because Luke is like a hard Trick Room player, but it could work here. I don't know if I'd love it, to be honest, because like the team is not actually very Trick Room indexed. It's like mainly Farigiraf and Ursaluna.
It could be Cresselia.
So maybe it's Trick Room that's missing. I mean, hey, when I think about teams like this and the way that I know Luke likes to play, I think, Aaron, you're on to something here. He loves hard Trick Room.
Is it Galate? No, yeah,
so is there a Trick Room setter maybe that's missing here, or a Trick Room Pokemon?
Hatterene would have been my other guess.
Yeah, I was sort of leaning towards Hatterene.
But there's no Indeedee, so it doesn't really make a ton of sense here, in my opinion.
So like, I remember thinking about this team that it was very unique in the sense that it almost played like a 2-2-2 team, where you had the Urshifu and the Ogremon for outside of Trick Room. Then there was great synergy between the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna. So now I'm trying to think, well, what would go well with the Iron Hands, right? So if it's a Trick Room setter, that would go great with the Iron Hands, and it's only appeared once in Phase 2. That rules out Porygon. It probably rules out Cresselia.
Yeah, I'm struggling because for the Farigiraf, you did a great job of hiding the Pokemon because there's so many Trick Room setters that are Psychic types, right?
Yeah.
And you would usually think you're not going to put 2 Psychic type Trick Rooms, because like, I'm thinking, what if it's Bronzong or something like that? But they're going to double up on Psychic types on our Trick Room? I don't know.
No.
I'm stumped.
All right. Are we all stumped?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it actually Cresselia?
It is not.
Okay, good.
Luke is the only player to make Phase 2 of Regulation F event with Enamorous Therian.
Oh!
Does that make sense to you? Does that fit?
It does. And I remember why it was familiar. I saw somebody using that in the Global Challenge a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
and I remember looking at it and being like, I do not like this Pokemon. I hate that I had to jump out of the sky to catch this Pokemon. Everything about this Pokemon is frustrating to me.
I don't know if Enamorous will
Tô
ever make
pensando que ia
sense.
chocar o 5 aqui, só chocou
I
um.
wish that it could do what it does
Beleza.
just a smidge better, because it's such a unique Pokemon in concept. It just doesn't quite get the execution that it needs.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and see what it did as we get a chance to reveal the full team here. And I did lie to you a little bit. There was no trick room on this particular Pokemon, but it was a choice spec set. What do you think of that?
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, like, my head index on Torkoal initially, because it's like, oh, when you get your room up, you just, like, want strong Pokemon can spread damage. And Enamorous with choice specs is very powerful. It's just one of those things where its signature attack is not accurate, and so you always have to, like, do you want to gamble, or would, like, you know, people run Dazzling Gleam as well. It's a really interesting Pokemon. Trick Room makes the most sense for it because it's just so slow. There's also a reason why it has not, no one else is like day 2 with it.
Yeah, the
It takes a professional Trick Room player, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Choice Specs Moonblast is actually really terrifying from Enamorous. Like, it's just, with the way that team is set up and some of Enamorous struggles, the hardest part is getting Enamorous set up under Trick Room, being able to click Moonblast, and that's why it struggles in usage.
Those sets were crazy, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. It was double kick for Igoraph, weakness policy, sleep talk, Ursaluna. Like, huh? That's crazy. That's so scary.
Bring back the team sheet.
Estamos de volta aí, finalmente.
That way, yeah!
Competitivo, entendeu?
Yeah, it's fascinating because this actually is
basicamente
more hard trick room than
proíbe
would feel on
lendários.
paper, because I think you normally see like the
Principais
Urshifu and the
lendários,
Fire
né, dos
Overcon, you're like, oh, well, they can see like a
A
fast
volta
mode, but
dos paradoxos
it was Choice Band Urshifu, my guess was probably like the min speed Urshifu with max HP, max attack, and the Overcon and Taunt as well, right? So it actually is a hard trick room, just not with Torkoal, which I know Luke really loves running.
So interesting, right? That was, I think, probably one of the harder ones in this list. But I do have the next one ready. So this next player is Richard McGowan, who
Boa sorte aí.
I almost said the Pokemon that.
Espero que você volte com notícias
I was gonna say,
boas.
Richard is actually here in Toronto and is 2-0 right now. I have no idea if Richard is actually using this Pokemon, but there is a Pokemon missing from this list. What do you think it is?
Okay, so there's no special damage on this team, so one would think it would be a special attacker.
Yeah, and
or is it?
The Teal Mask also, Ogerpon, is another interesting tech there. So even if the other Pokemon's only one of, Teal Mask is also very uncommon. So I think the hard thing to judge also with the Urshifu's just like, you know, vibing in their sprites. It's hard to tell if it's Single Strike or Rapid Strike sometimes, right? So
I didn't write that down.
No, that's not
I'll get that ready for next time.
It's all good.
I would assume it's Rapid Strike, because then you have the Hisuian Arcanine and the Water type Urshifu, and then the Teal Mask, which is just the Grass type Ogerpon. Unless you're also running a grass type mystery Pokemon, which I almost said was Rillaboom, and then I caught myself.
My favorite one usage Pokemon, Rillaboom.
Okay, think about the type of damage that might be missing from this team.
Yeah, so I was thinking there is no fairy type here, right?
Or so if you told me that slot was Fluttermane, I'm like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, so I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, it can't be.
It is definitely not Fluttermane.
It
given
can't be
the
Clefable,
assignment
right?
here.
Multiple people have used Clefable. I know, you know, we had Marco Silva with Rabombi, but that was Regulation H. So is there some other fairy type that we can? This is tough. And most fairy types, I feel like, are special attackers, right? So
yeah,
it's not like it narrows it down for us.
But I mean, hey, is it special damage or is it physical damage?
Physical fairy type Pokemon.
Physical would be kind of wild, because then it's just, I don't know, like from a team building perspective, 6 physical mons on a team that's a lot.
Tá difícil de vir
but it's not unheard of.
Meu Deus do céu.
Okay.
If you told me it was...
What did you say, Gabby?
You say physical fairy type, I think of Tinkaton. That's the only one that's coming to mind right now.
What do you think, Joe, Aaron? You think it could be Tinkaton?
I guess you have Fake Out. You probably don't have an Assault Vest anywhere on the team right now, so... it is surprisingly fast, and most of the team is very fast, right? Chimpao, Roaring Moon, Arcanine, like, it could work.
Tinkaton Hammer could pop.
I like it as a guess.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked. It would be shocked, if there were no special damage.
Well, shall we do the big reveal?
Yes.
Eu vou chutar um
It was Tinkaton. It was Tinkaton. So there's no special damage on this team.
That's wild.
I don't know. I mean, especially when you consider that there is a high usage of Assault Vest. I'm very impressed with Richard being able to make phase 2 with Tinkaton.
But you don't need special damage if Chien Pao's going to sort of ruin everything on the field. You have Choice Band Arcanine, you have Gigatsun Hammer.
That's
right?
true. Yeah. That is true. Let's actually take a look at the full team, and you get a chance to see how Richard actually used the Tinkaton.
Choice Band Steel Mask?
Yeah, okay. What are the things that are standing out to you about this team? There's a lot, actually.
Choice Band, Follow Me, you know, definitely not the most common combination.
But we've seen that before, right? Like Choice Specs Flutter Mane sets that also have like Taunt as the...
Eu esperava
the Breaking Swipe also, right? It shows that it's pretty much a fully supportive Roaring Moon there with Breaking Swipe, Tailwind, lowering the defenses there, attacks, excuse me. I think that Teal Mask it's arguably more exciting than the Tinkaton.
You really think the Roaring Moon is more exciting?
No, the Teal Mask.
Oh, the Teal Mask. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it is about the most unique Pokemon that made phase 2, right?
Question.
Yes.
Does that mean there were multiple Teal Masks that made phase 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Life Orb Arcanine, because Ogerpon is stealing its item.
You know, do you want to know something? I was going to spoil this later. John might have you break down these Ogerpon forms later. But Teal Mask was more popular than Ogerpon Cornerstone for Pokemon that made phase 2.
I refuse to believe it.
It makes sense, right? I think like if you actually look at the composition of this team, essentially, if you're going to use an all-physical team, you need Anti-Incineroar, given that it's so common, and so being able to have a Defiant user is really valuable, and it's like, you have Tinkaton for a faster fake out, you have a Defiant user in the Ogerpon, and you obviously have Water Urshifu as well, so it gives you a couple of answers, and probably deters people a little bit more from bringing Incineroar, but yeah, honestly, very impressive to day 2 with like an entire team only indexing physical Pokemon.
Well, congratulations to Richard for accomplishing something that I don't know will ever be done again in Regulation F, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong. We've got one more round to play here for now, and then we will have a couple more later, I hope. But this was a team used by Flavio Del Pidio to get Phase 2 at EUIC. There is a Pokemon missing here that is a one of, and just because it's kind of cool, no, Gastrodon was not a unique Pokemon to make Phase 2 Regulation F.
Was Baxcalibur?
No, it wasn't.
That one surprises me, because I remember...
There was a handful of both.
Again, lacking a Fairy type, right? It seems like, I don't know if there's a commonality here, but I'm just trying to look at the team building. Usually, you know, when you're working with friends, you're like, all right, what coverage are we missing? A lot of times, the first things I see here is lack of Dark type, lack of Fairy type.
Lack of Electric, too.
Lack of Electric.
There is a type missing that I think would be considered uncommon on a Regulation F team.
Is it like, the first thing I also thought of was like Bug with like Vikavolt or something?
But I guess I say like same type of attack bonus unless you make it yourself. With Terra.
Like Poison? Is an uncommon type? Rose is giving side-eye. I think I'm onto something with a poison type. Oh!
One of those guys.
Hey.
It would be Okidogi then, because I don't think I've seen the other two at all, ever.
I've definitely seen Okidogi on another team. Was it even in this format?
I think it was, right?
No, Okidogi.
I'm pretty sure it was. Exactly,
right?
All right.
Was it Pheasantipity?
Let's show the answer. It is, in fact, Pheasantipity. So great job, Aaron.
Fairy and Poison were missing on there, so we were on to something. Also, you know, no big deal, but 100% win rate with Pheasantipity on stream, you know.
I love it. Well,
this team is just sick. I mean, like, Flavio, obviously, like, incredibly decorated player from Europe, having won so many championships.
I do remember this was on stream.
Yeah, it was.
To see just one of Heatran, Baxcalibur, and Pheasantipity already would be like, whoa, that's pretty cool. And then to see all 3 of them on a team is like, he's cooking. But I think he's definitely... been one of, I'm always like intrigued by the teams that he brings because he works with really strong players, and then also like I feel like they often do find these like pretty unique anti-meta picks. Fezandipity, yeah, not an easy Pokemon to use. His stats are not that great. It's like can spread poison, but often like kind of just sits there and like doesn't do very much. And so very, very cool.
It's a bird. It's a bird that's weak to earthquake, which usually you don't. Like that's one of the good things about a lot of the birds in Pokemon is they avoid earthquake. It's got some trouble.
It's like a morning dove. It doesn't do a lot of flying. It like just kind of pecks at the ground. I feel like is kind of, I don't know, Fezandipity is like a quail-ish, quail adjacent.
It's definitely my favorite of the three, of the oil three. I've definitely tried to make it work a lot. You get that toxic,
Alexandre, por ser de telefone, é bem limitado.
Man, see toxic in general.
Bem limitado.
It's just, it's not a very common move. So.
And to have enough time to make Toxic actually worthwhile, I think, too, in any Pokemon game is impressive, especially in like a double format.
This team just is like really scary because you have a lot of recovery from grassy terrain, and then you have Heatran with the Magma Storm, and then you also have Gastron with the Yawn. So it's kind of like Team Ludondozo where you like trap something in and then chip away at it. But then like Excalibur feels like this ticking time bomb where if it gets that Swords Dance off, can start just getting one-hit knockouts pretty consistently. And Fezandipity, I imagine it's like you trap something in, you toxic them, and then you just make them really, really sad. But I think a team like that is not easy to execute because like you don't have a ton of damage. Like it's mainly going to be Excalibur that's going to be the damage dealer. Otherwise, you're looking for super effective hits. But no surprise that a player like Flavio was the one to pivot it to day 2 at UIC.
Well, thank you so much for playing. You got 2 out of 3 correct, so congratulations on that. Do have a couple of more teams prep, but we also have our next match. So let's go ahead and send it back over to our casters, Sierra and Jake, to bring us through this next one.
Now, Jake, I normally don't do so well with those types of games, but like I have to put this on air. So, you know, I was cooking during this one.
Were.
Like the Jacobson, I got that. Rose didn't even finish saying Flavio's full name, and I was like, it's Fezandipity.
It's UIC 2024.
Yeah, immediately. It helped that I casted that match, but it's okay.
Cheated.
It's not cheating if I casted it. Still have a cast match, but real quick. Unique Pokemon at this event.
Yes.
How many Go-Go's are in the field right now, Jake?
I'm guessing at least one because you're asking me about Go-Go specifically.
There's one.
Yeah.
At 2-0. How many Earthworms are in the field right now?
Dependendo da versão, Alexandre, se pá. Tenta fazer instâncias diferentes com esses mods. Faz uma instância só de Miraculous, depois só uma de Jojo, entendeu? E provavelmente vai dar certo.
Slitherwing.
0.
How is there a Snubble at 2-0 and no Slitherwing in the field?
No one has faith.
Absolutely no one has faith. That is absolutely crazy. But let's start talking about some players and some Pokemon that are in the field and still competing here at Toronto. We had a little bit of a community choice here for our 3rd Swiss round of the day. And you all have chosen Savonmat going up against Keanu Inosanto for our featured match. And of course, on the side broadcast, is going to be Oliver going up against Marcus. So an opportunity to check out 2 VGC matches at one. But really, we couldn't have gone wrong with any of these matches.
Yeah, 4 great matches here for our 3rd round. All these trainers starting out 2-0. They're a quarter of the way through the first Swiss phase of the tournament. And that's exactly where you want to be. You got yourself a nice little start here. Now you're getting a little bit deeper into Swiss. You know, the matches start getting a little bit harder and harder. You're playing people that are also winning and doing very well. And I think at this point, if you start off 3-0, you're halfway to phase 2. It's a great start to your day, and that's what all these trainers are looking for.
I mean, you would think that the early rounds of the regional would be the easier rounds, but
in theory.
Sometimes the Swiss machine is not forgiving out there, and that's where we find ourselves with matches like Savon going up against Keanu. This is definitely going to be a really, really fun match, especially too. It's not just the players on the one end you have to worry about, but the Pokemon as well. And I mean, Stefan has not really disappointed this season when you're looking at unique Pokemon and unique team building across the board. So something that we can definitely look forward to really make sure we're kicking off Regulation F right.
Yeah, Stefan won the Monterey Regional Championships back in the fall using Pokemon like Scyther and Garganacl, 2 Pokemon that are not very common. Of course, this was Regulation H, so it was a slightly different kind of average power level of all the Pokemon, but I guess not to spoil anything, at least one of those is showing up here again today, and it's already doing pretty well.
I will say that it's not the Scyther.
Well,
I'm sorry. I know
how many Scythers are in the field, and are they 2-0?
I mean,
probably not.
I didn't look for Scyther, but I imagine if Stefan isn't running the Scyther, there's probably not one out there.
Scyther's strongest soldier, already abandoned it.
Already abandoned. I mean, hey, sometimes it's like, you know, it's like they already has the win.
True. We gotta spread the love.
Gotta spread the love.
Yeah.
Get some wins with some other unique Pokemon out there. But I mean, unique Pokemon, they're fun. They definitely can win an event. But there's a reason they're unique, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes Pokemon that fill a very specific niche are a little difficult to build around. It's still going to be a tough task going up against someone like Keanu, who's definitely a very skilled trainer in his own right. But heading into the match, into these players, I mean, yeah, as you called out, Stefan, regional champion already this season.
Yeah.
Keanu is definitely no stranger to being able to make those runs at events. He's gone to top 32 at Worlds 24, I believe it was, as well as a top 8 at a regional. So, skilled trainer as well.
Should be a really fun match. Again, both of these trainers are, you know, people we've seen around the last few years making deep runs in events. I think especially Stefan has done, you know, made a bunch of day 2s and then finally got that second regional win this season here in Monterrey after, I think in 2022 was the first time he won after a little bit of a break there. But looking to add to his success this season, Stefan did bring back the Garganacl for this event here in Toronto. But Keanu has the Regidrago, a Pokemon that's kind of gone in and out of favor in the Regulation F metagame. I would have kind of thought it was on the downswing coming into this event, but Keanu's looking to bring it back to the top.
I mean, Regidrago is kind of on the biggest glow up of them all heading into this one. So this will be our first look on broadcast to see what it's made of. And a first look at, and maybe only look, at a couple of the Pokemon that Stefan has opted to bring into this event. A little insight that we got as well from behind the scenes, but from a special someone was, this team can be a little annoying to watch sometimes, but a welcome little break from Raging Bolt here. So I'm intrigued to see what it's all about. I mean, you called out the Garganacl as this favorite, something that is returning, and something that we've seen piloted by him before. But sometimes people think of this Garganacl as that wide guard, everything else. This one has dropped it instead a lot of other different helping moves, including that helping hand to boost the damage from other Pokemon.
This team is, it's funny, there's 3 Pokemon that like to make the games last very, very long. The Garganacl, Gastrodon, Grimmsnarl look to slow down the pace of the game. And then there's 3 Pokemon that look to make the games very, very fast. The Choice Band Entei, the Chien-Pao, and this Booster Energy Fluttermane. You know, with no Icy Wind on the set, it's presumably the special attack boosting set, but we won't know that until we see it in the field. But they also pair very well together, right? Like the Entei, Fluttermane, Chien-Pao appreciate a Grimmsnarl to, you know, mitigate some damage. Thunder Wave is really good when you have these very, very strong Pokemon. Of course, Garganacl, Gastrodon, Grimmsnarl mode likes having something that can come in and do a lot of damage all at once, kind of, you know, take a surprise KO and then play the slower game from there. So it's going to be fun to see how these 2 modes interact. The Gastrodon Garganacl specifically is going to be really hard to break. You have the combination of Salt Cure and the Yawn on Gastrodon, so you're doing a lot of chip damage. Both these Pokemon are able to make themselves healthier between the leftovers and the recover, so it'll be cool to see how that happens.
As well, when I think of something like Gastrodon, I think this should be so well up against something like an Urshifu, which Keanu does have on his team, but that's not the most, you know, fun part of this. I want to talk about the Regidrago. As I said, a little bit of a glow up heading into this event. Something like this Life Orb Dragon Energy can just do so much damage, especially in combination with the Dragon's Maw, and being combined with the Tornadoes on the team. I mean, you're going to have a lot of speed and a lot of offense. It just reminds me of any sort of tailwind, super spread damage attack that you feel launch off the get-go. So that's going to be something that someone really has to be careful of. You can't really disrespect.
Especially since you called out, there's no Wide Guard on the Garganacl. There's no way to block that Dragon Energy from doing a lot of damage if, you know, unless Stefan has either of his 2 Fairy types on the field. The Grimmsnarl is a really tough thing to break for Regidrago, so if Keanu wants to bring this Regidrago, you have to imagine something like the Golden Go also comes. It's a very strong combination, Dragon and Steel, so it's able to heavily threaten the Fairy types that want to swap in on that Dragon Energy. A lot of other offense throughout the team as well. This Choice Scarf Urshifu with the Terra of Water is able to boost that Surging Strike's damage. Of course, a little bit difficult to use into Gastrodon, which I actually think, like, Terra Fire Gastrodon looks very solid into this team. You beat Rillaboom and Ogerpon pretty hard. The Golden Go has a hard time if it locks into Make It Rain. Of course, Urshifu doesn't want to lock into a Water-type attack with the Storm Drain active. So if the Gastrodon comes, the Regidrago is one of the best things you have to damage it, but, you know, Fluttermane and Grimmsnarl might be there to try and ruin its day as well.
It'll be really interesting to see the 4 broad and specifically leads going into this as well. When you call out that, yeah, there's these 2 fairy types to really put pressure up against the Regidrago that are just going to instantly drop to something like the Golden Go if that's led instead. So I'm intrigued heading into this game 1 exactly where our trainers' minds are at. So let's get into this right away. It will be one of those speedy Pokemon for Keanu with the Golden Go though. And I really like the start from Stefan. We got to Grimmsnarl and the Entei, so a way to really be able to pressure Golden Go from the get-go.
Choice-Band Entei is a really big threat. You know, the inner focus is a huge ability for this Entei. Not only do you block flinches with, you know, fake outs or rock slides or anything, but you're also able to block intimidates. So this Entei will always be at neutral attack and firing off very strong attacks. It's also pretty good, well positioned here into the Golden Go. A fire type is one of the best Pokemon to take on this Choice Specs Golden Go. Of course, it does have power gens. You have to be a little worried about that, but with some help from the Grimmsnarl and presumably a light screen, it'll be able to stomach anything.
Yeah, right away, Prankster, light screen, not taking as much damage going down the line. It is going to be an Icy Wind to start things off and drop the speed from both the Pokemon on the opposing end as opposed to something like a Tailwind. Make it rain the follow-up right away, just looking to do some damage. Not enough, though, into the Grimmsnarl to take the KO. And Entei, of course, being resistant, not going to be taking much damage at all. Sacred Fire, it has an opportunity to miss, but it's going to hit its mark this time around, instantly taking KO to start this off.
Yeah, nice turn for Stefan there, immediately removing a big offensive threat, especially considering that Golden Go is... It's the thing that threatens your fairy types the most, right? So if you do have Flood Domain in the back, that's a great thing to get rid of. And now you're even more able to take on a Regidrago that Keanu possibly brought. The light screen there, putting in a lot of work. This Grimmsnarl able to survive the Choice Specs Make It Rain despite the weakness to the Steel typing. Means that it is now able to go for something like a Reflect, you know, maybe to protect yourself from some physical damage going forward, or even a Thunder Wave to possibly paralyze this Tornadus or Regidrago to neutralize a potential Tailwind coming out from Tornadus too.
Looking at this now with Regidrago hitting the field, the Entei being the Choice Band is locked into Sacred Fire, so that's not going to be dealing the most amount of damage to that Dragon type on the other end. You do want to try and get rid of that Tornadus though, try and target that down to make sure you get the Sticker Round because Stick or setting up a Tailwind if it is not going to opt for it this turn could be the option, but just protect, wanting to keep this Pokemon safe. Now for the Regidrago to see what it's going to target into. Okay, oh, it was the Thunder Wave into the Regidrago, so nothing there. Regidrago, no paralysis, and in return, won't be paralyzed for the rest of the match with that KO onto the Grimmsnarl.
Unfortunate for Stefan there, that would have been a really nice Thunder Wave to keep this Regidrago slower, even if a Tailwind or Icy Wind comes out again from this Tornadus. The Earth Power into the Grimmsnarl, I do think a really smart play. You eliminate the Fairy type, you now put yourself in a position where, okay, now my Dragon type attacks are much more likely to be hitting at full damage. Of course, this Entei being locked into Sacred Fire, your Regidrago's probably not taking much damage this turn, because that Grimmsnarl, if it does want to use the Spirit Break, will be attacking after Regidrago, of course. Tornadus protecting itself, making sure it stays healthy here. It is the Focus Sash variant, so it would have been able to survive Sacred Fire regardless. However, the 50% burn chance on Sacred Fire could have allowed Tornadus to be knocked out on that turn if it connected and got the burn. So I think a nice protect there just to make sure you get your Tornadus around one more turn. Potentially delay Tailwind if you need to get one more turn out of it, or even just keep it around for something like another Icy Wind.
And with the choice lock onto this Entei, a switch sooner rather than later makes a lot of sense. We get to see Gastronaut brought to the match and to the field. Sucker Punch, a lot of damage into this Regidrago to make sure that the damage, maybe the Dragon Energy, not quite as much. Tornadus to set up that speed as well. Here it is, Dragon Energy. This is going to be hitting its mark onto both Pokemon, but again, taking so much, doesn't really feel like much damage at all. It will break the Focus Sash on the Chien Pal, but that's kind of just it.
Really smart Sucker Punch there, knowing that Dragon Energy was likely coming off from this Regidrago. Despite the Tailwind going up, you attack before it, you do a big chunk of damage to it, but more importantly, you lower the damage of that Dragon Energy because it is based on your current percentage of your HP remaining. So Dragon Energy when Regidrago is at full health, very, very scary. Dragon Energy when Regidrago is at maybe a third of its health, clearly not as scary at all. This Gastrodon now in a really strong spot. It has got the leftovers. It's going to be able to shrug off a lot of damage it takes. If Stefan is able to take one more KO with another Sucker Punch into Regidrago, for example, Yawn on the Gastrodon will be able to put something in a drowsy state and then lock it on the field because Canna would be down to his final two Pokemon.
And just seeing how much damage that Sucker Punch did before, you're not safe to really just make a move with the Regidrago without being KO'd. And going for an attack with that Tornadus is a Bleak Wind miss onto the Chien Pao. Gastrodon now the last respawn. Muddy Water also has this chance to miss, but it won't. instead, breaking that sash onto this Tornadus.
Trading some misses there on both sides. The Blink Windstorm missing the Chen Pao is definitely the miss you want if you are Stefan. Less bulky than Gastrodon by a long shot, so this Chen Pao remaining healthier means that it should be able to survive one more Blink Windstorm. Will still be threatening this Regidrago with a Sucker Punch for a knockout. I do love the choice from the Muddy Water there on Tornadus. You're able to break the Focus Sash, maybe get some damage on whatever swaps in for Regidrago if it doesn't stand the field.
Regidrago, when you have the Sucker Punch just pressure, a switch sooner rather than later, you kind of need to go for it unless you're just going to let this Pokemon go to the wayside. So a switch into the Ogerpon Hearthflame, the fourth final Pokemon for Piano. So Sucker Punch will fail. Blink Windstorm will hit his mark on both Pokemon for this time around. Chen Pao brought down to a low amount of health and also getting a speed drop. Muddy Water though, this double connect. Tornadus also to a third and an accuracy drop onto that Ogerpon.
And that's the blessing of Muddy Water. It does hit both targets, which is nice for getting some damage on the board. But of course, it does have that chance to drop accuracy at the cost of its own accuracy not being the highest. Now this Ogerpon, it might not want to stay in the field because you maybe don't want to risk going for something like an Ivy Cudgel and missing, completely wasting a turn. However, if you want to swap Ogerpon out, it does have to be the Regidrago coming in. Stefan may be able to punish that by going for something like an Earth Power with your Gastrodon into that slot to guarantee that Regidrago gets knocked out. You put yourself up to Pokemon advantage, especially with the Gastrodon here. Being down to 2 Pokemon against a Yon Gastrodon can be a really rough place to be.
Yeah, so being able to try and keep this score, try and get rid of it would be nice. But right now, we're just going for a Protect on both of the Pokemon's Mega Shield as well for that. Gastrodon also for Protect, so just to Protect for almost everyone except for the Chen Pao. But of course, not much going to happen, just a little bit of information and just moving on a little bit forward, a bit more recovery for the little slug.
I think this is a really strong spot for Stefan to be in here. This Gastrodon, if it goes for Terra Fire, will not take much damage from Ogerpon at all. It remains neutral to Tornadus, but Tornadus is not the strongest Pokemon, especially on a team like this where it's more supportive. And you have 2 Pokemon with priority attacks that will be able to finish off Regidrago. The Chen Pao has Sucker Punch, the Entei has Extreme Speed, both of which will hit Regidrago for a knockout as soon as it's able to hit the field. Actually, no, the Regidrago has Terra Ghost. I don't think we've seen the Terra from Keanu yet, so if you are able to eliminate this Chen Pao, you can potentially protect your Regidrago with that Terra Ghost. And if you're able to do that, you really need that Regidrago to knock out the Gastrodon.
You need to get rid of that Chen Pao too, because those Sucker Punches have put so much pressure on that low HP Regidrago. Now, in this turn, though, we finally get to see the Terastallization spend for Spawn into that Terrifier, something called out as the match just looks so strong. Tornadus went for the Protect last turn, preserved Pokemon, reset that speed and the Tailwind going on forward, which is also nice because you also get around that Sucker Punch. Ivy Cudgel, maybe the accuracy's been dropped, but we're going to land the move now. Chen Pao is gone.
Chen Pao knocked out by Ivy Cudgel. Boost from the critical hit there. I think it's pretty safe to say that didn't matter too much. Gastrodon does get the chance to Earth Power. It does a little bit of damage to Ogerpon, but I don't know if that's enough for a knockout on the following turn. And because Stefan did not take a knockout this turn, he will have to lock Entei into a move for the remainder of this game, which allows Keanu to see what he wants to do. Of course, Keanu's 2 remaining Pokemon do both have Protect or Spiky Shield. You can always give yourself the chance to see what this Entei locks into. If Entei locks into anything except Extreme Speed, you don't really need to save your Terra for the Regidrago. But if you are Stefan, you're kind of thinking, how do I get rid of Regidrago before it can do something like this Life Orb Draco Meteor into my Gastrodon? Extreme Speed's a great way to guarantee that. Just unfortunately, Terra Ghost will be there to ruin your day.
Yeah, that's kind of the tough part about those Choice Lock Pokemon when you're looking at these end games. And sure enough, when you know that there is the Choice Lock Pokemon, the Double Protect from Keanu just makes so much sense. Now we know Extreme Speed will be the lock-in of choice. And yeah, it'll be a little bit of damage too into that Entei, but I think seeing what the lock-in was the most important part.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, the game is essentially just going to come down to, can my Regidrago connect a Draco Meteor into Gastrodon, and does that Draco Meteor KO it? And even if this Gastrodon gets itself up to full HP with those leftovers, maybe a Protector too, I don't know if it will be able to survive a Draco Meteor from this Dragon's Maw, Life Orb, Draco Meteor, Regidrago, especially now that Light Screen has worn off. So really well done by Keanu to let that stall out, and then allow your Regidrago to come in and clean up the game.
Yeah, the fact that it's a light clay for the Grimmsnarl as well, there's a lot of turns you have to be stalling out this Light Screen. So to be able to see the conclusion of that is definitely going to help try and clean up this end game. looking at this, just 2 Pokemon. The fact that the Gastrodon is at almost full again is going to be quite nice, but we got to see just how much damage this Gastrodon has been doing over time, which just really isn't that much. And at Entei too, you're looking at the extreme speeds. Do a lot of damage to the current state, but actually just still not enough to try and even the Pokemon count. Overpon survives. Critical hit on the Gastrodon. That's the Pokemon you need to be picking around. But we're actually going to have that accuracy drop from earlier pay off. That's going to be a miss, but 1 in kind. Gastrodon also going to be missing at 25.
What a turn! What a turn! That's really nice damage into Gastrodon. If there was ever a question of whether the Draco Meteor would knock it out, that question has been answered because the answer is obviously yes. With that critical hit, Blink Wind Storm. Of course, Gastrodon does get the chance for maybe 3-4 turns of leftovers recovery before that Draco Meteor comes through. But at this point, the power of Draco Meteor is too high. I don't think this Gastrodon will be able to survive Draco Meteor. The Ocarina and Tornadoes kind of don't matter anymore. This game is really just your Terra Ghost, Regidrago.
I mean, yeah, Regidrago's in the back. It is Eddie and Gastrodon kind of needing to protect and try and make it through this turn, get a little bit more recovery on just a sliver of health with that survival last turn extreme speed. Will be targeting down into that Tornadus to bring it to 2 Pokemon apiece. Ivy Cudgel was into the protected slot here, so now 2v2 for these trainers.
2v2, but again, Regidrago will hit the field here. I think anything except a Terra Ghost immediately from Regidrago would be quite surprising, because this Entei is locked into extreme speed. It does not have the ability to damage a Ghost type until it runs out of extreme speed power points. I don't think that'll happen too soon. We'll get to see just how many are left on this next screen here, but I think it might take a little bit of time for that to happen, and in the meantime, Regidrago will have more than enough power to knock out this Gastrodon. Since Gastrodon protected last turn as well, it won't be able to protect itself from one more turn of leftovers recovery unless Stefan tries to go for a double protect, but I think in this case, you're kind of just banking on the miss, right?
I mean, this has been the Terra talked about for the hour as well. The Ghost Terastallization on the Regidrago finally coming out to make sure that nothing this Entei can do can harm this Pokemon, really bring it down to the Dragon type versus the Slug. We'll get to see the Extreme T, you know, attempt to fight her off. You got to cover for it just in case. Now Earth Power, a little bit more accurate than something like that Draco Meteor, and with the amount of damage done previously into the Gastrodon, will pick it up. 2v1 now, and sure, that Entei is threatening that Ogerpon, but won't be able to do much in return. And even after the Life Orb recoil, it's still not enough for the Regidrago to go down. So yeah, the run button is pressed, and Keanu to take a close game 1 to be up in the series.
I was so fixated on, you know, Regidrago has to Draco Meteor the Gastrodon. I didn't even consider that Earth Power cannot miss, is super effective. With the Life Orb has more than enough damage there. So Keanu had a very, very safe end game. Really well played just to make sure you're kind of weathering the storm of those Choice Band Entei attacks while also still threatening some of those bulkier Pokemon. This Gastrodon could have been a big deal for Keanu because it's a very difficult Pokemon to break considering you have the Golden Go and the Hearthflame Ogerpon, and neither of which really do well into fire types, but managing that threat very well, making sure you're still damaging the offensive threats in the meantime. You know, this Entei, if left unchecked, could have just been dealing too much damage to handle. But in the end, it is enough for this Terra Ghost Regidrago to come in and clean up the game after getting a little bit of damage trading done along the way.
Yeah, great preservation for the Regidrago until the end of the game as well, being able to bring someone down to the 2 Pokemon to where it's forced for the Entei to make a choice, right? And that's a really tough one because when we're looking at the speed options that Keanu has with that Tornadus, and I mean, the rest of the Savant team just being outsped, it was kind of tough because if you lock anything else, well, you're just going to get outsped and your Entei is going to go down anyways, right? Yeah. So I'm curious in the second game how we can switch things up. A lot of ideas really did seem to work from Spawn's end. It was just unfortunately not able to capitalize off of it. There was a lot of damage. That pressure into the Regidrago was really nice earlier on. Like that turn where it's the Sucker Punch to make sure it couldn't do the damage, but maybe even just being able to get the KO a little bit sooner, or the Entei being maybe not the last Pokemon forced to clean up, maybe a couple of ways to go.
Earlier on, we did see the Thunder Wave miss into Regidrago as well. If that connects, then the Regidrago is not as much of a threat to Tailwind, so maybe, I don't know, I liked the Pokemon Stefan brought. Entei is a really good Pokemon into Keanu's team, especially because the one thing that hits it super effectively, Urshifu, can just have its attacks redirected by Gastrodon. We didn't see the Urshifu come at all. I think that's smart from Keanu because it can just be such a liability, especially when it's a Choice Scarf set. If you do commit to a Water-type move, you could be in a really rough position when Gastrodon swaps in.
Going into the second match, I mean, the Goldengo, even if it was spelled the first turn right away, it still made a splash, and it's going to be starting things off again. On the opposing end, though, right away, Gastrodon make the lead, and we get to see a little bit of switch up in the back with Fluttermane making an appearance, something that normally matches very well up against the Regidrago.
Yeah, that's the, oh my gosh, I just got beat by Regidrago, let me bring my Fluttermane to threaten it. Because it's not even the like Terra Steel, Terra Blast Regidrago, it doesn't have anything that can hit Fluttermane super effectively, so I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, if you want to make sure that Regidrago doesn't kind of take the game over, Fluttermane's a great swap there, but this Entei is still exerting a lot of pressure. This Choice Band Sacred Fire is going to be enough to one-hit KO Goldengo again if it stays on the field.
Right away, last time, Keanu went for the Icy Wind, and we'll get to see that again. You get the speed drop immediately right now, and can go ahead and set up the tail with the next turn. But Goldengo, not for the Mega Rain, instead right away the Power Gem, and Entei, for all the pressure that you would need for an exert in this match, is completely gone. A great switch up from Keanu. Muddy Water Retaliation. Cash is not the damage that you need, and with Entei just being so ready in that first game, that's a really tough Pokemon to lose.
It really is, especially now considering your Chin Power and Fluttermane in the back. You know, if Tailwind goes up and Goldengo is able to swap out back in, make it rain, it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be really tough for Stefan to take either of these attacks. That is a big KO as well. The Entei was a huge part of Stefan's team. I do think it's very strong in this matchup, but that little bit of chip damage from Icy Wind might have been enough. Stefan was a little bit surprised that KOs, and maybe that's something he had trained his Entei to survive most of the time. But when you factor in the Icy Wind, the nice part about Icy Wind is that while it does still provide speed control, that Tailwind does as well, you get the damage. You can mess up some damage counts, you can break focus sashes, you can make sure that your Pokemon are put in an even better position to take KOs, and this Choice Specs Goldengo isn't able to do that.
Yeah, so a big Pokemon loss. No switch out though to try and reset. And he's just calling for his switch as well, because that is not a lot of damage done into the Goldengo. Icy Wind as well, that's going to be the sash broken on the Tien Pao. The speed drop as well going on forward into the match, and Power Gem again locked in, and yeah, Tien Pao, that's just instantly gone 2 KOs right away in this match. This is devastating for Stefan.
Stefan definitely tried to call a swap from the Goldengo there. Now the Goldengo being locked into Power Gem against the Tien Pao, not necessarily the best place for it to be, but the combination of Icy Wind and Power Gem, again, able to break the Focus Sash on the Tien Pao, and because it did go for that Ice Spinner, that was a guaranteed knockout into the Tien Pao that turn. It's a really commanding position for Keanu at this point. This Fluttermane will come in, we will get to see the Boost Energy activate, and it is going to be that special attack set. So without Icy Wind, you don't necessarily need the speed as much, and you are able to threaten some big damage here, but you're down to your last 2 Pokemon, Fluttermane and Gastrodon, against all 4 of Keanu's. You haven't even seen either of Keanu's back 2 Pokemon yet. I wonder if Stefan just has enough to, take this game.
And that's tough too, and even when you're looking at the preservation of the Fluttermane, the fact that we are seeing the booster energy into that special attack means you're not necessarily having that speed, and even going on forward, you don't want more of that. So hoping maybe that Gastrodon can take something here, and even just on Icy Wind, the Tailwind hasn't been set up, and Keanu's going to make sure that is set up before this match is done. Still no switch, get a bit of damage into the Fluttermane, Dazzling Gleam to take care of the Tornadus. Now just this Gastrodon to hopefully take care of this Goldengo and try and even up the Pokemon count. The Muddy Water though, okay, it is going to connect. We get a pause for dramatic effect, everyone, but we will get the KO here. But the question is, can this Fluttermane and Gastrodon do enough against these final 2 Pokemon, especially when they don't have the speed on their side?
It really comes down to the final Pokemon here. Ogerpon hits the field. It's going to be Rillaboom though. Actually, this Gastrodon might kind of be in a position where it's not going to be able to be taken out. Let's see, the Rillaboom does have high horsepower though, so that might be the saving grace for Keanu. This Gastrodon will, like, 100% be going for Terra Fire, because that is the only way it doesn't just get knocked out by a Grass-type attack here. The tailwind being up for Keanu means that this Flutter Mane is likely not going to be able to attack for the rest of the game. If this Rillaboom and Ogerpon only had their Grass and Fire type attacks, there might be a way for Gastrodon to clutch this game out, but thankfully the Rillaboom has access to that high horsepower. Once the Tera Fire is kind of forced out from Gastrodon, Keanu will be able to just target it with those ground type attacks and probably still be able to lock up this game.
Going into this turn, though, I mean, Rillaboom has a Fako potential into a Gastrodon, and with just a Tailwind being set up, and even just looking for recovery on your own end, the double protect from Stefan just makes so much sense. We see the Fake Out attempt into the Gastrodon, and an Ivy Cudgel from this Ogerpon into the Flutter Mane, also from Keanu, makes so much sense.
I'm trying to think of what Stefan's possible win conditions are here. Like, do you triple protect your Flutter Mane so you can attack first in Tailwind, but even then, both the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon have Grassy Glide, and the Grassy Terrain will last longer than the Tailwind will, so I don't know that this Flutter Mane will have the chance to attack for the remainder of the game. Now you just have to rely on this Gastrodon. The Tera Fire will come out, protecting it from those Grass and Fire type attacks, and normally that might be really good, but Keanu still has a high horsepower at his disposal.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, though, kind of need to try and go for it, but one of those important factors to having a chance in this match, that double protect, is not going to go Stefan's way. Ivy Cudgel to take that KO, and now it's just Gastrodon up against the world. The Tera Fire to make sure it does survive through a grass type attack for this turn, as we see the Wood Hammer, but is called out. The next turn, not so lucky. At least though, and what we can see for an attempt at this win condition is that Yawn. Sure, next turn you do have to go for that protect, but you're going to get some recovery as well, so that's not the end of the world. But again, when you are just having only a couple of attacking moves and not really too much time left in the match, you're going to have to get really lucky on these sleep turns as well.
The sleep turns and then like Muddy Water accuracy drops and high horsepower misses. It's technically not impossible for Stefan to win. And he's doing what he should be by, I mean, the Yawn into Rillaboom is definitely the right play there. You protect yourself so the Rillaboom falls asleep. Like, he's doing everything he should be to try and win this game. It's just going to be really, really difficult, right? You need this Rillaboom to not hit you with high horsepower. You need this Ogerpon to not hit you with, like, 5 Ivy Cudgels in a row. Even if you are able to kind of dodge these high horsepowers and Ivy Cudgels and whatnot, you still have to damage Keanu's Pokemon. Rillaboom resists Muddy Water and Earth Power. With the Assault Vest, is going to be taking very little damage from both of those. You're going to need to like not get hit by high horsepower for maybe like 10 to 12 turns in a row, and the odds of that happening are very, very low, but they're not zero. They are not zero. Stefan's going to try and do his best to claw back into this game.
Actually, worse odds out here in BGC. You never know. So that's going to be the first mandatory turn of sleep from the Rillaboom. No critical hit from that Ogerpon is going to be appreciated, but the accuracy drops is what's really going to be key here. We're going to get our first one, though, specifically on the Rillaboom. That's the one that is most crucial, because you need to make sure when this Rillaboom wakes up, which hopefully not for a while if you're Stefan, you need to make sure it still can't land its move. So we're getting closer to that slim but doable win condition.
I mean, it's happening, right? We're getting what we need to if you're Stefan. Once this grassy terrain wears off as well, all of your damage that you're doing is going to stick. I mean, look at the Rillaboom's health. It took a Muddy Water with the grassy terrain. It's basically at full HP. You're going to need a lot more of those to KO, and once the grassy terrain runs out, that number slightly drops, but again, we're going to have to get a few of the high horsepower misses along the way.
And hopefully no Ivy Cudgel crit. Ooh, the first turn wake up from the Rillaboom, though, and that is going to be a connect. The Gastrodon definitely tried its best, but it's not going to be enough. Keanu Inosanto 2-0 to take the match. Well done victory as well. I mean, Reggie Drago certainly having to glow up, but a lot of other powerful pieces on this team to really make sure that the front of Keanu can start off right.
Really well played by Keanu, recognizing the threats to his team on Stefan's side really immediately, right? The Gastrodon was always going to be really good for Stefan. The Entei was going to be really good for Stefan. I really love how he played the beginning of that second game. Going for that Icy Wind and Power Gem combo meant that the Entei would be outsped by Goldengo and also knocked out by that choice of Power Gem. On the following turn, too, you might have been tempted to swap the Goldengo out, maybe try and save it for later, but that Icy Wind Power Gem play into the Chen Pao was another really good call. Kind of a, like, if this works, I win the game type of play, and I think at that point it was going to be really difficult for Stefan to come back.
botar a terra a fogo, ou seja, você não toma pra grama. Pila 1 também não te bate.
Like 4. Like a bunch of them.
O cara só teve a falta de sorte
It could have
de
been
tomar
fun to see,
power,
fun at least for Safon to see an accuracy miss or two from the Rillaboom, but in the end, there's a reason the Gastrodon cannot do it all. And yeah, I mean, really well played match. A very aggressive team, very aggressive start from Keanu, but again, something that if this works, I just gotta win the match from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just showing the raw power of all his Pokemon, the Choice Specs Golden Go, the Life Orb, Regidrago, both of them are huge offensive threats, and they're not really checked by the same Pokemon most of the time, so you kind of have to, you have to be prepared for both of them. And if you're over-preparing for one and the other comes, then you're kind of caught off guard by that. If you're over-preparing for both, and then maybe one of them or both of them don't even come to the match, you're just kind of bringing the wrong Pokemon in certain matchups. So I love the combination of very powerful attackers on Keanu's team. I like Stefan's as well. The Grimmsnarl Entei combo was pretty cool, just unfortunately wasn't enough for the specific combinations that Keanu was doing.
Yeah, and I would have been intrigued to see had we stayed with the same lead from game 1 where we saw the Grimmsnarl, because that light screen right away meant the damage wasn't there. And that obviously would have changed what Power Gem could have accomplished in the first 2 turns of the match. That's a really tough one as well, because Grimmsnarl set up the screen, and then if you were kind of anticipating switch on the other end, there's a lot of different ways it can go. But as for right now, yeah, no, the way it went was a 2-0, and he's standing by now for an interview to get a little bit more insight from him about the match. Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. That's right, I'm here with Keanu Innocento, the winner of our last match on stream. Congratulations. Keanu, I gotta ask, what was the first thing going through your head when you took a look at your opponent's team sheet?
Honestly, it was pretty similar to something I've played on ladder, luckily, so I had some experience. Of course, the Garganical kind of threw me off. That was pretty different. But I kind of knew in my head some plays I could make. I could sacrifice gold, so it was actually pretty safe for me to go for some plays that looked kind of risky. But yeah.
I mean, that game 1, we saw right away you were trading the Golden Go there, and then you were able to get in the Regidrago, do a little bit of damage, but it was the end where you were able to get that pin with the Terra Ghost to stop the extreme speeds from the Entei. So after you lost the Golden Go, what was sort of the end game you were thinking about trying to get to in that game 1?
Yeah, I knew he has to bring Entei into this matchup, so I knew that whenever like he locks into a move, I could just wait. I could always like safely double protect if I ever get Regidrago or Torn or Ogre and Torn. So I just knew that as long as I trade better, like if he brings Grimmsnarl mode, or if he just brings Entei, Gasher like he did in game 2, that as long as I just trade and chip the Entei, that I could just save Terra for everything else and go with my game plan from there.
Well, it worked out flawlessly there for your game number 1, and in game 2, we saw you switch it up. You brought the Tornadus at the very beginning of the game next to the Golden Go, and you did change how you executed on that first turn. So walk me through that. Going for the icy wind on the speed drop and then locking in a power gem.
So knowing that I have Ogre and Lula in the back, and that forcing Terra early in the game would mean that Gastrodon has to take, or would die immediately, and everything else on the rest of his team just gets chipped by Ogre and Lula in the back. I could safely just Power Gem and Icy Wind as long as I land the Icy Wind.
There is always that risk, right?
But yeah, I never want to set Tailwind early. I always want to chip with Icy Wind, so I could set Tailwind for late game. Like I did. So because of that, I was able to just go for safe plays that look kind of risky. Hindsight, since it's Terrifier Gastrodon, it's pretty safe for me to go for these pins that he doesn't know about.
Oh, especially with the high horsepower on the Rillaboom, right? I think once you got that Terra out there, you've got a lot of different ways that you can neutralize that threat. So fantastically played there. Gotta ask you about that first turn. We did end up seeing the Golden Go, of course, go for the Power Gem, but were you considering terrestrializing that at all, or did you know that that was something that you wanted to save for the end of that game too?
Definitely something I want to save. Going like Icy Wind Power Gem, I mean, if you switch in anything in the back, it gets speed dropped. It takes chip from whatever is in the back, of course. As long as it wasn't Garganical, it was pretty safe for me to do that. Of course, with no Grimmsnarl, I could just lock into any other move. Only Grimmsnarl forces me to make it rain, so it was, yeah, it's pretty safe for me to do some of the stuff.
Well, I love it. So off to an amazing start here. Keanu, you are 3-0. I want to ask, how much Regulation F did you actually play the first time that we played this format?
Not much, actually.
I was gonna say, I couldn't find any events that you had played in the official circuit.
Yeah, mostly played, started up in Reg G. So it's kind of nice to find a quote-unquote new reg, for me at least. However, I usually like team building myself, but with so much stuff already being figured out, it's kind of hard to, so.
So what were some of the considerations then when you know we're returning to this regulation? We've played it for a couple of months already, but you still get a chance to look at it a little bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Were there any particular teams that you thought, I might be interested in trying this out, or you immediately gravitated towards?
I mean, I have something building for hopefully Seattle and London, so depending on how this goes, maybe I could be able to use it, hopefully.
Okay, then I'm not going to let you, or not going to make you spill the tea on that quite yet. But so far, have you been enjoying the team that you've played for Toronto?
Yeah, it's really fun, honestly. I mean, Dragon Energy is just such a fun move, Jacob. This is my first time bringing hyper offense to a tournament, so it's a good change of pace. A lot of my matches ending early for once. So
well, there's something to be said about that, right? You get a little bit of time to rest and relax, maybe get some food in there for a lunch here or there. Well, wait, so then why did you think of hyper offense for the first time?
To be honest, I've actually used hyper offense like as my go-to for laddering. So it's still familiar to me, however, like despite me not using it, but like there's so much stuff that I want to try building, but hyper offense, like thanks to all my friends, are able to just like help me with that, or like prep docs and everything. So yeah, thanks to that, I can just kind of hop on the team and get things going. I don't know.
Well, I love that. I hope that your friends that are running the same team are doing well as well if they're here at the event. Keanu, of course, you did win 2-0, and with that win, I want to make sure that you can actually get that rest too and enjoy the rewards of running a hyper offense team. So before I let you go, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make or final words?
Oh yeah, thank you to my family and friends, of course, Justin, Areku, and everyone in Team Z for letting me hop on this team. Pretty last minute, to be honest. Hopped on it like Tuesday or Wednesday night. But yeah, thank you guys.
Those are good friends right there. Well, Keanu, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go back to the A to Zhang, the analysis with Aaron, Cybertron Zhang.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Keanu. We are back with another segment of A to Zhang, where, of course, I break down that battle. That was a fun one because, of course, we got to see Stefan Mott, who has already won a regional championship this season over in Mexico, against Keanu, who has been one of the fastest rising stars in North American VGC. I've had my eye on Keanu in particular for the last couple of seasons after he caught the Day 2 the World Championships, and this was a fun matchup because you had hyper offense against a team that did have a lot of defensive capabilities. Of course, Stefan was able to win the very first regional championship over in Mexico by using Garganackle, Pokemon that is not very common. So to take a quick look, first of all, at their teams and how they stack up against each other, Stefan here, of course, has a lot of defense. You've got the core here of Grimmsnarl, Gastron, Garganackle. These Pokemon don't do a lot of damage, but they can be really annoying to fight against, right? So the offense on Stefan's team indexes really heavily on the bottom here, especially this Choice Band Entei. Entei is able to do a lot of damage across the board. If you look at Keanu's team, it's like the classic Tornadus, Goldengo plus Regidrago combination, which has been quite popular in this format. The idea is simple, right? If you're Regidrago, Dragon-type spread move in Dragon Energy is absolutely nuts. The main things you have to watch out for are resistance/immunities, specifically Steel types and Fairy types, as well as Wide Guard. Garganackle here doesn't have Wide Guard, so you don't have to worry about that. So what's the main blocker to the Regidrago? There are a couple things. Obviously, there's going to be the Flutter Mane here. There's going to be the Entei, which also resists the Make It Rain from Goldengo's end. Not a
problem for Regidrago. And then Chien-Pao obviously can also sucker punch into the Regidrago, right? But like Torn, Golden Go plus Regidrago as a trio is really hard to fight against in this format because it's simple. You set up Tailwind and then you start just dishing out massive amounts of damage. From Keanu's end, if you are in his shoes, Urshifu is not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring, right? Gastrodon is primarily used as a defensive tank and of course can soak up damage from that Urshifu. And so because of Storm Drain, there's a reason why Gastrodon is a world champion in itself, right? It is not a easy Pokemon to fight against. And so naturally, if you're Keanu going into Team Preview, you probably just want to drop Urshifu at least in game 1. The world in which Urshifu can actually be an absolute monster in this matchup is if Stefan decides, hey, I don't like Gastrodon anymore, I'm not going to bring it. If you eliminate Gastrodon from the equation, Urshifu actually suddenly becomes an absolute monster in this matchup because with Water Terra Surging Strikes, you can basically get a one-hit knockout onto everything on Stefan's team. That's part of the reason why he has Gastrodon on the team, right? And why he likely will consistently bring Gastrodon into this matchup. So if you're in Keanu's shoes, especially going into game 1, you're probably thinking, I don't want to bring that Urshifu, so I'm going to index on 4 of the 5 Pokemon here. Now, if you're on Stefan's end, Garganacl is not an easy Pokemon to play. It is super, super defensive, and it can work against teams that are more balancy, I think, especially because they don't do a ton of damage and have the ability to get like one-hit KOs. But Keanu's team is just so offensive, right? You've got the Dragon Energy here from the Regidrago. You've got the Golden Go pressuring with Make It Rain as well. And you've got, so much super effective in a Garganacl. The only way Garganacl gets to work here, basically, is if it goes for that Dragon Terra. But if you Dragon Terra here, suddenly you're weak to Regidrago in particular, right? And that can be really difficult to deal with. So I think Garganacl can come out in this matchup, but it is not very easy to utilize. If you're on Stefan's side, you do basically have, the screens from Grimmsnarl. One of the ways you deny screens from Keanu's end is something like Rillaboom Golden Go, right? With this, you can go Fake Out into Make It Rain. Stefan's counter to that then would be something like Grimmsnarl plus Entei, which he actually did end up leading in game 1, because that way, even if you Fake Out into the Grimmsnarl, Entei can still just outspeed and knock out the Golden here. And so, Stefan has a lot of options, but it's likely that the Garganacl doesn't come out in this matchup because it's just a little bit too slow paced, and Keanu's team has too much offense, right? So then it's like pick 4 of the 5 here. The key thing also to note, of course, is that Ghost Terra on the Regidrago. This allows you to bypass some hits that otherwise would be really powerful, like the extreme speed. So lots to talk about in the team preview segment, but the main thing I want you to walk away with this is that Urshifu is not an easy Pokemon to bring here, and Garganacl is not easy to bring either. So it feels like both players kind of have the index on 4 of the 5 weapons we have remaining here. That's not to say you can't bring them, it's just really, really hard. Like, if it gets to a game 3 where you're really in each other's heads and you're like, Stefan's like, I don't think the Regidrago is going to come out here, so I can Dragon Terra Garganacl a little bit more easily. Or if you think, hey, no Gastrodon's coming up from Stefan's end, so I can actually bring Urshifu, like that's kind of the edge case for both of those, but very difficult to pull that off, especially in a game 1. So that's it for the team breakdown. Let's actually get into the game now and play through this part. The first game was honestly incredibly close, right? We see light screen immediately. Keanu has double speed control on Tornadus, which is really cool. Part of the strength of Icy Wind on Tornadus is that you break focus sashes, and you're still faster than Golden Go, and because you have focus sash on yourself, you often won't get knocked out, right? So huge survival here on the Grimmsnarl on turn 1. I was very impressed I was able to take this. Kind of awkward though, because sometimes you actually would prefer a free switch into something more offensive, and Golden Go gets eliminated immediately. I think this is a really big deal because Golden Go obviously is a huge offensive threat here, and so I think Stefan off to a pretty strong start in the first game. Tornadus ends up protecting here. Grimmsnarl unfortunately misses the Thunder Wave on Regidrago, of course not 100% accurate. Regidrago here commits Earth Power, and it's the only move that it has in order to hit that Grimmsnarl. Entei here, has the ability to either Sacred Fire into the Regidrago slot, could potentially switch out as well. But Sacred Fire into Regidrago obviously not going to do a ton of damage, and if you switch, you risk potentially eating up an Icy Wind or a Bleeding Storm. So, unfortunate miss for sure here. Now, as we get into things, Chien-Pao comes out. This next turn, I think, was a really, really beautiful turn by Stefan's end, as we end up seeing a hard switch from the Entei. Entei at this point, Sacred Fire, not super valuable. Gastrodon ends up coming in, right, can soak up damage. And this Sucker Punch is fantastic, right? Because look how much, first of all, it just does so much damage. And second of all, it reduces the damage output of Dragon Energy, right? And so, like, because of that miss, Stefan's like, okay, I need to go for priority so that you can't just like necessarily knock me out. Had Thunderwave not missed, right, you had the ability to potentially go for the Ice Spinner directly into Regidrago. But here, Sucker Punch does so much damage. Tornadus does manage to set up the Tailwind.
And now we're in this position where the Champ-Out theoretically should be really powerful, right? It pressures the Sucker Punch at every given turn, and so Keanu has to dance around the Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch comes out, goes into Protect, Liquid Storm comes out here. As you see, it's not doing a ton of damage, but at the end of the day, the damage still stacks up, right? And Gastron fundamentally on this team is not a damage dealer. As you can see here, Muddy Water comes out, and even into a Tornadus with Focus Sash, it does around 30-35%, right? So it is a 3-hit KO at best into Tornadus. And that's the thing, like, Light Screen is up, but Gastron's kind of just doing a little bit of damage. Stefan has opportunities to attack Champ-Out here, right? But it was, he has to make the right call. And I think the scary thing here, if you're in Stefan's shoes, is, if you don't Sucker Punch Reggie Drago, and it just goes for a Draco Meteor, that can be a complete disaster. So Stefan kind of feels pressure to make sure Reggie Drago does not get an attack off, saying, look, I know at least if I Sucker Punch that slot, even if you Protect, even if you switch, you at least will not get an attack off, and that in itself is a really big deal. So Tornadus, it's kind of tickling with these big wind storms. I've still got multiple turns of Light Screen up. But, you know, the main thing here is that if Champ-Out at any point decides to actually, make a hard read, it can give Stefan a huge advantage here. But it's back-to-back turns for Stefan where he tries to just, hit away the Reggie Drago, saying, look, I want to make sure you don't get an attack off. That first Sucker Punch worked, but Keanu plays really nice defensively on back-to-back turns. At this point, I think the momentum is in Stefan's favor. Keanu's trying to mount a comeback. Neither of these Sucker Punches work. That's a really big deal. So another turn wasted. Another Bleak Storm that comes out. Yeah, Light Screen is up, but hey, Jet-Pound now is suddenly in potential KO range. A Speed Drop comes out as well. And Muddy Water from Gastron comes out, but once again, it's not doing a lot of damage, right? Ogre Pawn takes only 20% at the end of the day. So basically, Stefan had this huge lead in the beginning of the game after getting this knockout, but he's not really able to snowball the momentum, and he keeps clicking Sucker Punch. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Keanu was willing to stay in front of Sucker Punch at the beginning of the game, but now he's playing really defensively. And imagine if you hard read, the switch here on Ogre Pawn and you go for an Ice Spinner, just get rid of Tornadus immediately, right? Or even Ice Spinner the switch in. Either way, though, Keanu gets a couple of really nice turns, and this next turn is also fantastic, where continuing to stall at the Light Screen, right? It's not every day that you see a hyper offense team be able to stall at a Light Screen, but you've got Spiky Shield, you want to scout out for any potential switches. Gastron also, knows its Protect here as well, as Champ-Out continues to try to get damage off, but it's not able to, right? It's already clicked Sucker Punch so many times at this point. And Champ-Out is really good into Reggie Drago in the end game, right? Because you can just always Sucker Punch into the Drago. Obviously, there's follow me pressure here from the Ogre Pawn, but this is an important Pokemon to keep because it matches up quite nicely to Reggie Drago. So at this point, Tailwind is stalled out, and Gastron finally decides to commit Terra. Fire Terra is generally pretty safe here. It does open up the weakness into Earth Power, but you kind of have to go for it into the here. Tornadus sets up Tailwind again, and Champ-Out once again attempts to go for the Sucker Punch, but does not get it off. At this point, it's clicked Sucker Punch so many times, but Keanu is just not letting it go off. IU Punch comes out. I think this was a really crucial turn, because like I said, Champ-Out's an important Pokemon in the endgame, potentially against Reggie Drago, right? So, if you switch the Champ-Out here out into the Entei in the back, there's not that much left to punish it. At worst, you eat up something like a Bleak Wind Storm plus ID Cudgel, but Entei probably still hangs around with 50%-ish or so, since it's at full health. So the problem here is that Champ-Out at this point has been on the field for so many turns. He got that amazing Sucker Punch to start, but then has not been able to accomplish anything afterwards. But Stefan had a big lead, right? I think Entei maybe could have pivoted in back out at any point. Especially, I think those first couple Sucker Punches made a lot of sense. You really want to make sure Reggie Drago does not get an attack off. But now Stefan is kind of in a predicament. The key reason for this predicament is because of the Ghost Terra here on Reggie Drago. If it weren't a Ghost Terra, I actually think Entei would be very good to just clean up the game and be able to extremely speed everything. However, with the Ghost Terra, it creates this really awkward dynamic, right? Because it's saying if Entei locks into the extreme speed, it no longer can touch Ghost Terra on the Reggie Drago, right? And Keanu has no reason to really Terra anything else. And so with Champ-Out going down, it means that you now no longer have the ability to lock a move and then switch out. You also no longer have Sucker Punch pressure in the end. So Stefan's in this awkward position where he kind of feels pressure to click extreme speed, right? But one, does it do enough damage? And two, if you lock into it, you better be confident that your Gastron will be able to win the endgame. Because the problem is, even if both of these Pokemon go down at this point, right, if this locks into extreme speed, it's basically Gastrodon versus the Regidrago. And as Lightscreen gets stalled out, a Draco Meteor from Regidrago can just get a one-hit knockout on the Gastrodon. Drago has just enough HP where it's also able to get his power off into Entei. So I think not conserving the Chien-Pao now puts Stefan in a really awkward position where you also probably feel pressure to click that extreme speed. But by clicking extreme speed, it means you actually just take away, the fact that you can knock out Regidrago thanks to that Ghost Terra. So I can't stress how important it is that Keanu has the Ghost Terra here, right? So as we get into this end game, it feels a lot dicier for Stefan now after what I thought was a really, really nice early game. And part of it was just Chien-Pao unfortunately not really be able to get any attacks off. Stefan does end up committing to the extreme speed here, so now Keanu probably is thinking, okay, Regidrago, it's the win condition. I just got to get it out. I got a Ghost Terra, and I should be okay. The main question if you're in Keanu's shoes is, do you want to click that Draco Meteor? Do you think Earth Power will be able to get a knockout onto the Gastrodon? If you get any chip damage on a Gastrodon, then Earth Power surely will be able to get the knockout. And unfortunately for Gastrodon, it's stuck out on the field for so long, it's chipped away at Muddy Water, but it has not really done enough damage. And Lightscreen actually gets stalled out. If you told me in this game that Lightscreen would have been stalled out, I would have not believed you because the nature of Keanu's team is so offensive. Stefan just had a lot of turns where Gastrodon and Chien-Pao weren't doing a ton of damage. So Keanu gets to this point where now you're crushing with more damage with Weak Wind Storm as well, right? So the other decision to make with Entei is if you want to extreme speed because you could target Tornadus. I think what Stefan is hoping for here at this point is to just get a double knockout, right? You go for extreme speed, you go for Muddy Water, try to KO both. The Ogerpon here fundamentally is not a really big offensive threat to either of these, and ends up being extreme speed into the Ogerpon slot. It's not even actually a knockout. Ogerpon actually appears to be quite broken here. Big Wind Storm just does so much damage. There's a critical hit. I don't think it really mattered because at this point the end game is Regidrago into the Gastrodon anyway, but it just means you can click her power even more confidently. Muddy Water also misses on the Ogerpon and doesn't knock out Tornadus, so it's like absolute disastrous turn, right? But even if both Pokemon had gone down here and you don't get the critical hit, it's still Regidrago coming out, and then it's Drago into Gastrodon plus Entei in the end game. Drago just has just enough HP where it gets 2 hits off. So once again, this is the awkward thing about being forcing yourself into a position where you have to lock into a choice move. So the game felt really, really close. At this point, it's obviously like not over, but it feels like there's not actually too much like Keanu or Stefan can do specifically because of Ghost Terra. Once again, I can't stress enough how important that Ghost Terra is. If it were any other Terra, Regidrago goes so low that extreme speed would be able to just finish off, right? Tornadus ends up fainting here, but feels a little bit too late because Keanu has conserved the Ghost Terra fantastically. So Ivy Taco comes out, and once again, when you have these endgames where like, I know this Pokemon is locked into attack, there's nothing that it can do, it allows you to play a lot more confidently. And so the key turn was, a decision was Entei deciding to lock into it. Regidrago has just enough HP, as you can see, to be able to get 2 hits off, right? So now all it needs to do is knock out the Gastrodon, and with Earth Power here, it's a pretty safe endgame here. So I think if you're Stefan and you're reflecting on this game, I actually think the Pokemon choices were great, and I think that his early game was fantastic. Knocked out Golden Go early on. Golden Go is such a big offensive threat and was able to do so much damage to Regidrago, but unfortunately just trying to catch Keanu with those sucker punches ended up not working out super well. Then Gastrodon's damage output was just not reliable enough where, this whole light screen stalled out, right? So fundamentally with that extreme speed lock here in the end, able to survive, get that knockout of the Gastrodon, there's no way to win. And so that's why it's like locking into extreme speed on Entei can feel really, really awkward, and that's probably one of the other things Stefan probably thinking about, like maybe I should have clicked something else like Sacred Fire, for example, because by locking into E-Speed, it just created this end game where you couldn't win into the Ghost Terra, right? So as we go into this second game, let me pause real quick and reflect on this game. If you're in Stefan's shoes, or at least if I'm in Stefan's shoes, I'm actually probably pretty okay with, even though that was a loss, like the Pokemon choices were great in my opinion. The main thing is like Grimmsnarl only was able to get a light screen off and it missed the Thunder Wave. The other thing I was curious about was whether or not Gastrodon was faster than Thunder Wave paralyzed Regidrago. Like Gastrodon's just so naturally slow. And on a team like this, I wouldn't be surprised if it still wouldn't outpace Regidrago. However, if it were faster, then the Thunder Wave miss at the beginning of the game was absolutely crucial because it meant that the Gastrodon could outspeed. And even if Gastrodon was slower, like had that Thunder Wave connected, then it was a 25% chance for Regidrago to get an attack off. So unfortunately Stefan does have some slightly inaccurate moves on his team in the Thunder Wave, in the Muddy Water, right, in the Sacred Fire. These are all moves that are quite high accuracy, but they can miss, and a single miss often can be very
costly. The game's also can go on for a really long time, sure, critical hits as well. We saw Gastron get crit at the end of game 1. Like I said, I don't think that was super relevant, but point is that defensive team like this is definitely a little bit more vulnerable to bad right? So Stefan ends up making an adjustment here, and is like the best Pokemon to deal with Regidrago, right? Because he's completely immune to Dragon type attacks. And so when I saw this lead, I was like, Flutter Mane in the back makes a lot of sense, right? We talked about not wanting to bring Garganacl. From Keanu's end, you of course could mix it up, bring in that Rillaboom instead. But this lead, I think, is actually quite vulnerable to Keanu's lead because he can just go for Icy Wind plus to make it, or the Power Gem, right? The only ways you can get around the Power Gem here are you either Terra Normal your Entei, which doesn't feel very intuitive, and as soon as you commit the Terra Normal in this, Gastrodon is just so bad into the Grass type, so that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? You can also, of course, just pivot the Entei out. Gastrodon here does have Earth Power, but that's not going to be a one-hit knockout on a Gastrodon either. So Keanu's saying, you know what, I'm happy to just Icy Wind plus Power Gem. If you Terra, your Gastrodon is just going to be useless into my end game. If you switch out Entei, I still get a lot of chip damage off, and he talked about this in the interview. And Gastrodon, just because it's not very offensive, is not going to knock anything out here. So Keanu's like, look, I'm willing to trade some damage on my Golden Goat to force you out, basically. So what ends up happening as we talk about game 2 is I think like Stefan just falls in a really big hole really quickly, right? He loses Entei immediately here on turn 1. And that's really bad, right? Because now Golden Goat actually gets to stick around for a lot longer. And then turn 2 is absolutely huge as well. Stefan already feels like pressure to make a big play. He's behind in this game. In this position, Chien-Pao obviously forces Sucker Punch onto Golden Goat. Golden Goat can obviously then switch out. You can go into Rillaboom, right? You can go into Ogerpon. You can go into Drago. And so Stefan's like, okay, a switch makes a lot of sense here. All of these Pokemon that you can switch into don't want to take an Ice Spinner. Keanu just ends up staying in. I love this play on his end. He just goes for Icy Wind plus the Power Gem. You can see Stefan's not very happy to see this because he knows it could have just been Sucker Punch and a Golden Goat or Spinner with Tornadus. Instead, Power Gem comes out, knocks out Chien-Pao. And once I saw this, I felt like the game was already honestly quite over because like Stefan has just lost the 2 biggest pieces of offense on his team, and he's not really done much. But I think that Spinner play makes a lot of sense because you already feel like you are one right? And then the last thing I want to talk about in game 2 is the adjustments from both ends because we actually saw Flutter Mane come out, and we also saw the Rillaboom from Keanu's end. I love the adjustments on both ends. I think Flutter makes sense because you probably felt like you were lacking damage on Stefan's end and you lost to late game Regidrago. And I love Keanu's decision to be like, hey, look, I don't think I'll get away with Regidrago again. It's really vulnerable to Sucker Punch with Chien-Pao. The Rillaboom plus Ogerpon endgame just kind of meant that there was really no way out for Stefan with Flutter Mane and Gastrodon in that endgame. So yeah, I think ultimately I actually really like Stefan's approach, especially in game 1. Yeah, there were a couple of turns where he didn't get the calls right, but I felt like he had a pretty major advantage, whereas in game 2 he fell in a really big hole after turn 1. So yeah, that is it for A to Zhang. Thank you for watching this breakdown. I think Stefan's team is really cool, so eager to see if he'll be able to still push to day 2, of course, regional champion for this season. And Keanu, once again, one of the biggest names to watch out for stars in this game. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with the next round shortly.
Mano, o que eu tô vendo na minha frente? Mano, depois de 2 horas de análise.
Hi Pokemon trainers, I'm here with the Monterey Regional Champion, Stefan Mott, and I've gotta ask you, you shocked the world with your team that you won Monterey with. As a reminder to everybody, it was Sylveon, Garganacl, Scyther, Incineroar, Golden Go, and Ninetales. You innovated where I think a lot of people still saw a lot of the regular threats we came to expect in Regulation H. So, in your professional opinion, do you think that there's some room for innovation here as we revisit Regulation F?
I think so. The issue with Regulation F is that a lot of the innovation is going to be in things that are not really flashy. It's going to be things like EV spreads, things like natures. Maybe an Urshifu is going to be jolly. It actually like fundamentally changes the way a lot of matchups happen. So it might not look very flashy, but there is a lot of innovation to be had. One of the problems with Reg F from a building perspective is that there are a lot of Pokemon that are very, very good. So what that ends up doing is, since you have a lot of options that are already really good, it crowds out a lot of the Pokemon that are generally considered to be less good. So Pokemon that have seen success in earlier formats or even last time in regulation age. Even really, really good Pokemon are being squeezed out by the Urshifus, the Raging Bolts, the Ogrephons of the world. So I'm sure there's definitely going to be some innovation running around, but you know, if you really want to see the innovation, it'll be good to try to look a little bit closer. Look at the minute details.
I like that. Definitely speaking to the power level that we're going to see in the format. But I gotta ask you, are you bringing anything spicy to Toronto?
I am playing a team of 6 Pokemon, and all of them have a health item.
I'm so grateful for that insight onto your team. Thank you for that. But when you team build, what are some of the things you actually do take into account? What are some of the early learnings from Regulation F that might have influenced some of the things that you're thinking about for Toronto?
Something that's always really good to keep in mind with this format is if you want to try a Pokemon that looks really good, Araquanid, for example. Like Araquanid, it's really good defensively. Its typing's great. It can wall things like Urshifu, Rilla, Hearthflame, Instant, and it hits Instant, and it hits Rillaboom with its bug type moves. It also has a really bad stat distribution and is just probably not very good. Like, there's a lot of Pokemon that are good on paper, but just kind of get stat checked right now. And it's something that I think if you want to find something that's going to break the meta open, or at least like give you a direction with a creative team that might not be what you're seeing everybody else running, it's going to be a lot of trial and error. You're going to find a lot of things that look like they're good on paper. You just have to be very honest with yourself about whether or not they're getting stat checked and just like not good enough to work in this power level of a format.
All right, well, thank you so much for the insight there. Last thing that I want to ask you was, what do you think of all of these top players from Europe that are coming to compete in Toronto?
Are they? There's a lot of snow. We'll see who makes it. I know the English guys got in a little bit ago, so they're here, but I know Eric Rios is playing Turned Around. I don't know who's going to be here, but whoever's here braved the harsh weathers and of the skies. So whoever's here is going to really want to make it worth their trip, so they're probably going to be playing really hard.
Well, I love that. Thank you so much, Stefan, for your time, and now back to more Pokemon action. Hi everyone, I am here, one of Canada's top players, Olivia Maletsky, and I'm so excited to talk to you because first and foremost, I gotta congratulate you and also say happy belated birthday. Did you do anything fun to celebrate?
I did. I went to a local and then went out to go eat after. It was a great time.
So you really did get a nice birthday present. Well, I'm asking and wondering if you got something else. I saw you post and say, for my birthday, could I please get top 8 in North America in the Grand Challenge number 4? Did that happen?
No, I think I got 9 to somebody. 9.
Honestly though, top 32 in the Grand Challenge 4, as well as top 32 and Grand Challenge number 3. Olivia, you're off to a great start to the 2026 season. Can you tell me a little bit about what practice looks like when you're preparing for these big online tournaments?
As of recently, I've started to play friends a lot more rather than just play any ladder. Especially like players like Stefan Mott, Ryan Lazzetto, Emily Parson. Really strong trainers I'm not going to be able to play every single day on the ladder. And more controlled practice, I think, makes a really big difference in how I've been doing recently.
Well, that's awesome, because outside of just the Grand Challenge finishes that you had, you also did get top 32 at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So you're proving that it's not just online, it's also in person at these events. So what are you looking forward to being here in Toronto, a home regional for you?
Honestly, a lot of friends coming here instead and getting to introduce them to some of the great local food or just attractions around the city that I'm used to in my everyday life.
Can you give us some of those suggestions? What do you say for food?
There's a Robin Ryan that I'm obsessed with. I'm trying to take people there later today. Great spot.
Well, maybe that's a place I'm going to have to hit up as well. Want to revisit your Grand Challenge team because as we enter into Toronto, we are making a return to the Regulation F rule set. And so with that Grand Challenge 4 team, you ran Raging Bolt, Qianpao, Incineroar, Golden Go, Urshifu, and Whimsicott. Is this a team that you're actually considering to bring to Toronto this weekend?
It's something that was in consideration, but after playing it more, I decided to pivot to something else last minute. Just because it's a Tailwind team that doesn't have the offensive power that most of them do, but still has the same defensive struggles that they do. So while the 6 Pokemon are very good together, I don't believe it works as fluently as I'd like it to.
Okay, so then what was it about the early learnings in Regulation F that maybe changed your mind? Do you feel like Regulation F is going to be similar to what we saw the last time we played it in 2024? Or do you think there's some new doors being opened?
I definitely think that more teams will start popping up and it's going to look very different by the end. A big example is a very popular Sun team that started picking up with Heat Rock, Torkoal, and Walking Wave. I think we're going to see a lot more weather as the format goes on because there's not many ways of stopping weather other than your own. So those teams usually get to abuse weather very easily. And with the exception of snow just having worse like general typing and all that, I think the other three could actually see some use in the future.
Hey, I love it. So maybe something really great to look forward to, and maybe a sneak peek on what we might expect to see for the rest of Toronto. Olivia, thank you so much for your time. And now back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Toronto Regional Championships. We are kicking off the calendar year 2026 off right here in Toronto. We're kind of halfway through our circuit, you know, so it's not fully a new season, but it is a new year and the same Regulation F that had so much action the last time around. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and we are going to be covering our round 4 matchup here in Toronto. Gabby, we're trying to do a little weather control. We're trying to bring a sandstorm here in the snow of Toronto, and I think it's not too effective.
It's not too effective, and I regret trying to bring any weather other than sunshine this weekend, Joe Brown, because let me tell you, if anybody got weather hacks this weekend, it was certainly me.
Yeah, definitely. You should have brought your safety goggles.
I should have brought my safety goggles, or maybe booked a flight like a week earlier. My condolences to anybody else who had travel problems this weekend, but to all of y'all who made it, thank you so much for your patience, and it's so great to see so many people competing.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at those competitors here. We have our notable matchup. So our stream match is in the red. That is Marcus Dion versus Justin Tang. And for those curious, in the gold there, Brendan Tang versus Patrick Connors is our feature match as well. So we have a match every single round that's also being streamed out on the Play Pokemon YouTube channel. So if you want to watch Marcus and Justin go at it, you can stay with us here, but you can head over to the Play Pokemon channel to watch Brendan versus Patrick as well.
Yeah, so that's youtube.com/ and then the @ Play Pokemon. If you're like me and that's too complicated, you can also just type in Play Pokemon in the search bar and it'll pop up. That's also where they're posting like the actual cut down VODs of each event. So if you want to look for like an individual match after the fact, such as the finals from LAIC or the finals from the Las Vegas regionals from a couple months back, they also have those there as well. So definitely check out that channel, give it a follow if you haven't already. But for now, I hope you stick with us for the matchup here between Marcus and Justin, because these are two incredibly strong trainers, also some really close friends, and this is going to be a really exciting match because of that.
It's selfishly very exciting for us, Gabby, but heartbreaking for them as really good friends to be facing off against each other so early on in the tournament in just round 4. Like you said, they're great friends. They often, build together, and it should be exciting to see how this matchup breaks down with the two, because they were both players to watch for this event, and obviously one loss does not eliminate you from the tournament or anything like that. But the momentum you build early on in these early rounds can really propel you forward into phase 2.
Exactly, and I guess if you're gonna lose to somebody, you want to lose to a friend, because then you can sort of help their loss percentage moving forward to the tournament, but you also just don't want to lose. So yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for sure, but that's what makes it exciting for us.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. And in that other match with Brendan and Patrick, Brendan is rocking, the pun intended, Ogrepon Cornerstone on his team. So a little close to our heart there. I might have to pull the YouTube stream up on the side as we're casting here. A little double VG action. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm jealous you have the brain power to do that right now, Joe Brown.
I don't know if I can.
It's hanging on by a thread right
It's going to be an attempt. An attempt will be made for sure. But for now, we focus on Justin Justin Tang, focus on Marcus, Dion, as we said with the Players Watch, Marcus, one of the top trainers in all of North America, looking to get that first regional championship in the Masters division under his title. Justin looking to walk away from Toronto this weekend with a 4th regional title.
Yeah, Marcus had a very strong start to the season in Monterrey, but has really struggled to find his footing since then. You know, I like his team, and I like how he's approaching this metagame, you know, taking a very unique take to one of these more Trick Room-centric teams with the Blood Moon Ursaluna alongside of the Farigiraf, whereas Justin on the other side of the field is running a lot of those tried and true Pokemon. Of course, the Regidrago, which we just saw do incredibly well in the previous round, the Tornadus, the Rillaboom, you know, all those fan favorites that we're going to see pop up time and time again this weekend.
Let's take a look at Marcus's team here. As you mentioned, there are some slow Pokemon, some Trick Room things going on. We will talk about the Annihilate as things get adjusted. The Annihilate is not with if Justin and Marcus are good friends. Annihilate is missing its good friend Mousehole here. It's going to have to be a little more self-serving.
It is, and that's exactly why it is running Final Gambit, Close Combat, Phantom Force, and U-Turn as its movesets alongside of the Choice Scarf and the Defiant ability here. This Annihilate is looking to help eliminate immediate threats on the field, so a Pokemon like Farigiraf can immediately set up that Trick Room, so the Ogerpon can maybe start going on a huge damage run with Ivy Cudgel, and of course you have Fluttermane with Trick Room on his team as well, so already giving himself multiple ways to set up, which is going to be great for him as Justin on the opposing side of the field doesn't have one of the most common moves to stop Trick Room, which is going to be that taunt.
Right, exactly. Trick Room is going to be very important for Marcus in this matchup, not just because of the Pokemon dynamics, but the speed as well. And we talked about Farigiraf at the top of the show during the preview, that Farigiraf is really well suited for Regulation F right now because of all the priority attacks that a lot of the top meta threats have, and Justin has those in abundance with a super fast team here. One of them, including the Ogerpon Hearthflame, running the Grassy Glide in that set, which you have the ability to use as a boosted or a priority attack, thanks to Rillaboom setting up the grassy terrain. This is not something that every Hearthflame Ogerpon is able to use, but Justin can use it effectively.
Exactly, and in normal matchups against a Trick Room team, especially if you're playing the more common Hisuian Ursaluna, you know, the one that holds the Flame Orb, 2 Grassy Glide users with grassy terrain up is enough to shut that Pokemon down, but because Marcus is running the Blood Moon variant and it's Terra Normal, and you have Farigiraf to block priority, that's really a consistent way to just shut that strategy down. So Justin's going to have to think a little bit more creatively to get around this Trick Room threat. He does still have the option to put a lot of damage down on the field with Regidrago. Of course, that Pokemon has some nice natural bulk with the Dragon Energy to also take advantage of all that health and deal some big damage on the field. You can also go for some amazing damage with the Golden Go, Make It Rain, Choice Specs, Terra Steel. So I think Justin, if he's able to get the damage down on the field faster than the dimensions are twisted, that's going to be his best way to get an advantage. And what a way to start the game!
There we go. This matchup of heavy hitters is underway. Justin Tang at the top of your screen with Regidrago, Golden Go versus Marcus Dion on the bottom of your screen with Farigiraf and Incineroar.
So the Incineroar will be able to stop the Regidrago from attacking, I suppose, but the Farigiraf hopefully will be able to take a Dragon Energy and still set up Trick Room. I mean, definitely now, because it's going to flinch. So yeah, this Ogerpon will be coming in to deal something in the next turn, but overall an immediate reposition. But we're going to see the Farigiraf just protect.
Yeah, big advantage for Marcus on that first turn that Justin had to swap out the Golden Go, not getting any big damage off here. But the Regidrago will go for its attack, bringing Incineroar down to actually pretty much 50% of its HP, doing more damage thanks to holding that Life Orb, giving you 30% more damage at the cost of 10% of your own HP. And a Flare Blitz on the switch in, just in a tough spot, because either Golden Go takes a super effective Flare Blitz, or the Hearthflame has to take a lot.
Yeah, not immediately going for the Trick Room, and now that we've seen the back of his party, knowing that it's Choice Scarf Annihilate back there, I think that's a good indication as to why you don't really want to get caught with a Choice Scarf Pokemon in Trick Room in those final turns, and knowing that the Regidrago does 50% of the Incineroar's health, it's going to be very easy for
Scarf Annihilate, no friendship needed, it's going to do all its
Vê se agora melhorou, Draga.
its own. Justin terrestrializing Ogerpon Heartflame into now just a fire type, dropping
Melhorou
that
o som agora? Tá melhor? Ah, beleza. É que eu fui apertar o botão de volume do meu telefone e eu apertei o do Wi-Fi sem querer. É por isso que parece que caiu a live. Por isso, aí falei virar que já era Trick Room, sai daí.
Yeah, Marcus trying to reposition there, getting that Annihilate on the field, will be taking some damage for its trouble. Can now go for a Phantom Force to maybe get out of the way and deal some damage.
Satoru, boa tarde, como é que você tá, Satoru? Desde já um ótimo sábado pra você, cara, contigo. Eu descobri que eu vou ter que jogar todas as coisas. Ô, Draga, você não falou, o que você tá mais ansioso pra esse capítulo? Será que eles vão revelar como realmente o 1006 está? Será que eles vão cozinhar, vão deixar pro 6, mostrar como é que ele tá mesmo? Será que eles vão revelar muito plot twist nesse? Porque assim, agora eu não sei se eu faço live ou não. Faz live, pô! Faz live rejogando todos. Eu sinceramente acho que compensa. Eu assim que eu puder comprar, eu vou fazer, com certeza. Pop-Up vai ser um dos jogos que eu quero fazer live. Definitivamente. Mano, tá um cheirinho de chuva. Vou ser obrigado a fazer live. Brincadeira. Mais algum tempo. O Depon caiu. Tá, tudo de um acho que das duas uma. Ou meu 6 morre, o doutor volta pra ser o do 6, ou o protótipo só vai no final dos tempos. Eu acho que esse vai ser o plot, Dragas. Eu acho que esse vai ser o plot. E sabe qual é o pior, Dragas? Sabe por que eu tô achando pior? Porque assim, a gente teoriza de que o 1006 pegou parte dos como é que fala? Dos personagens que a gente já enfrentou, né? Tirando o Huggy, a gente tem o Catnap e a Mommy Long Leg, né? Certo? A gente tem eles dois. Eu tô achando, sabe o plot que seria massa que eles fizessem? É que o 1006 pegasse a Pop e ela fosse o coração de todo o robô que ele tá montando. Aí a gente tem que obrigatoriamente mandar a Pop de baixo. Opa! Boa noite, Júlio Casares, tudo bom? Seja bem-vindo, cara. Como é que você tá? Boa noite aí pra você. Tá 1-0 pro Justin. Cara, ia ser absoluto cinema, tá, Dragas? Ia ser absoluto cinema. Imagina, ele capturar a Pop e usar a Pop como coração.
Choice specs Golden Go. So it's not like for anyone wondering, but you're a Trick Room team. Marcus just click Trick Room. You can't just click Trick Room because you might get choice locked into it later on. So that's something that he has to be worried about as well.
Honestly, though, I don't think that's necessarily as bad as you think it is, because if you look at how this match played out, this neutral was so detrimental to your matchup. If you can take away the choice specs, lower the damage output of that Golden Go, and then up the damage of your own Farigaraph's Dazzling Gleam, which is its only attacking move, that might actually give you an out to the Regidrago, to that Rillaboom that you might not have had before. Like, just seeing how aggressive Justin's attackers were in that matchup, Marcus needs every single advantage he can get,
Colocaram a tela de jogo sem estar no jogo. Regidrago e Dengo. Ah, entrou de Flutter dessa vez. Mas não seria mais válido entrar de Incineroar só pra setar o... só pra dar o Intimidate, pô. Era mais fácil.
The Fluttermane threatens the Regidrago immensely, but the Golden Go covers that weakness perfectly with that Steel Make It Rain. And similar to how the Golden Go would normally worry about Fire-type Pokemon, the Regidrago's Dragon Energy can deal significant damage to the Incineroar we saw last turn. But because there's no reason for Regidrago to be on the field right now, I love how Justin is just keeping it safe.
Ah, tá chovendo, por isso. Tá tendo uma chuvinha aqui, cara. Então, se por um acaso eu cair, tá? Já sabem.
On point with his strategy right now. Justin Tang will terrestrialize the Golden Go in the spot, dropping that ghost typing, helps against the Fluttermane on the field, but also potential Phantom Force from an island later on in this matchup. Now a mono steel types do even more damage with these choice specs. Make it range, but the protects are going to get in the way of that from Justin Tang. He went for the trick instead, just like we were talking about, Gabby. You can trick
pegar mais 300 mil ovos aqui, cara, tá difícil.
Yeah, and I gotta respect the scout
Não achei que fazer ovinho seria tão difícil. Oxe, mas eu entrei do nada. Cara, eu não cliquei na cal. Do nada, mano. Eu fui clicar pra ver um negócio, tava... Ó, mano, tá chovendo pra caramba. Tomara que não caia live no chat. Então, eu acho que vocês devem estar ouvindo de fundo a live, né? Ou a live. Devem estar ouvindo de fundo a chuva. E os repangalejando. Os repangalejos. Batman vs Superman é uma fraude. A batalha dura 40 minutos. Não, e Mecha Batman vs Superman, né, o Marvel. Essa aqui é real. Eita. Olha o relâmpago. Gente, avisando mais uma vez, se por um acaso a live cair, vocês já sabem, tá? Porque está chovendo muito. Cara, agora se o tempo não mudar, eu não sei o que muda, sinceramente. Oxi, do nada, mano. Ok. Peraí, gente, que eu já volto rapidinho.
And the Incineroar taking the field once again, and getting that Intimidate down on the Ogerpon here I think is really valuable. You do still have to worry about Ivy Cudgel and its higher crit rate, but overall, this is your best opportunity to get the speed and to try and set up the Ursaluna for the position you wanted in game number 1. The Golden Go has lost its choice specs, it's already dropped its special attack from a Make It Rain, and if you want to, you can immediately pivot this Incineroar out once again with U-turn to get the Ursaluna Blood Moon in after all the other Pokemon on the field have attacked. So it'll be completely safe for once.
Regidrago swapping onto the field this turn. Justin going for the Make It Rain, acting like it's choice locked even when it's gonna do a lot of damage here. Another special attack drop, but the Flare Blitz into Regidrago as a Dragon type will resist that hit, so not doing a lot of damage. Frigoraph finally able to click Trick Room, twisting those dimensions. Now the slow Pokemon will attack first.
And the way that Marcus is playing this matchup right now, he is assuming that Justin still has that Rillaboom in the back and that there is going to be the perpetual threat of a Grassy Clyde from that Ogerpon in the future. And I think that's exactly why he's aggressively targeting down that slot.
the Golden Go was not a threat that turn, and it continues to not be a threat. So seeing Justin switch now to save it for later and to drop those special attack drops is great.
Tá chovendo bastante, cara.
Overcon return now does put it in a little bit of danger, depending on where the Incineroar is targeted.
Right, and it shows that Justin does not want to reveal that fourth Pokemon. Exactly. This turn would rather Overcon, sacrificial on the team and take the damage instead. Marcus terastallizing Ferguson into a fairy type, now immune to all of Regidrago's dragon attacks. Overcon knocked out from the Flare Blitz on Incineroar and Justin losing his very important redirecting.
Pegar uns ouvintes aqui por enquanto. Cara, eu tô ficando pra lá e pra cá pro... Eu quero ver que era aqui fazer um negócio.
That is a lot of damage, and Draco Meteor's gonna do none in return into the fairy type.
You know, for a second I thought it missed, and I was gonna be like, oh, that's too bad, but...
Nossa, esse Regidrago tá ferrado agora. O Golden Go entra, será?
Guarantee that you're not taking any damage from that Regidrago, unless it clicks Earth Power, which, if it were to use Earth Power in that board state, it would have targeted the Incineroar.
But now you have your fairy type
Tá, se isso que eu falo, se ele não tirar o Regidrago, ele toma.
Definitely licking its chops, ready to flare blitz the Golden Go at any point, but if Golden Go can make a good turn, it's going to do a lot of damage with a vacant range. Justin finally revealing his fourth Pokemon here in Game 2. It is the Rillaboom, just like we were expecting. Here's the flare blitz, super effective into Golden Go.
Nossa, ainda bateu.
For a one-hit KO. Justin really needed Golden Go to try to hang on to do damage to this first round.
Podendo não sobreviveu.
But Incineroar is going to be KO'd there by the recoil from that flare blitz. So now we are in a situation where the Ursaluna is going to be forced out when Grassy Glide is in play.
And it cannot terastallize out of its ground weakness anymore like it did in Game 1 because Fergrab used the terastallization in this. So it is 2 Pokemon apiece. There's still a couple of turns remaining, so Marcus has the speed advantage.
He does have the speed advantage, and with Armtail still active, the Ursaluna can at least dodge priority.
Eu protegi o Regidrago aqui, pegar um pouquinho de vida, ver se tem de grama e bater com o Rillaboom, não? Se pá.
Because if it is, we'll be going to Game 3. But if that Rillaboom is able to hold on and fire off a Wood Hammer, we're going to be looking at a completely different scenario.
Here's the Blood Balloon. Blood Balloon boost into Rillaboom. Not enough for the knockout, but the follow-up with Dazzling Gleam certainly will be Justin protecting the Regidrago, but cannot protect
nossa, o Rillaboom cai aqui.
That's the knockout.
Mas a pergunta que fica, esse Regidrago ele tá no Trick 1, né? Esse Regidrago não leva. Esse Regidrago não leva nossa, não leva a girar, certo? E ele empatou. Empatou. Ele tava no Trick 1, então não tinha nem como. Nem se ele quisesse. Reginaldo. Não tinha nem muito o que ele fazer. Se o Rillaboom não cai ali, talvez tinha chance, porque aí era ele acertar o Ursaluna e torcer pra não cair pra Farigiraf, mas era bem difícil. Isso aí que foi ruim, cara. Pegar um Draconita. O Marcos ele deu um predict bonito de ter colocado girafa ali no slot da Flutter, né? Não sei se, acho que foi da Flutter, né? Eu quero um carro, oxi, trabalhe para ter seu carro. Do nada eu quero um carro. Agora vamos ver como é que vai ser. Cara, ô Marlon, tu chegou a ver se o Golden tava com alguma coisa negativa, cara, porque ele caiu muito rápido com o Flare Blitz. Tudo bem que o metal perde pra fogo, né, mas ele não tancou um hit, cara, ele caiu no primeiro hit, ele literalmente. É possível que esse... Ah, se pá que ele tava com a defesa especial, defesa dropada, né? Por causa do Make Terrain, né? Eu esqueci desse detalhe. Ele não tancava Flare Blitz, tá? Então ele não tá com nada na... Ele não tá com nada na defesa, né? Pelo visto.
And I think this is honestly a strong move for Justin, just because we know how powerful Overpond is in the long game. Having access to both the Ivy Cudgel and Grassy 5 in this matchup.
Nada de defesa. É, mas compensaria colocar algum investimento na defesa? Ou compensa mais colocar no ataque mesmo? Nos ataques.
Into the Incineroar immediately here, so now Incineroar will be locked into its attack. Another assault vest.
Tá, o Goldengo agora tá mais tanque, é pra ele tancar. Nem assim ele tanca. Caraca, mesmo pegando o item do Incineroar. Mesmo pegando o item do Incineroar, ele não tancou? Caraca, que louco.
Side by side, so that will be nice to get that Woodhammer damage out on the field. Honestly, Ivy Cudgel and Woodhammer into the Friggraph is going to threaten so much damage. It's not guaranteed for Friggraph to get a second protect here. So if Justin can stop Trick Room this turn, that's one way for him to get the
raiz isso aqui tá ativo. Não sei porquê.
Justin gonna get that crucial KO, but this does mean Friggraph is completely safe on the field to set up the Trick Room right away.
Eu não sei se... É porque depende do que ele trouxe atrás, né? Ele trouxe o Saloon quente? Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui.
So looking at the damage that Blood Moon did the first go around without access to Terra, it did need two
Saloon de ponta. É, o Trick Room pra essa Saloon bater, né? Pelo visto. E bater forte, né?
But now that you can just terrestrialize away your weakness to something like a Woodhammer, odds are that Ursaluna will survive one attack here. So I don't think that Marcus is in as dire of a position as he was in the game 2. So Ursaluna is much more comfortable here to go on the offense, and I think that Justin is just switching in this Raging Drago, unfortunately, to go down.
Cara, tem que tirar a girafa, cara. Se não tirar a girafa, Raging Drago não joga aqui, cara.
Marcus did adjust that fourth slide, not what I mean. It is Ogrepon Wellspring, which is massive into the Heartflame on the other end if they ever have to face off against each other.
Blood Moon, mas vai levar o Raging Drago? Leva. Nossa, o Marcos virou esse jogo, se pá. É, o Marcos virou.
But Justin correctly identifying that the Rillaboom is going to be to an end game.
Nossa, bateu forte na girafa.
Overpond Wellspring does make an appearance, so definitely keeping his options open here. Rillaboom will have to make a return to the field now and cannot protect, but you know there's not going to be a second Blood Moon, at least for this next turn. So you do have an opportunity here to either
se o Rillaboom não levar essa Saloon aqui, ferrou. Cara, a girafa se tornou uma baita de uma ameaça aqui, né? É porque, como tinha girafa em campo, esse Regi não jogava, né? O Regi Dragon não jogava, cara. Ainda mais que o cara tá com o Trick Room ativado. A estratégia do Marcos foi muito boa, cara. Foi muito boa, na moral. Deixa eu beber água aqui rapidinho. Quero o meu carro agora. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Ô Marlon, ganha mais uns campeonatos aí do VGC que você compra um carro. Já que você não pretende viajar pro Mundial, não dá pra comprar um carro, pô. Nossa, bati na mesa, meu Deus do céu. É, leva. Se não levar, é mentira. Levou completamente. Não tinha nem como. Ô, Marlon, me tira uma dúvida. O Help Hand, ele dá, tipo, um mestre plot para alguns testes? O que ele aumenta especificamente e em quanto? Eu sempre tenho essa dúvida. Ele aumenta mais um, sei lá, mais um, mais dois. O Pokémon, o que ele aumenta necessariamente? Power, protegeu, boa. Mano, é o Gepon contra o mundo. É o Gepon contra o tal. 31 acabou. Agora quem bate primeiro provavelmente é uma das Orgepon. De preferência é GG. Cara, a girafa ferrou muito o Just, cara. Ferrou muito. Caraca, o Just é pequenininho, cara. O tamanho do cara. O cara ganhou de um baita campeão, tá? O Just Tang, ele é campeão, só campeão regional, né, o Marlon? Não sei se o Just, ele é campeão mundial, né? Não lembro. Just. Sim. Então, o Marcos se deu bem, cara. Ganhou de um campeão regional, pô. E o Just Tang não é pouca coisa não, cara. Ele é muita coisa. Mas ele ganha muito, então. Pô, ganhar do Just Tang, cara, é uma vitória enorme, tá? O cara manja pra caramba. Ganhar dele foi uma baita vitória. Se o Marcos vai passar pro dia 2, não sabemos. Mas isso aqui ele já pode moldurar. Ele ganhou de um campeão regional. De um baita campeão regional, cara. O Just Tang sempre que o Just entra no regional, ele entra como um dos favoritos a ganhar, né, cara? Não tem como. O cara chama título, então assim. É isso. Não tem como, o cara é bom. Só que, cara, essa girafa ferrou muito o Rei Drago dele. Se o Marcos não tem a girafa, cara, o Regi se pá jogava. Aquele terafada ali foi tudo. Se eu ganhar do Just Tang, eu iria mostrar pra toda a minha família. Aí meu tio ia falar, Marlon, você tá nas drogas, cara? Mostra pra ele e fala assim, tio, é só um dos maiores campeões aqui, né? Só atrás do Wolf, o Marlon? O Just Tang é atrás do Wolf em quantidade de títulos? Quero ser presidente do Brasil, mano. Olha, eu sei lá. Sim, aí ó. Eu só ganhei do segundo maior campeão regional da história do Pokémon aqui, ó. Só. Aí enquadra a vitória ali. Se o Marcos vai passar pro dia 2, a gente não sabe, mas essa vitória aí já é muito boa pra ele, cara. Muito boa. Whether or not it's going to make a difference, we'll have to see. I don't think it really mattered in this matchup too much, but in the future, who knows? It could have already made a difference.
Right, it could be, Marcus could be inspiring somebody watching the screen at home right now that they have Annihilate on their team and say, you know what, I do like this Phantom Force because the obvious drawback of being into a two-turn
move, só foram 4 rounds até agora, cara.
They can't protect out of it, you know, you're going to get solid damage. But we are ready for our interview with Marcus Dion, so let's head over to Rose now. Take it away.
Quantas horas de live? 3 horas e 41 de live.
Thank you, Gabby and Joe. That's right. I'm here with Marcus Dion, the winner of that last match we had on stream. First, congratulations. Second, what's it like when you know that you have to play one of your best friends on stream?
I mean, obviously, it's hard knowing that you want to win the round, but you also are rooting for all of your friends to do as well as you are also doing, right? So it's one of those pairings that you don't necessarily want to see.
But Justin and I have only played twice. This is the second time we've played, and both times have been on stream, so it's a completely
Eu espero que vocês estejam ouvindo, porque eu não tô ouvindo uma palavra que eles estão falando.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay, so next time we see you in the pairs, what you're saying is like, you know, third time, we gotta make sure that we keep the streak going.
I mean, at this point, I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
Vamos lá, mais 5 ovos chocados. Vamos ver se vê alguma coisa.
Marcus, I got a chance to talk to you a little bit yesterday. I'm not exactly sure if we had played that interview yet,
Cara,
but
só tá
as a
vendo
follow-up,
3 e
how are you feeling now that you know you're 4-0, starting off good for day 1?
Yeah, it's very funny. This is very reminiscent of last Toronto because I went on stream round 4 at that Toronto as well.
Oh my gosh.
That round as well. So it's
Tá,
just
esse aqui já veio 4, mas, cara, defesa especial ataque. Difícil, cara.
I would say top 8's not bad.
No, I mean, like, I'm okay with it. Like, if I could get top 8
Mano, não tá
in this
vindo.
format too,
Cara, se eu precisava, os Destiny Note conseguir fazer.
but we're obviously off to a really good start, so I'm excited to see how the rest of the day goes, yeah.
Well, what happened in that game number 1?
Cara, eu tô quase pegando o melhorzinho que eu tenho aqui, cara, e ignorando completamente esse porque tá difícil, cara, colocar um especial ataque. Meu Deus do céu. O bicho não vem com 31 de especial ataque, cara. Eu coloco o raio do bracelete nele. Pô, que dificuldade, cara. O bicho não vem com nada, cara. Esse que é o pior. Mais uma saga de alguns. Não, e também não vem Shine, né? Eu acho difícil vir Shine porque eu não tô colocando. O bicho que eu tenho são meus, né? Não é um meu e um de outro lugar, né? Os dois são meus. Ô, Marlon, tu sabe se a técnica pra vir Shine em ovo tem que ser. Os pontos tem que ser diferente, né? Tem que ser um meu e o outro tem que ser de outra pessoa, né? Pra vir Shine, né? Ou não tem isso, eu não lembro agora.
Honestly, at the end of the day, the second game was a little closer. The third game I felt like very comfortable.
Oh yeah, you had full control of that third game.
The second game, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I cannot even remember 2 seconds later what happened in that game.
Well, so, that's the stress talking.
Nossa, o cara é muito vermelho.
I was like very zoned in on playing the game 3 there, and the game 3 went a lot smoother, I think. I think the turn where I just left for a draft set Trick Room while he kind of overread me there was the key turning point. Once I got into Trick Room with Blood Moon, there was a couple, like, I had to not, like, mess up pretty bad, and I didn't mess up pretty bad, so, yeah.
We love when players don't mess up.
That's my favorite thing, because it happens to be so often that I do. So.
Well, I can't, but listen, I think some of that, I think you can also speak to this, is like when you're playing on stream, is there any extra amount of pressure that you feel?
There's a lot of nerves, especially like, it depends on the tournament, right? Like my stream set against Wolf at Worlds is a completely different kind of vibe versus a stream set here, because there you have like hundreds of people in that audience, and here there's maybe like 30, 40, right? And I also think that playing against one of my close friends really did mean that a lot of that pressure, a lot of that stress is alleviated. Because we're up there on stage, we're bantering back and forth, right? So,
yeah, it looked like you guys were having a good time.
We were having a good time for sure. So it's there's a lot of stress that's kind of alleviated from the table when you're playing against somebody that you're really good friends with, right?
Yeah, but I mean the rest of the tournament, of course, like getting top 8 in Toronto last year. You know, you want to try and improve on that result and then some. And Marcus, I didn't get a chance to ask you, but maybe this is something you can shed light on now. What would it mean to you?
Ah, por que tu quer tanto ir, calma? O problema é que eu tô sem. Não dá pra ir porque senão vai sair na live, entendeu? Só isso.
Is something that I've been searching for quite a while. Last year is where it became apparent to me that I was like somebody who could actually do it, right? Because I had a.
You've gotten so close.
Yeah, I had a string of really good results. The second place at Merida was particularly
Não tô
heartbreaking.
conseguindo nem ir com o direito com o pessoal lá que eu jogo, entendeu? Tô conseguindo nem jogar direito. 3 horas e 47 horas. Vamos lá, faltam mais 5 horas. Let's go.
And I think that, speaking of Justin, he's a player that I look up to a lot in that regard, where it's like,
he's somebody who's consistently proven that, yeah, you can make it to that stage, to that finals numerous times, and you can win multiple times too. So a win this year is definitely what I'm looking for, and it would mean so much for it to happen here in Toronto, of all places. I have my lovely family here supporting me as well, my girlfriend's here as well. So it's just having a win here would mean the world.
I mean, I love that. It's a whole family affair.
Yeah.
And then where would you go celebrate?
Tá, mais ovinho
like,
e eu consigo fazer mais 5 horas. Ou falou pra mim que suas lives são chatas. Ah, vai cagar no mato. Manda ele cagar no mato.
Go to a steakhouse. Like, that was my steakhouse right across from our hotel. And like I saw it.
Manda ele fazer live então, pô.
In Canada. Not gonna say which one. But the steakhouse is right across from our hotel, and I saw them and I was like, you know what?
O cara não aparece mais nas minhas lives e quer ficar fazendo graça. Falando desse jeito.
I love it.
Tá.
Okay, I hope you get your steak this weekend, Marcus.
Me too.
Well, I mean, just as a whole on the snapshot, one, did you expect that this group would be bringing this hyper offense Golden Go Reggie Drago team? Was this something that you guys had talked about beforehand as friends? Okay, so that's why you were running blind.
You know, I mean, it was less so about the team has been running around more than just this circle of people who are playing it, right? Obviously, when a team is being used by notably strong players, you want to run lines into that team to kind of prepare for that. But yeah, no, I never was planning on working with the group that was using Reggie Drago, but I do know that there's quite a pocket of people, of very talented players who are rolling up to this team. What is it? It's 2 string games in a row now?
Yeah, Keanu also played it.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see a pattern here. But I mean, you bested it. You still got a couple more rounds to go, so make sure that you have time to go do that. But before we let you go, and shout out to your final thoughts.
Yes.
Fazia muito tempo que eu
Thank
não
you to my
usava
family
ele.
who's here supporting me, my beautiful girlfriend.
Ah, lá vão ter, mano.
Love my life. And then Kaylin, you built the team with me. I'm not sure how his tournament run is going at this specific moment, but I'm really happy with the team, and I'm really happy to have worked with you on something like this. So yeah, and then thank you to everybody at home who's supporting me. It means a lot.
Maybe last thing you have to add to this list. I know you didn't bring your roses because that's a Vancouver thing, but maybe you get your girlfriend some roses.
Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar.
Yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah,
Okay.
I have to ponder that one again. I'm very committed to this bit being Vancouver only, Rosemary.
I'm sorry. Okay, maybe not roses, maybe something else.
Another flower would be lovely, I'm sure.
I love that. Okay, well, just some food for thought. Marcus, thank you so much for your time once again, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and send back over to Aaron Cybertron Zhang for
Também não
another
sei,
A
mano.
to Zhang.
Também não sei.
Welcome back,
E lá
everybody,
vem
to
mais
another
2
segment
horas de
of
explicação
where,
com
of course,
Iron
we break down the
Zen.
game and tell you everything you need to know
Iron
about
Zen.
it. So that was a blockbuster match.
Tipo, dá pra tirar uma soneca, cara. O tempo que ele explica, meu Deus do céu.
Two of the highest ranking North American players in terms of championship points. I think Justin actually might be number 1. He has had
Vai
an
vir a
absolutely
lenda.
phenomenal season. And of course, just one of the biggest names in North American BGC. He popped up to the scene during Scarlet and Violet, won the very first regional championship he attended. Now he has 3 different regional titles under his belt. His Top Cup World. He really has built such an incredible resume in just a couple of years. And I think he is the prime example of a player that can, show you, hey, you can do this too. You know, if you work hard enough and you put yourself out there, you too can be a champion player. And yeah, Justin, inspiration to so many players. Just such a phenomenal opponent. But Marcus, of course, ending up winning that set using a really fun, kind of somewhat hard trick routine. So let's break down that matchup. Marcus, of course, as you heard in his interviews, he's still hunting for his first regionals win. He's come so close. He made it to the finals of a regionals last season. He's got in multiple top 8s.
Provavelmente o Iron Zen, ele vai falar do quanto de... Será que ele fala que a girafa foi fundamental nessa vitória aqui pro Marcos? E o quanto ela não deixou esse Regidrava do Justin jogar? Se pai, hein?
Trick Room, and one thing that I really love about his team in particular is that the flutter make here actually is Trick Room. That's not super common on these teams. Normally it's just free draft that's going to be the trick room user, but the dual threat of flutter made and free draft can be quite tricky. If you look at Justin's team, we saw this already on round 2 of stream. This is a hyper offense team, right? The idea for most matchups is Tornado sets up Tailwind, and then you use Golden Go and Reggie Drago to just dish out a ton of spread damage. Now, when you think about this matchup, Tornadus does not make a lot of sense, right? This is a Pokemon that's generally not going to have a lot of use.
Meu herói não usa capa, usa uma caneta num tablet na mão. É isso.
To survive an attack, but it just like does not really offer enough. It's not like Liquid Storm really does a ton of damage across the board here, right? So if you're from Justin's perspective, it makes a lot of sense to drop Tornadus. And then Choice Scarf Pokemon in general,
Essa é a frase filosófica.
in a tripper matchup, that's going to be the Urshifu here.
Ele
There is like an
argument
argument to be made for it because if positioned properly, you can outspeed like Annihilate and Incineroar and Flutter Mane, right? But it's just so awkward when there's fake out pressure going into Urshifu and there's Water Pokemon redirecting potential damage away. So from a team preview perspective, Justin's decision I think is pretty clear cut. Like you drop Tornadus, you drop Urshifu. Maybe
O
you
engraçado
future games
é
for
que
game 3 if UC Lab Marcus is like dropping Water Pokemon, for example. Then intuitively I think the 4 that he brought ought to make a couple sense.
O Marcos usou muito esse Incineroar para sacrifício, né? Ele colocou, ele setou, ele usou um Intimidate e foi isso, entendeu? Deixou uma vez intimidado, o resto do time dele bateu. Vamos ver se vai vir algum que preste agora, porque meu Deus, tá difícil, cara.
I'm gonna just try to deny Trick Room or make it really visible for you even if you set it up. The trick on Golden Go specifically is the main tech there. If you set up Trick Room and Marcus is ending to get Ursaluna out, you're gonna be in a very, very, very prime position. So Justin's goal basically is to deny that as much as possible because he's got very little bulk to work with. He's got multiple choice Pokemon, right? And multiple Pokemon like can't protect. And so if Trick Room ends up getting set up against Justin, he's normally gonna be in a really difficult spot. So we've got a little bit of some tax, and the main thing here is the Regidrago plus Golden Go combination, which Justin ends up leading, right? Because it just puts on so much offense. This Vergraph is Fairy Terra, so you know if you don't Fairy Terra, Regidrago can just blow you up, and if you do Terra, then blow you up, right? So that's kind of the nature of this matchup. Like for Marcus, he really wants to set up Trick Room no matter what. For Justin, he wants to deny that Trick Room, or say even if you set up Trick Room, I've like damaged so many Pokemon and gone through so many resources that it's going to be difficult for you to win the game. But generally, if Marcus sets up Trick Room for this matchup, he should be in a really good position. So let's now actually play through some clips. This turn 1 was awesome on Justin's end, right? So Marcus leads Incineroar for Graph. He said normally the game plan is against this team, we protect and we flare blitz. That play makes a lot of sense because there's not
Exatamente o que eu falei, mano. É, cara, se for isso, é basicamente a girafa não deixou esse Regidrago jogar. Ela não deixou ele jogar, entendeu? Ele viu que, assim, pelo menos pelo que parece, Just entendeu que ela era uma... que ela era a principal ameaça para esse Regidrago não jogar, entendeu? Principal para não jogar. Então tinha que se livrar o mais rápido possível da girafa e torcer para conseguir fazer alguma coisa, mas essa girafa, o Marcos protegeu muito bem ela, bateu muito bem, entendeu? Então assim, realmente o Just se complicou aqui. E ainda mais com o Terafada, cara. Quando a girafa teragizou pra fada, cara, eu acho que piorou o negócio.
This first turn is just like so masterfully done by Justin. And it's all about positioning right now with no fake out active. You see what Marcus has in the back. He's in a really tough spot. So he decides to just bank it on going for this double protect. And like I said, the main question I had here is if you think Fergraph can actually survive the Fire Terror Cudgel, then I think it actually could make sense to not go for the double protect.
Caraca, mano, não tá vindo um bom, cara.
Sacrifice Incineroar. If Fergraph even hangs on with 1 HP, you get Trick Room up or someone comes out, maybe you still have a chance. But Marcus opts for the double protect line, right, which I think also makes sense, and does not get it. So at this point, it feels quite disastrous, right, as Dragon Energy comes
não
out.
Está vindo bom
so much damage, and a Scarf Annihilate eating up that much damage.
Eu vou tirar o...
Feels really, really bad.
Caraca, ele tá explicando o cenário.
Well. So I think Justin just maneuvering this early game.
Eu vou tirar o...
Like I said, the goal for Marcus is to set up Trick Room. Justin has not given Marcus a single opportunity.
Pezinho de especial ataque, porque meu Deus do céu, cara, tá vindo um bom.
But when you're staring down a Golden Go, most players are not going to go for something like that, especially in a game 1, right? So it just speaks to the level of play that Justin has. Now we've got Ursaluna plus the Annihilate out on the field, and Marcus actually makes a play that I thought brought him back into this game. The this turn went exactly how he needed to do, and it's specifically because of the Phantom Force here on the Annihilate. It's not a move that you see super frequently, but baits out this follow me from the Ogerpon. Justin went for follow me to make sure that Annihilate could not target the Regidrago here and just KO it, but instead Marcus makes this awesome play going for the Phantom Force, and now you don't have to worry about follow me. Dragon Energy comes out, and it does a lot of damage. Crucially does not knock out the Ursaluna. I think Draco Meteor would have been kind of close, maybe could have gotten the knockout. But crucially, Ursaluna here now is actually able to get the full knockout. And what's also crucial is Annihilate has taken turn 1 of Phantom Force, right? So that means when Golden Goal comes back in, should Phantom Force go into the right slot, depending on how the Pokemon are trained, Phantom Force may be able to just get a one-hit knockout. Now, Annihilates on these teams generally will be like max HP and a lot of speed, not very attack intensive. So I don't know if it's like a guaranteed knockout on a Golden Go or if Golden Go actually has a good chance of surviving. But either way, this play specifically actually suddenly like opens the door back up when the game felt completely over after, quite frankly, turn 1, right? The main question is, where does the Phantom Force go into? Does it target into the Golden Go slot? It's honestly kind of like a pure 50-50, feels like. And so the Incineroar switching makes sense here, right? At this point, Marcus knows, though, that the Phantom Force is not going into the right slot, but had Phantom Force targeted the Golden Go slot, you would bring in, you would still make the same play, right? And if Phantom Force knocked out Golden Go, then Robo knocks out the Annihilate, but suddenly it's Incin plus Ursaluna Blood Moon, and then you can just fake out Blood Moon into the Robo Moon to solve this, so we can't protect. So I was like, wow, the fact that like Phantom Force actually made this game is really fascinating, because if it were any other move, the game probably just would have been instantly over. It would have been really, really hyped to see it, of course, target the Golden Go slot, but unfortunately it did go into Robo Moon. But crucially, the main win condition for Justin in game 1 is I need to Trick Room, and he absolutely did that. There was no opportunity to set up Trick Room. Farigiraf basically got put in a really difficult position, and so what Marcus does here is he adjusts. He ends up now bringing out the Flutter Mane, and as we've talked about, this Flutter Mane is a pretty unique set because it has Trick Room, but I really love this decision because it's also a huge offensive threat, right? Golden Goal and Regidrago are both Pokemon that don't love going up against Flutter Mane. I think Marcus mentioned, though, the main thing he wasn't sure of was the speed interaction because it's like super bulky Flutter Mane. He wasn't sure if Golden Goal would actually outspeed it, and so that's one thing that made it slightly awkward. But I really like this decision to like bring Flutter Mane into the mix because now there's like 2 potential Trick Room users that you have to deal with, right? And the key thing here is that it is Choice Specs Golden Go, so Golden Go can lock into Make It Rain, it can lock into Trick, right? Both are really good options, but the problem is there's a lot of counterplay after turn 1, right? Let's say you lock into Make It Rain, Incineroar then can switch in into you, and that is really, really scary, right? So I like Marcus's mix-up here a lot. He's saying, look, I'm going to try to threaten you with damage with Flutter Mane immediately. Justin feels pressured, right? He's like, look, I don't want to just faint to a potential Shadow Ball with my Golden Go, so I'm going to go for the Terra here and make sure that I can't just get knocked out immediately. But Marcus decides to just play it safe and ends up protecting, kind of once again trying to bait out that attack from Golden Go, right? So double protector, I think, makes a lot of sense. And if you're Marcus, you're probably pretty happy about this because you've now crucially baited out the Terra, and you see what Golden Go locked itself into. I think had Golden Go there clicked Make It Rain, it would probably be a lot more awkward because suddenly you're just pressuring so much damage onto both Pokemon. But Marcus is probably pretty relieved to see the trick because it means suddenly this is not a damage dealer going into the next turn. If it is Make It Rain with double protect, it becomes really awkward. You probably want to like pivot in Incineroar into one slot, likely the Flutter slot, but then you give up so many resources, right? So the decision to lock into Trick over Make It Rain here puts Marcus in a better position in game 2 because, you know, once again, yeah, you're just not threatened by damage. I think this next turn is interesting because you could theoretically click Trick Room with either Pokemon here. And so Marcus decides to end up pivoting into Incineroar and actually ends up opting not to click Trick Room and saves it for a turn, right? And so the Intimidate here is obviously valuable. Ogerpon now does less damage. Flutter Mane opts to go for Shadow Ball here. And as you can see, does not really do a ton of damage. Like, it's under 50%, which is less than ideal. Ivy Cudgel here, always scary, has the chance to get a critical hit, ends up not getting a critical hit, and Trick ends up coming out from the Golden Go there. So I think this turn, like, there was an opportunity for Flutter Mane potentially to just send it and go for the Trick Room, but Incineroar now comes out. What's awkward here, of course, is that Incin does gain the Assault Vest, right? Or sorry, it loses the Assault Vest and is locked into whatever attack it has to go for because it's choice specs. So here we see the Follow Me plus Make It Rain. Incineroar, of course, has the ability to go for Fake Out, but if you go for Fake Out, you're locked into the field with the choice specs Incineroar with Fake Out. That doesn't feel super ideal, right? So at this point, it feels a little bit awkward for Marcus, but it's okay because what he wants to do is just get that Farigiraf back out on the field so you can set up Trick Room. With a team like Marcus's, it's okay if you actually go down in Pokemon
Pokemon, because what your win condition often is Farigiraf, Ursaluna, under Trick Room, 4 turns of Trick Room to work with, sweep, sweep, sweep. And against Justin's team in particular, he has very little defense for that, right? So yeah, he loses Flutter Mane. Yeah, Incineroar like doesn't really do a ton this turn, but now is the perfect position, right? The Golden Go does not have choice specs anymore. It can't, I mean, it can trick, but it can't trick the choice specs onto Farigiraf. Ogerpon's all intimidated. So now is the prime position to get that Trick Room up. And once Trick Room gets set up, it feels like Justin has very few answers against it, right? So Golden Go goes for Make It Rain, but at this point it's already weakened. Not really much that it can do. No point in tricking to steal an item away either, right? And you're actually so distance, so you can't even do that.
Nossa, isso é um surto mesmo, hein? Eu falei, já volto, gente. Os caras já separando meu óbito aí do nada.
So it took a long time to get to this game state, but what Marcus did was basically neutralize Justin's lead and give up a bunch of resources in order to finally successfully set up Trick Room in the second game. And Justin just has very few responses to the combination of fire plus fairy type damage, right? Flare Blitz plus Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam, super, super safe. And Fairy Terra is so safe to go for once you've set up that Trick Room because you no longer have to worry about the Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go. So I think at this point it feels like Justin should
Alexandre fazendo essas perguntas. Pergunta que ele fez.
He hasn't even brought out Ursaluna yet, by the way, but like Flare Blitz in itself is already doing so much damage. Farigiraf is one of these like awkward Pokemon where sometimes it feels like it just does no damage at all, but in this matchup where you're staring down a Regidrago and you're staring down a bunch of Pokemon that just aren't exactly what he is, like Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam is actually quite nice, both from an offensive perspective, and the Fairy Terra is nice from a defensive perspective into Regidrago, right? So Justin attempts to go for Draco Meteor here. This turn, like, maybe there's the opportunity for the Draco to target the Incineroar, but then Incineroar faints, and then you get a free switch into Blood Moon, and Farigiraf is still blocking any priority, so then it's Farigiraf, Fairy Terra plus...
Se eu não me engano, dá pra ver o Alexandre quanto...
But the Draco Meteor and Farigiraf all but, like, surely blocks it up at this point. So, this is what I was saying about the matchup, right? I think, like, game 1, Justin had some really, really awesome early turns, and then it felt like the game was just over immediately, but Marcus does have a lot of tools, and once again, if he just sets up Trick Room throughout the course of the battle, it feels like he should be in a very prime position, and we, once again, can't count out Incineroar's damage output in a matchup like this, because Flare Blitz is actually so good into Golden Moon, so good into Rillaboom, right? It has the ability to get a one-hit knockout onto Pokemon, right? And so even though it has that choice specs that was tricked onto it, doesn't really care, right? And Golden Go's not bulky enough here to survive Flare Blitz, and so I think it goes to show the power of Incin plus Farigiraf under Trick Room, right? Normally when you look at Marcus's team, you're probably thinking, well, the damage index is very heavily on Ursaluna Blood Moon. That can be true, depending on the matchup, but like Incineroar and Farigiraf actually have a lot of damage between the two of them, right? You've got the Dazzling Gleam on Farigiraf, and then it's an Assault Vest Incineroar, so full coverage, right? You've got the Flare Blitz, you've got U-turn from the crowd.
Soquinho nele que resolve.
I think the main thing here is when you commit to a trick when you commit to trick, it's like really, really tricky, no pun intended, because you just give up a turn of offense, right? So we move into the third game here, and it's a little bit of an adjustment this time, dropping the Regidrago for Fire Ogerpon. And the logic behind this is, hey, with this lead now, I'm a lot less threatened by the Flutter Mane that you showed in the previous game. Marcus decides to actually just go back to Incineroar and Farigiraf, which I really like as a decision, because basically Marcus is like, look, the only way that you actually beat that is like the play you showed in game 1, and like now you'll actually go for that potentially, right? So Incineroar is honestly kind of a dream lead into Golden Go plus the Fire Ogerpon here, because you get the Intimidate immediately, which is such a big deal, and there is not that much pressure from the side to knock out your Incineroar, right? So Justin goes
última leva de ovinhos que eu vou fazer aqui. Eu vou deixar o jogo pausado.
Marcus, you're totally okay with this, right? Especially because he once again just commits to the Flare Blitz. Like, I would say this is the absolute dream turn 1 for Marcus, right? Where you have now gotten rid of a huge offensive threat, really the biggest offensive threat to your Farigiraf, because now Fairy Terra is super safe, right? So I think, yeah, Justin was kind of behind from the leads immediately. He was hoping to probably see the Flutter Mane once again on Marcus's end. So Marcus getting back to the Farigiraf, I would say, gave him the immediate advantage here. And then the second turn is absolutely huge, where we end up seeing a double up onto Incineroar plus the Incineroar. Yeah, a double up into Incineroar. So in this position, Justin can either deny Trick Room or he can try to knock out the Incineroar, but he can't do both. I think it's probably better to try to deny Trick Room, but Justin might also be thinking, hey, your Farigiraf now has the ability to potentially switch out. If you switch and I knock out your Incineroar, suddenly, like, the game is actually not that bad. Marcus decides, I'm just going to stay in with both and say, look, you have to take a trade. You either lose your Rillaboom or you let
me set up Trick Room, you ideally get Trick Room up, and Justin gives it to you, right? And so with Trick Room going up, like once again, it just feels like the main win condition has been executed, but totally can understand why Justin made that play, right? Because he's probably feeling like, hey, I'm already behind in this game, and if you mess up, I can get a big advantage. What's interesting is that Marcus ended up not bringing Fotoman into this game, and so had it been a double on Freegraph, it would have been a knockout, and then Marcus would not have had
Reais não tá em Malte Misterioso? Acho que não tá em Malte Misterioso, não?
Because he was so far ahead in this game, I think Marcus was content saying, look, even if I don't get Trick Room up, and I lose Freegraph, if I instant knocks out your Rillaboom, you're down to your final 2 Pokemon immediately. I still have 3 Pokemon to work with, 1 being Water Pokemon, 1 being Ursaluna, and the Ursaluna is quite bulky on my end, so I know I can use it for rain direction, right? But I think with Trick Room not being denied here, Marcus basically just has to
volto ao meu Prime daqui a 4 meses.
Maybe there was still a window of opportunity. Now it feels really, really difficult because it's the dream scenario for the Ursaluna. You get to come out under Trick Room. And what's really crucial here is that the Ursaluna is also just like incredibly bulky. I think the only scary thing at this point for Marcus is if you get
Mano, vocês são muito aleatórios.
Fire Ribbon can crit, but this, yeah, we saw Rillaboom switch out and it goes out into the Regidrago.
Eu troco a foto do Zé Gotinha e depois de 4 meses eu coloco a foto do Zé Gotinha. Meu Deus do céu.
Sure, you redirect an attack away, but then Rillaboom gets a wood hammer off. That's not enough to knock out either Pokemon. Honestly, even with the crit, I'm not sure it's enough, right? So I think Justin makes the right play here in switching Draco in, because at that point it's not going to accomplish very much, especially with so many turns of Trick Room. It ends up being Ivy Touch onto Freegraph. I think maybe there was the opportunity to target the Ursaluna, but I can see what Justin was going for, where if you're hoping the last Pokemon is Annihilate or Fluttermane, it's like, okay, you knock out Freegraph, the last Pokemon comes out, and maybe you actually outspeed it under Trick Room. But at this point, Rillaboom comes back in. And yeah, once again, like Ursaluna is just not ready, hasn't taken any damage. Had it been Pudgel with the Ursaluna, maybe it would have been a little bit dicier for Marcus as well. And you don't see this very often, a double protect from the Trick Room player, but the whole logic behind it is Marcus knows he still has multiple turns of Trick Room to work with, and by going for double protect, now you reset the ability to click that Blood Moon. Blood Moon at this point is a one-hit knockout when you have Helping Hand support from the Freegraph or Nasty Leap support, right? And so
mais ovinho a gente consegue. Lembra de não ser porque minha mãe não deixa. Meu Deus do céu, Alexandre. Olha a pergunta que você mandou. Olha a pergunta.
The one thing I was thinking was at this point, because there was Water Ogerpon in the back, like it's kind of awkward for Water Ogerpon and Freegraph to actually deep.
O que você me manda, meu Deus do céu.
So adjusting it for Follow Me here, maybe at least you like trade your Ogerpon and Woodhammer comes out. It's probably still not enough though, because Marcus is just like accumulated so many resources in the early game and losing Golden Goal while not getting any damage off. Like the trick actually ended up being just not impactful at all, right? Because it's not like Incineroar needed the Assault Vest throughout the course of this battle, and it was still able to get knockouts with Flare Blitz. And so I think the trick immediately to start the game put Justin down really significantly because Golden Goal is such a key piece, and to waste it essentially on the Incineroar made things extra tricky. I think what Justin was maybe hoping for was seeing a fake out on turn 1, right? Because if you end up clicking fake out, then there's the potential.
Olha o Simon aí no chat. Salve, Simon. Boa noite, boa tarde. Como é que você tá? O costume de fazer live de noite dá nisso, gente. Uma imagem poética, é uma imagem câncer de Neymar, se você quer dizer. A última leva de ovinhos, vamos ver se... Ai, a última de hoje, quer dizer, pelo menos por enquanto, né? Porque, meu Deus do céu. Mano, que saco fazer isso aqui. Saco porque não vem, né? Pelo menos um decente, é só isso. Isso aqui é legalzinho de fazer. Não sei quem é que tá com essa volta, mas
the nature of this matchup is if, you know, Marcus gets the lead, right? He already has a big lead, and
também não tenho a menor ideia de quem seja.
Like, I think the advantage maybe is still a little bit in his favor, but, you know, Justin showed his ability to be a top player in his way to...
Ô Marlon, tu mandou essa foto pro Alexandre?
Once again, would have been so crazy to see Phantom Force get the Golden Goal. I was curious if that was enough for a knockout, because I think if it were, Marcus actually just wins the game with Instant and Ursaluna. You have the fake out pressure as well, and yeah, you have the Flare Blitz as well. So super close set. It's exciting to see obviously what the top players always end up bringing to this event. It was really fun to see that the battle between a team that indexes quite heavily on Trick Room versus one that tries to do everything in its power to.
Tem que mandar pra ele, cara. Manda pra ele ver isso.
break before our next break.
What's up, Pokemon trainers? I'm here with top North American player Joseph Ugarte. How are you doing? How are you feeling being back in Toronto?
Can't complain. Getting in.
Aí faltam mais 3 rounds. Com este mais 3, né?
Snow was keeping some people from getting in, but I took a bus in, so it's a really
Bom,
long trip.
teoria,
But
né?
I made it, so we're here.
Vou ver na
It's
prática.
freezing cold, but it's it's good. We're here.
But you look prepared and dressed to play the part for this weekend, so hopefully that means you're going to stay warm. But what are your thoughts heading back to Regulation F for this event?
So I'll be honest. At first, I was pretty bummed. I don't really like Reg F that much, or at least like compared to the other formats. But I actually would say I'm at a point where like now it's kind of like a love-hate relationship. Like I'm okay with it now. You know what I mean? I think I've played it enough and I've gotten familiar enough with it where it's okay again for me. Like it's definitely not my favorite, but I'm still like it's okay. You know, it's like fun.
You're in the cycle where you have come to the acceptance part of this.
Ô Simon, deixa eu perguntar, tá aí na live ainda?
Well, I mean, Joe, you have a lot of experience with this regulation. I think you actually played some of the most Regulation F events out of anybody that I know. So let's revisit some of that because while you say maybe you're in this love-hate relationship with it, you did have a lot of success the last time we played Regulation F. Just a couple of your results. You got top 8 at Portland, top 16 at Liverpool, and top 16 at Knoxville. And these were all basically within a month apart. And so when
Lembra
I
de
go
verdade
back
que
and
você
I
é
look at
vegano?
that team,
Não.
you did play mostly
Neste
the
exato
same
momento
teams
estou comendo um
throughout
pedaço
the
de
season,
carne.
starting with Urshifu,
Então não
Rapid
sou
Strike, and
vegano.
Overpond, Hearthflame. Those transitioned to Gouging Fire and Overpond Wellspring. But then you also have Dragonite, Janpao, King Gambit, and Amoonguss. Can you talk me through a little bit about why you chose to stick to a very similar core? And do you think that core can actually still work for returning to Regulation?
Verdade, né? Tem o Google Fire. Será que ele aparece nesse meta? Porque um Entei já apareceu, mas o Google Fire, será que aparece? Então você vê dando inverso? Exato. Exato, Alexandre.
So I brought it to Portland basically in almost the exact same version. I was able to do pretty well with it, which I was pretty happy about. And then going forward, it was just basically adaptations and continually making it work as a metagame, right? I think overall what I would say is like the Gouging Fire and Wellspring adaptation helped it kind of keep up at the time. This was actually before Raging Bull Balance was a thing. And I actually still think it has viability nowadays. I just think that you have to slightly adjust things because of the prevalence of Raging Bull now being on a lot of games.
Lembra, tu já comeu o vidro? Nunca.
Like, I actually think there are some really
Até onde eu lembro, nunca.
popular, but you have to like definitely adjust things that can make it work. But no spoilers, but I might have something similar.
Tava bugado o chat.
Well, I won't ask you to spill the team, but I do have to ask you one final question. You had a very public breakup with your toxic relationship with Sun.
Você
rumor has it that Sun might actually be something that people are considering for Regulation F. So, in your professional opinion, do you think that Sun can be run in Regulation F, and have you thought about it?
I definitely think it can be ran, and I've definitely thought about it, but I've always been like,
Suas senhorias estão fazendo na cal exatamente nesse momento.
something else. So like, yeah, I actually think it can be good. There's definitely been like temptations around for sure, but I have strayed away from the temptation of falling back into the Sun habits, at least for now. I don't know if I can guarantee it the entire year.
Well, maybe something that we'll see you return to at some point. Joe, thank you so much for your time, and now back to more Pokemon action. Hi everyone, I'm here with one of our top North American players, Kylan Van Severin. So excited to see you. How are you feeling ahead of Toronto?
Será que eu entraria aí? Entraria na cal aí? Gostariam de participar da live?
Yeah, I can sleep in my own bed, no jet lag, so it's pretty nice.
What do you think of the weather we've got going on today?
Meu Deus, Marlon, o que tu fez?
But I know yesterday was really, really bad. I know some flights got canceled, so that's not too great.
Eu acho que no caso seria melhor subir. Pede ou pro King ou pro Galo de subir pra cal de live, porque se chegar gente aí na cal vai ficar mó bagunça, entendeu? Eu vou entrar lá na live, na cal de live, aí pede pro King ou pro Galo de puxar pra lá, beleza?
I was excited for it more at first.
Aqui pelo menos só entra nós três, entendeu? Mais o só entra nós três, mais o aí sabe. É que eu
I'm a little bit nervous, especially because of all the variants that we can see.
Faço a menor ideia, deve ser algum vagabundo aleatório.
Either, but it might be fun to dish it out yourself. So when I actually kind of think about Regulation F, are those Pokemon things that you're thinking about needing to build around? Are you running them yourself?
Tava na hora também.
I'm not running them, but definitely have to think about building around them. That's probably one of the best teams in the format right now, right up beside full balance teams. And yeah, it usually just is the Flutter main argument and a bunch of other good pieces on that team. So,
não, ironicamente tem bastante dinheiro lá, né?
Let's talk about you as a player a little bit too, because speaking of your history, you got top 16 in the World Championships in 2021, and that I think was your breakout performance. That's when really you got put on everybody's radar as a top player to look out for. But you followed that up with a top 16 at back-to-back Latin American International Championships. So, can I ask you a little bit about your experience at this last LAIC? How are you feeling about that result?
Se eu mandei alguém de Vasco? Olha, que eu lembre não, mas talvez tenha. Eles não vão subir pra cá, não?
I'm pretty happy with that part at least, and overall the result was better than what I expected going in, so I can't complain too much.
Well, I was so excited for you, and I'm really excited to hear that you're going to EUIC as well. Kylan, what's kind of the ultimate goal for you as a competitive Pokemon player? What are you hoping to accomplish?
I mean, I think everyone's goal is to win the World Championships. You know, I'd love to do that at some point. I think sort of my next step, though, is I do want to top 8 a major event.
Windows, 2 portas, 3 polegadas, Galaxy A54. Que é isso, Marlon Alexandre? Do nada.
Well, you keep getting closer every time I see you, it feels like. Kylan, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck this weekend. And now, Pokemon trainers, we're back to you.
Vocês estão com medo de quê? Que eu não entendi? Peraí, deixa eu só ver se vocês... Meu Deus. Mano, colocaram Calyx dentro de um buraco.
As the rounds get later. Joe Brown and Davis had on call here for round 5. That was a really fun match last time around with Marcus and Justin. And spoilers, round 5 is going to be just as awesome.
And it's only going to get better from here. I hope that we get to add some more Pokemon to Rosemary's list today.
Alexandre, que aleatoriedade é essa,
Not to get into spoilers just yet, but it really has been an exciting day. And I think a lot of what I was hoping to see coming into this regional, especially was these little things that made Regulation F stand out compared to last time. And I think Trick Room on Flutterby has been my absolute favorite so far. But I mean, Joe Brown, you know me. You know I'm a Trick Room player for life. For sure.
No, yeah, obviously you take whatever advantage you can, right?
Exactly.
If everyone else
Bora ver a última leva de 50 alvos aqui, meu Deus do céu.
Booster energy, speed boost, and things like that. Switch it up and go for a Trigger.
Mano, que calor infernal. As coisas que eu falo é aleatório em outro nível. Realmente, é bom, é um nível completamente novo. E aí, gente, como é que tá a tarde de sábado de vocês?
Yeah, and it did just the Frigger after that matchup for Marcus, like we saw it's about 15-16% usage, right? It's a Pokemon that it's not going to be Rillaboom, it's not going to be Incineroars and Fluttermanes where half the field is going to be using it, but the teams that do utilize Frigger very well are really primed to perform well.
Sorry, I'm so correct today. I just had this thought. Do you think Frigger is jealous of Reagindo being the better, longer Pokemon? I'll be here the whole weekend.
There was a couple of regulations where Free was the long neck.
I know, and I'm just wondering if it's taking it personally.
So, and they both go Terra Ferry usually, right? So solid special attackers. I think you're onto something, Abby.
I don't think I am. Please don't entertain this. This is why I don't team build. These are the things I think of.
So what are your thoughts on for a draft that way this one?
I like it a lot. I mean, any format that tends towards helping hand using Pokemon, I think is very exciting. I think
4 horas de live,
oi,
tem mais 4 horas ainda.
In Scarlet and Violet to make an impact. You know, seeing Farigiraf starting to run helping hand again, I think
eu acho que o Nindras loiro oxigenado combina mais com o Nindras cabelo roxo.
Tend to stick to this bolt that we're seeing so far in this regulation F 2.0. You know, just like we're seeing a lot of the Chip Cows and the Dragon Dances and the Sword Stances to get through that kind of stuff. You know, a helping hand, especially on a Pokemon that on its own is just not going to deal a lot of damage.
O Alexandre falou que eu, loiro, é melhor, combina mais do que eu de cabelo roxo.
It's just such a useful tool to have. So I do think it's a great move on Farigiraf in formats like Regulation F or Regulation G or I, when you have those harder hitting Pokemon that can, you know, take advantage of that boost very well. So I'm here for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for you to do like a little bit of damage with Dazzling Leap. You can help the other heavy hitter on your team. You also want to KOs. Obviously, in Incineroar, I think one thing that was really cool that Aaron had mentioned in the preview show was that there's been a lot of doom and gloom about Calm Mind Raging Bolts in this format, but depending how the format plays out, a lot of the Raging Bolts are just the format in general. The game might not be lasting long enough, so you might not need parting shots or obviously these assault best version time when you're popping out, or even when you're not, they have helping hand, like you're saying, has potential, because you might not need to keep cycling Intimidates if the game is only going to last 4 or 5 turns total.
Yeah, so we have a bit of a surprise for all of y'all at home. As you may know, we are featuring a side stream here over at youtube.com/@SymbolPlayPokemon. We have game 3 from Brendan Zhang versus Patrick Connors here to watch while we're waiting for our next feature, our mainstream match to be here on the main stage. So here we go. Brendan Zhang is going to be on the bottom of your screen, and we have Patrick Connors on
Mano, o bicho não vem com o IV perfeito, tá difícil. Ó, caramba. Deus do céu.
They're both 1-1. They were 3-0 at this point. This was from last round. This was our feature. That's just Gabby was saying.
Cara, não é possível que esse bicho não vai vir com o que eu preciso.
Yeah, and a very honestly strong start for both of these trainers. You know, you have the Roaring Moon there already pressuring. Presumably some form of speed control. I think most of them are still running the Tailwind support mode that we touched on very briefly. Bulldogo threatening damage on the Flutter Mane threatening damage on the Roaring Moon, and then Incineroar threatening all that destruction that it to bring.
Eu falei, gente, que eu tô fazendo um Pokémon aqui. A única coisa que falta é um IV perfeito, só isso. E a Tigrama não vem, cara.
But this Mega Rain into Flutter Mane for the one-hit KO. Incineroar hardly takes any damage.
I wish we had team sheets for these trainers, because correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I'm pretty sure I saw Blast, Icy Wind, and then Yellow Moon, which was probably Thunder Wave, and then Taunt on that Flutter Mane. So that is a
Eu
Flutter
choquei, eu acho que uns 200 ovos hoje, não veio um perfeito.
Taunt and then Blast, which I know is, again, that's like the most common thing that we're seeing here this weekend, but that's just
Bicho não vem perfeito, por aqui.
Will at some point see a shot in this one, so it's exciting to see there. But Urshifu with the Mystic Water version, it's kind of tough with how you run Urshifu this format, because if you have Icy Wind, you have Thunder Wave, right? Maybe you don't need the Scarf, but in certain situations, when say Patrick
Eu tô jogando o Brilliant Diamond, o Alexandre. Fazendo uns Pokémonzinhos aqui. Brilliant Diamond.
It's possible that we need a little bit more speed, most likely to outspeed it, unless there's something very strange going on in these Pokemon. Given Patrick and Brendan is very unlikely, So I do agree, you have to be very careful about how you play this next turn. Normally with Roaring Moon, if you're running booster energy, you run acrobatics to take advantage of the double power you get once you consume your held item. And knowing that you're holding the Mystic Water, you're going to go down in one hit if it connects. But I think Roaring Moon there was just too afraid to target.
Quando eu falo que por que eu fico mutado, por isso. Meu microfone já tá indo de F. Porque tá indo pro telefone, né? Eu tô fazendo a live pelo telefone, né? Mas eu tô, tanto que vocês estão, tanto que tudo que vocês estão falando tá saindo na live. Porque o alto-falante é do monitor, eu acho que ele não tem microfone.
That's the benefit of Brendan not running choice card on this variant is you are able to swap your moves around with your Cornerstone has this sturdy ability, but Surging Strikes hits 3 separate times. The beauty of Cornerstone as a bulky redirector is pretty much always trained to survive those Surging Strikes, as it is one of the big Urshifu counters in this one.
Eu acho que ele nunca tinha. Ele mutou. Silenciado por você? Oxi.
I think it's mostly the Mystic Water variant that people are training for, and then they figure if you're going to dedicate your terrestrialization to that Pokemon, you're already taking such a big resource off the board, it's maybe okay to train Pokemon.
Minha voz ainda continua mesmo?
Patrick here can redirect away, attacks from the side, but it feels like Patrick is in a solid defensive position on this.
He is, and I think the interesting thing about this Amogus is we have to figure out what it's holding, because Amogus is not going to be taking a lot of damage from the Surging Strikes, and if it's holding a Rocky Helmet, then it's going to be actually taking back about the same, if not more damage to the opposing Urshifu. So this detect here could be an indication that that Rocky Helmet, so we're going to, again, we're just going to have to wait out and see just how this turn plays out here.
Estão me ouvindo?
Shadowball into the protect power up yet again for Overpond on his end.
Estão me ouvindo? Estão me ouvindo? Não estão me ouvindo.
So very safe play from Brendan. As
eles não estão me ouvindo.
Now, presumably Urshifu the fastest Pokemon on the field, but you can't go for any hits into the go as long as the Amogus can redirect it away.
You can't go for any hits with that Urshifu, but you can still go for hits with Overpond, as it is a grass-type Pokemon still and will ignore the range water, so you can still try, but holding those natural typing here is just so advantageous for Patrick. You just have to make sure that those Make It Rains count when they do hit, because you are going to start taking the attack drops or special attack drops, and they will start adding up over time, but overall he's just in the driver's seat for this enemy.
Ivy Cudgel from Ogrepondo into the Amogus, so doing some pretty solid damage. No critical hit to speak of there to do extra damage.
Citrus Berry, okay.
Okay, so it's not Rocky Helmet as we were maybe predicting. It was
a não vai tão linda e vai tão chat. Exatamente.
As a water type attack, low base power, even with the crits, Amogus is effectively at the same HP that it was. Maybe a little bit lower when it took 2 attacks this turn, and now Shadow Ball into the Urshifu.
Vocês estão me ouvindo? Alô, alô.
So 2 left between Brendan winning and losing the set.
Estão me ouvindo?
Yeah.
Alô.
That is correct. I'm trying to think if there's a way out here, unfortunately. And Ivy Cudgel critical hits, maybe.
I mean, I think last turn maybe that it could have changed a little bit at this point, even if you get the crit onto. Because it already survived for so long, it already had some utility. The Oman is faster. We saw Ivy Cudgel go before Urshifu, so maybe there's a world that you can get the
Mas tá, eu tô tentando. Eu estou tentando, mas não está sendo minha voz.
That is my informed opinion of this position, unfortunately. And
Braga.
Going into regulation F, if you're watching this at home, I think that you really have to play very carefully when it comes
Está explodindo cabeças aí, Dragas. WhatsApp 2 anunciados. Oxe, do nada, que aleatório. Deixa eu só tirar aqui e colocar de novo pra ver se minha voz vai sair minha voz. O Carlos mandou aqui, ó. Aqui. Continue tentando. Lindras é o filho do chefe. Que isso? Não sou nada. Continue tentando. Então. Alô. Alô. Não, Carlos, a minha voz a minha voz tá saindo pelo telefone, entendeu? A transmissão tá sendo pelo telefone, não tem nada a ver, não tem nada conectado no notebook.
Yeah, so definitely keep an eye on these names as
encostei no negócio aqui.
It's going to be getting tougher and tougher for these trainers to lock in their opportunity to play in.
Vocês devem estar ouvindo um chiado agora.
We are almost ready, if not actually
alô. Tô me ouvindo?
to start our next round. So let's go ahead and do that.
Me ouvem?
And if you are watching our side
Ah.
our feature match, there's
Mano, não, eles não me ouvem.
I got the shout in. Actually focus on this matchup between Daniel Yu, our 2025 Atlanta Regional Champion, and Ashton Cox, our multiple-time LAIC champion.
Mano, eu fico imaginando como é que deve estar saindo pra eles agora. Deve estar engraçado.
As well as the Landers Incarnate, which I think is just a really strong special attacker in this format that I'm happy to see Daniel taking advantage.
Yeah, Daniel's team is, I think, a very standard approach to one of these Roaring Moon teams. You have the booster energy, presumably to boost your speed, at which point you can set up tailwind and knock off and acrobatics, kind of like what we just saw from Cars and Streamer. And then once that tailwind is set up, you can use the sheer force of the Landers Incarnate there to deal a ton of damage. You have to worry about accuracy of Season Storm, but you have Earth Power and Sludge Bomb to deal with accurate hits. So overall, these teams can be very powerful if you're able to the attacks
Daniel Lando de Lashok, Chute de Água de Mystic Waters, Mineral de Safety Goggles, Parede Girafa de Troll Spray, Amor de Rock Helmet e Horemon de Boost. Agora minha voz tá sendo normal. Dentro do episódio 23, eu acho. Eu falei Nossa, tu falou a famosa que corta canais aqui? É isso? Se falou, se o YouTube pegou já era, tá? Tipo de água, peixe hora, rainbow de ação que veste, relâmpago de grama, uma certa máfia aí. Relâmpago de grama, amor de metalwork, sacanagem de Food Choice Bandit e Chival de Offset. O Alexandre falou que era de máfia. Exatamente. Uma que eu não posso falar em voz alta. E por sinal eu esqueci o nome dela agora.
And that choice band Arcanine, and then also brings the Chen-Power along with the sort of ruin ability to just make that even more offensive. You do have your own focus and the Raging Bolt to sort of look up the rest of the team, so that will give you some playability around
switch your Pokemon around to take hits, and I think overall Ashton's strategy into the matchup that Daniel has is to just power through it. You have all these incredible attackers, why not make use of them?
Yeah, I really like that riddle with clear amulet with
Cara, esse Arcanine é bonito, na moral.
because it's sort of lowering all the other Pokemon defense by one stage. That riddle really does not enjoy seeing an Incineroar
Quem esse pá deve estar rindo dos torcicolo que o meu boneco deve estar tendo ali. Eu narei do eu do nada. Que isso? Não se junte ao Vasco, Alexandre. Calma lá. Começou de Shibuya Bônus, o Shibuya Esmeralda. Eu falei que o Shibuya Sul ia ser soberano nesse método. Beber água, já que pegou uma notificação vencida.
There's not too much of a risk for Daniel to go for a surging strikes into that spot, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Eu chamo o cara pra minha live pro cara fazer propaganda de bebida alcoólica de graça. Meu Deus do céu. Você acabou de dar ideia pra alguém. Parabéns, você acabou de perder uma chance milionária, sabe? Você acabou de dar ideia pra alguém ficar milionário aí.
Exactly, and by sending in your own Amogus,
tô no celular agora, ok. Mano, o Simon esquecendo que eu tô em live. Mano, muito bom. Eu cantei, eu vou dirigir depois de beber. Mano, essa música não sei. Olha, os desenhos japoneses, sabe, né? Agora eu não vou desmutar porque estão com música alta aqui, ok? Não, Simon, melhor ainda. É a alucinação da sua cabeça. Ok, Lucas, entendemos. Acho que ele tá. Ué, o Alexandre perguntou se eu sou vegano. Você acha que não? Ah, nossa, queimou no último.
Response definitely not as impactful as the 1 HP burn, but I guess you'll take it.
It's something. It's absolutely something. And now with the Amogus out on the field, again, this is another opportunity now for Ashton to pivot and show us just what else he's brought to this matchup.
4 horas e 40 de live já. Caraca.
Stayed in there, and I'm really curious to see
Pior que passou rápido até.
I would imagine that if you have the Chien-Pao, this would be an interesting time to send it out onto the field, as Chien-Pao is typically faster than Urshifu, so you could try and get a KO onto the opposing Amogus, and then have your surging strikes target a little bit better this go around. But if you haven't brought it, then this might be a very tough spot to be in. Maybe the Arcanine, but that's just going to be too slow to pull off that kind of swing.
Well, at least you have Rock Slide to not care about redirection.
That's true. You could just go for a Rock Slide and hope for the best.
And then you know that Daniel has Urshifu in the back. He has not revealed his fourth Pokemon here in P1. But as you're mentioning, there comes the Hisuian Arcanine onto the field, intimidating both the dangerous Pokemon. And then with the Choice Band, you can do increased damage with your attack.
É Cells ou Celos?
So this Arcanine could go for Flare Blitz, Rock Slide, like you said. There's also extreme speed and a possible for it to use.
Se o time aí tiver o Gohan, tá tranquilo.
This Incineroar with the Choice Band, that could be an option to remove it from the field before the Urshifu attacks, but then you're just forcing Urshifu to target people.
Não sei se é a mesma coisa, mas...
I do think that Ashton has to switch the Pokemon out this turn if it is going to walk into at least part of what
no transportation yet. Some trainers. We'll see how that aspect plays out here. Game 1, Ashton revealing his fourth Pokemon. It is the Rillaboom on the field. Fortunately, it feels like he's in a good spot, not threatened from a big attack. Potentially, but the Rock Slide will be the attack of choice for Ashton. Amogus protects itself, and Incineroar gets KO.
And getting the Rillaboom out on the field now does mean that if Daniel decides to send in that Urshifu, it's going to be immediately threatened by a grassy line. So sending in the Landorus here is a great response. That being said, you do have to worry about a fake out from that Pokemon. You're not going to take a lot of damage from a Rock Slide, but the Choice Band is certainly going to hurt. So you have to still have to weather one turn here. I think a fake out just to protect, play it safe, and then start going on the offensive for Daniel. I like how he's considering trying to put the Arcanine to sleep with a Spore this turn. If you don't get the Spore to connect, that does mean that the Arcanine's going to terrasticize. It is going to make it very weak to a Sludge Bomb. So Daniel's just making it a little bit easier for him to predict the next couple of turns by putting that work pressure down.
I think the Lander is potentially very primed to do a lot of damage in this game. Either if Rillaboom has to go for the fake out into Amogus to stop a Spore. If Rillaboom terrestrializes into a fire type, then both of Ashton's Pokemon are weak to your ground attacks. And if it stays as a grass type, then you have Sludge Bomb as an option as well. So Daniel wanting to protect it his turn. He's going to have there from the fake out to keep it healthy, because it really can potentially threaten either of Ashton's Pokemon for a knockout.
Exactly. It's a bit of a guessing game, isn't it? You have to pick which Pokemon to target with what attack and what type that Pokemon will be when you attack it. And if you guess right, then that's probably going to be a one-hit knockout on both of these Pokemon, because Rillaboom is not holding Assault Vest. It's not going to be rolling the Exotivity Seed.
E trazendo mal saber mais da vida dos outros do que na minha. Se você realmente, se tu é fofoqueiro, normalmente sim. É normal se você é fofoqueiro.
This is a tough spot. You do have your Firewater Grass Pool remaining, which is really the heart of the team that Ashton has, but could be a little scary if Landorus correctly targets the right Pokemon is down. Daniel swapping his Amogus out on the turn for the Urshifu will get a little healthier as well.
Mano, 2 horas pra abrir uma aba. Meu Deus do céu.
There is a Terrifier.
Yep. And I think that's a threatful from Ashton, just because the fact that Daniel still has
dia eu quero ver um Reagindo muito careca. Nossa, sonho esquisito sem o Satoru. Então é por isso que eu sei mais da vida do Satoru da Oxi. Galinha? Não tô sabendo de nada não.
Landorus is in a spot, however, now I don't know if Rillaboom's going to be given the opportunity to attack, but if it does, a Woodhammer with the grassy terrain boost does
pra quem não tá entendendo, o Simon tá vendo live, tá, gente? Ou tá vendo live não, tá vendo o jogo. O André estava careca na live de Halloween. É, só um fiapinho de cabelo, literalmente, lá. O dia que ele careca irá aparecer, eu vou estar lá.
Now, whether or not the Arcanine would have returned to KO with the Rock Slide was something to worry about, but the fact that Ashton switched it out so it can change moves at least gives you a little wiggle room.
Dia o Linda de careca irá aparecer, tá? Esse aqui eu já vi. O Caluto tá se acabando de rir ali no chat. Um dia, quem sabe? Um dia. Pô, esse Terrafogo aí foi meio pai, hein? É, deixa o like, rapaziada. Cadê quantas pessoas? 5 pessoas e 9 ó. Ó, que milagre! Mais like do que pessoas. Mano, eu tô com essa música na cabeça.
It does have access to extreme speed, and that will mean it can attack first, and it's at full health. Now it can attack first, and it needs to attack the Urshifu. Yeah.
Tema de mod desde quando?
Yeah, I think you always have to attack your Urshifu, though, just because if your Urshifu is the one to attack, it's the guaranteed KO. Maybe there's a world where you can take more power from
Quem é esse JJH aí, ô Alexandre? Ele é famoso?
But it's still a very tough spot for Ashton.
Alô, Heineken, não patrocina nós. Só tem menor de idade aqui. Só tem menor de idade aqui. Ué, o teu... É, a Growth pode, Inclusive, usem meu cupom da Growth aí, Nindras, tá? É, mano, muito bom, na moral. Espera, e... Tá engasgado aí, sabe? Ai, cara. Mano, Alexandre, tu colocou Himalaia com H? Meu Deus. Eu tenho que reagir quando tu fizer com voz, pô. As pessoas
especially Hisui and Arcanine had such a big target on its back, I would not be surprised if Daniel is very comfortable with the damage calculations for the Landers and the Urshifu to that Pokemon. So going into this game number 2 for Ashton, I think he really needs to rethink his strategy. Certainly has the Pokemon that can deal damage to Daniel's Pokemon.
Mas Himalaia com H, até onde eu sei.
And I think also needs to have some better opportunities.
Eu não sei te responder, Alexandre. Eu acho que não é com H. Eu posso perguntar aos universitários aqui da Cal, mas eu acho que não é com H. Himalaia. Himalaia é com H? Aí, segundo o Simon é.
We do see a bit of a mix-up though going into this game too.
Eu tinha essa dúvida se era ou não. Ah tá, então tá certo. Então o JJH tá. É, o sobrenome, pra quem não sabe, o sobrenome do Simon é... É, pra quem não sabe, o sobrenome do Simon é Geografia, entendeu? Por isso que ele sabe. Vi no Gustavo Google e é com H. Oxi, por que tu deu um nome de Gustavo pro Google, Alexandre? Tá bom, né? Gusgle. Não, mas seria Gusgle, né? Não Gustavo. Ou Google. Sei lá. Tudo conspira pra ser bom pro Arsenal. O Arsenal não quero.
No longer weak to water type attacks and will resist grass type attacks, but if there's any opportunity for a high horsepower, which there's actually not, so let's not even go down that road. That was a one-hit knockout.
Absolutely, Rillaboom never stood a chance here. That was such a scary position for Ashton, because as you mentioned, you're going to go into a fairy type or
qual é a minha fissura pelo Himalaia? Não sei, mas é de um bom tempo já sei.
Landorus was still that flying ground type, so it would take all the damage from the ice type attacks. Shenbao can at least go for a sucker punch if you don't think the Amoonguss is going to redirect any attacks this turn, but Amoonguss is pretty comfortable on the field right now if Daniel wants to keep
Oi, falar em Jujutsu, cara. Que, mano, que o pessoal teve que fazer TCC pra entender no anime. A trabalheira que tiveram que explicar o jogo do abate. Meu Deus do céu, cara. O pessoal falou. Eu entendi, foi nada. Eu tive que ver e rever pra entender. Mano. Meu Deus do céu, tá muito bizarro o negócio. É o que? Terra fogo? Não, terra planta. Oxi. Ah, tá, porque ele é... Ué. Mas terra planta pra escapar de tu, cara.
Landorus is now again hit by a rock slide or anything that Astros go for, so let's see what it will be. And it is the Flare Blitz being locked into, but no damage thanks to Protect. So another really great turn from Daniel.
A great safe play for him there, because not only do you get the benefit of seeing what the Hisuian Arcanine locked into, now you also have a fake out right next to your Landorus, so you're guaranteed to get at least one more attack from that Pokemon. And now you're certainly guaranteed, as there will be no attack from the Hisuian Arcanine this turn.
Ice Spinner into Landorus doesn't even do half of its HP. That's why Landorus Incarnate is such a great Pokemon in a regulation app. There's the Sludge Bomb. It's and a critical hit makes it a one-hit KO. Ashton down to his last two Pokemon, and he really hasn't even gotten started here in this game. Incineroar with the Flare Blitz brings Shenbao down to its Focus Sash. It did get a burn in game one off the Flare Blitz. Looks like it does not get it this time.
I was gonna say, don't summon that here. Ashton already has enough of an uphill battle. At least Arcanine can opt to pick its move in this position and do and intimidate down on the Incineroar. But with all four Pokemon left for Daniel in this position, you can easily switch that Incineroar out, protect Landorus again this turn,
mas desde então, pô. Mas desde lá tu já falava do Himalaia. Acho que tu tem vontade de conhecer o Himalaia por isso.
Expect a protect and a switch on the other end. Put all your damage, all your eggs into the basket of knocking out Amoonguss on this turn, and it's still going to be an uphill battle. Extreme Speed is the attack of choice for Ashton to lock into with that choice band. So you're always going to be moving first. But the Sacred Sword into a poison type. Great swap from Daniel to do essentially more damage with the Rocky Helmet and knocking Shenbao out.
Tá vendo? Simon também é geografia. Que tem a ver isso com o eu falei na live? Não faço ideia, mas tá vendo aí? São Himalaias, segundo Simon. Simon também é geografia. GG, falei? 2-0. Cara, esse Terra planta no Arcanine, o que foi isso, cara?
Massive, impressive victory for Daniel over a two-time international champion.
It was the sheer force of Landorus Incarnate at the end of the day, and I do mean that literally, as that ability will allow you to do something like a life orb and take advantage of giving a further attack boost to any moves that have secondary effects and the possible secondary effects that are happening. So that's why Landorus just smashed it out of his position. I mean, the critical hit.
A maldade está no pensamento dos outros, Alexandre.
Landorus just was able to get that poison type terrestrialization, hung out for a few turns with Protect when it needed to, and that was really all Daniel needed to lock in that second game.
Amoonguss also got 2 knockouts in that game, right? With the Rocky Helmet. There's a pretty cool
Palmeiras, né?
Daniel, excited to see what he has to say about that team. But it's very interesting, Gabby, that you can have such similar teams. Obviously, you're using the same Pokemon with a little bit of variance, but it almost felt just the Landers' existence meant that even if most of the Pokemon were the same, it was just a completely different matchup.
And the fact that Daniel was able to identify that and really hone in on it, I think was what defined that matchup. And I think in a metagame where you're seeing a lot of people run the same Pokemon, it is spotting those differences that will allow you to start sort of splitting things up and sort of finding your way through these matchups, these moments when you have to, figure out, well, what's my line? How do I play this? Like, by identifying those differences first and then working from there, I do think you can sort of see where the openings are. Where can your opponent match you? Where can you find something different to take advantage of? And again, Sheer Force Landorus.
Yeah, it's knockout after knockout. It's just horror farming there as it's claiming KOs the entire set. There were some cool things on Ash's that we didn't get to see, like the Terra Fire on Urshifu. We actually have not seen Raging Bolt even on multiple stream matches. That it has been in the team of 6 and still has not being presented. So if it's a 42% usage Pokemon like it is here in Phase 1, how come we're not seeing it in as many matches when it is just as high usage as say
I think it's the threat of Raging Bolt at the end of the day.
É de se refletir, Alexandre. Exatamente.
It's a Pokemon that when it has the opportunity to just take off, it will win.
Simon, tu viu o jogo lá que eu mandei? Tá custando R$4, né? Mandar aqui no chat da Cal também, deixa eu ver se consigo mandar aqui pra tu ver. Não, eu tinha mandado lá na Cal de baixo, mas deixa eu mandar aqui também. O jogo é bom pra caramba.
Why don't we go ahead to the lounge and hear from our winner from round 5?
All right. Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe, for introducing the next interview that we've got here. Daniel Yu, our reigning Atlanta Regional Champion.
Nossa, 2 horas pra
How you
aparecer.
doing?
Eu mandar.
Did not believe that I was going to do well in this event coming into this.
Really? Wait, so why? Where was that kind of lack of confidence coming from?
Well, there's been actual meta development since the beginning of Regulation F. And this team was the first thing I ever threw together when starting this.
Eu vou mandar no chat da live, ou no chat da Cal aqui.
Was this something that you ended up running then the last time you got a chance to play Regulation F?
I was horrible at Regulation F the first time around. This was something ever since I've been playing H, I was like, man, I miss using Terra Water, Mystic Waters.
That's true, but your Landorus too. I mean, Gabby was wondering if maybe you could shed some insight on how you actually decided to put this particular team of Pokemon together. What are some of the considerations that you saw during that meta development before this event? You said, yeah, I think this team is that can still work. Let's do some stuff.
Well, most of it came from the beginning when everyone was thinking
Não, dá pra ver claramente que o português tá em dia, né, o Alexandre? Porque as crianças lá estão indo pra escola direitinho. Fala nisso, eles estão fazendo essa reclamação toda, mas daqui... Deixa eu ver só uma coisa aqui.
Justin Tang and Chiliang Tang's San Antonio Regulation G team with the Roaring Moon, Landorus, Urshifu, and Amoonguss. Not all the same sets because it's a different regulation, but the Tailwind and the defensive type which didn't end up showing up in this match.
Okay, but when will it? What are kind of the things that you think about in terms of the meta threats that you still think
Daqui a uns 14, 15 dias, cara. A criançada toda já tem que se preparar pra voltar pra escola. Então, é aquele famoso Maria vai com as outras, Alexandre. Viu alguém comentando sobre, aí fala, é tudo culpa dele. Coitadas. Sabe nem o que estão falando. Sabe o que é o pior? Tá arriscado os pais serem processados. Pelo que as crianças estão falando.
But I think, in general, when you think about Regulation F, coming back to it, I did look at some of your previous results, and you just spoke about this too. But there have been a lot of players that have looked at the last time they played Reg F, and they want redemption this time around. So is that something that you're considering, and what would that actually look like for you?
Que eu que tinha silenciado ele, falei, oxi, da onde, jogo?
was
Aonde
like the beginning of my playing Pokemon. I was everything too. And now I've got different goals ever since I started to win.
Parar pra pensar, o Discord é o jogo mais difícil que tem, pô.
Well, you're off to a great start, huh? 5-0, I think must be
É um jogo
feeling
onde
pretty
você
good,
não
especially
pode
playing against
tiltar com as
Ashton.
pessoas.
You told me something very interesting when we first sat down, and hoping you can share it again, is that this was the first time we've had you on stream on day 1. So what does that pressure feel like? You're sitting down, you're seeing your opponent's team sheet for the first time. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Because I haven't really seen these teams before. I don't have like time to prepare. I'm not thinking about the matchup before I get on stage. I'm just, you know, soaking it in before the hands of the I can start thinking about what's going on.
Tá colecionando o Alexandre? Que isso, cara?
There's not as much
tá colecionando amizades aí?
like time put into it. So it's just kind of we're kind of gonna go for our comfort leads and just see who can play better today.
Is that something then, when you transition to playing Phase 2 and you do get a little bit of time to look at the team sheets, is that something that sort of takes the edge off a little bit? When you have had that additional prep time to kind of take a look at which matchups might be
Arsenal fazendo boia.
A little bit. The difference is they also get the same prep time, so if they want to look at my team.
That's a good point. Yeah, the tables are a little bit even there.
So just kind of a different style.
Sumiu, agora voltou.
That's something I would love to revisit as another point, because that is actually quite interesting to think about. You have time, but your opponent also has time to actually think about how they're going to approach the matchup with you. And so, the first couple of things that come to mind when you're looking at Ashton's team, what are those things that you see that you know, like, you have to be able to play around?
Well, I mean, something crazy that has been coming up right now is the Yusui and Arcanine, like, kind of blow up, but usually on the Thunderwave Rock Slide teams that, are a little bit, random and have a lot of variance. But something like that is, like, the Intimidate and the Chen Hao are, like,
o crocante de cara com a boca aberta, do nada ali.
My lander is if I don't have my terrestrialization. So I'm mostly looking out for how can I mitigate, how can I stop Ashton from doing this damage without me having a response. So for me, that's going to be the Incineroar, the Amogus, and then just trying to make sure that I either have speed or something, or a fake out, or a Rage Powder next to my Sweet Burst. Originally, he did have like a very scary start.
O Calux, ele tá fazendo igual o Pokémon, ele tá capturando aí, entendeu? Tá completando a Dex.
Yeah, but then like the second game, it felt like you were really in
Tá
control
completando a
of that
Pokédex.
moment. So hey, 2-0 victory, not so bad, huh?
It's been a while since I did 2-0.
Ah, em 2 minutos dá pro Arsenal fazer.
I remember a couple times I throw my first game away and I have to recover it from there. And so now I'm stressing, but it feels great to get here and get 2-0 straight.
I love that for you. Well, Daniel, I want you to enjoy some
Ele tá fazendo, o Calux, ele tá fazendo a jornada do Red, entendeu?
But before that, do you have any final words or some shout-outs that you have?
I do have to do some shout-outs.
Pokédex de Galar, né? Exato.
Second, I have to shout
de
out
Gailar, né? Meu Deus do céu. Jornada do Oeste. Não, é porque o Simon, depois tu leu o que o Alexandre mandou ali, a última mensagem. A última não, né? A maior...
Stay on the right path that is comfortable for me. So, Joey, Dylan, Riley, Jay, and Jackson, all great.
I was going to ask if we were going to see another Joey Woodring, Daniel Yu matchup later.
If we do, it won't be a mirror, unfortunately.
Oh, that's too bad. It was really fun last time. But Daniel, thank you so much, and best of luck to you for the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Now we're going to go ahead and break that down with Aaron Cybertron Zing in A to Z.
Essa live sendo cancelada em vários países.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to A to Z, segment where I break down everything left used watching in this battle. Super fun to see two Pokemon champions duking out against each other. And that matchup was, I would say, a Landorus masterclass. I had Landorus picked as one of the top Pokemon coming into this event, and there's a good reason for that. First of all, it just hits like a restricted Pokemon. We've seen this Pokemon win in restricted formats. Daniel talked about using...
Cara, que calor insuportável. Nossa, parecia que ia cair uma chuva. Aí do nada só passou a chuva. Eu falei, agora vai mudar o tempo. Tá sol de novo.
One of the things that Ashton
have going for him in this matchup is defensive capabilities against Landers, right? Landers has earth power, it has sludge bomb.
Quer mandar essa chuva pra cá não, Calux?
Is a really fantastic Terra on Landers because
manda essa chuva pra cá, pô.
Offensively and defensively, right?
Tô precisando.
Damage in this format. Once you go for Poison Terra, the main thing that you generally want to worry about is opposing ground type damage, but Ash.
Se eu fosse Zeus, mandava.
So it means that Landers is just safe
Não, né?
always.
Só soprar. Sopra aí que uma hora chega
aqui. The thing about here is if you look at Ashton's Terras, he has Fire Terra on the Urshifu.
Nossa, eu tava vendo os stories do Toshi não, da Mako. Caraca, lá pra banda do Rio Grande do Sul, mano, eles pegaram uma rua que não dava pra ver a rua, de tão alagada que tava, cara. E parecia ser uma dama. É o quê? Lá São Paulo são assim, as duas apertam a mão e falam, vamos ser as cidades com mais... Então, e olha que se fosse bairro pequeno e tal, até tudo bem não, mas esse é bairro grande, cara. Então, aqueles bairros que você fala, aqui dificilmente. Tá. Vixe, vai demorar 2 milhões de anos pra sobrar uma. Eu ia falar que espero, mas do jeito que o calor tá, não dá pra esperar não.
I would say that Daniel definitely has the matchup advantage, but you have to recognize, hey, it's Landers, it's Insane, it's Amoonguss under credit. Because if you look at Daniel's team, everything feels like it's bringable into this matchup, right? I think Roaring Moon might be the hardest one to execute because first of all, there's a Raging Golden team preview. Roaring Moon just struggles against Raging Golden. We also get intimidated by the Soon Arcanine, and this is not a Dragon Dance set, right? So Soon Arcanine serves against the field, like this thing's damage output is just fairly negligible. That being said, I think a lot of people
Manito não tá na cruz,
não? Unbreakable here, right? Like I think the reality is that Daniel's in, and it's because you have super effective flying type coverage and acrobatics and Urshifu and Amoonguss, right? So it's not necessarily a bad play, but the question is who drops it, right? So it feels like Landers, Insane, and Amoonguss are all like non-negotiables in this matchup, and then you kind of get to flex between the remaining ones. Frigruff is interesting. You can use it as anti-fake out to deal with the Rillaboom, and this is also the Grow Spray Hyper Voice Trick Room set. Trick Room probably doesn't feel that good because you don't want to set up Trick Room for the opposing Amoonguss, right? So Hyper Voice is like okay. Problem with Frigruff here is that it ends up just staying out of the field.
Nossa, o Audi tomou atropelo.
So I think naturally it's an easier one to drop. So for Daniel, then it's like Landers, Insane, Amoonguss, and then flex between the Urshifu or the North. Now, from Ashton's end, you now recognize, hey, I'm staring down this Landers. How in the world do you deal with it, right? It's Poison Terra, which means there just isn't a super safe approach in beating this.
Caraca, 26 a 8, meu amigo. A Audi tomou atropelo mesmo.
And with Poison Terra, you just can't hit it for much. The only ground type attack that exists on this team to hit it for super effective is high horsepower Rillaboom. But that's so awkward, right? Rillaboom before Terra just feigns to a Poison Terra Sludge Bomb, and after Terra feigns to an Earth Power. And you'd have to bait out the Poison Terra, then go for high horsepower. That's not even getting a knockout onto it. So the best way to deal with Landers, in my opinion, in this matchup are probably one, put it to sleep with Amoonguss if you can. However, executing that's really difficult because of the instant Amoonguss combination. That's one approach. Another approach is kind of just like brute force damaging, right? So like Champao naturally will thread in the Landers with a lot of damage. Champao, however, doesn't like going up against Insane, against like the Urshifu, so then you want to pair with something that can match up well against either of these, right? And so like naturally then I think about something like Pow plus Urshifu, Pow plus Raging Bolt. But the reality is I think the deck is stacked against Ashton in this matchup, so let's break down the actual games as we get to it. The main thing here is like it's hard to have a good matchup into everything in the format, right? And even though these teams feel kind of similar in terms of Pokemon, this early game, like I love how Daniel played game 1, right? Turn 1, he leads Instant Urshifu, and he's like, look, your Amoonguss is probably the biggest threat to me because it can shut down my powerful attackers. But Daniel recognizes that brings both Instant and Amoonguss, and I guess that's enough if Daniel drops one piece to Amoonguss can have a field day on Ashton's end.
Instead, what ends up happening is this common throw.
E o pior é que o cara ganhou ainda, Carlos.
Completely neutralizes the Among Us slot. The best it can do at this point is just go for sludge bomb, right? Once again, the items here are so crucial. If you don't have Rocky Helmet on Among Us, if you don't have safety goggles on Instant, this actually looks really, really different. But Ash is in a really difficult spot now, right? Rage Powder from Among Us, super safe to go for. This Among Us can, you know, basically not do anything other than sludge bomb or switch out. And so I'd say Daniel just turn 1 puts himself into a really advantageous position. And I think turn 2 is an absolute disaster for Ash. Among Us ends up going for the Rage Powder. I think Ash here tries to maybe call Daniel out and say, look, you have to at least click the Rage Powder. You might get tempted to go for a Spore, predicting my Among Us to switch out. Daniel says, nope, I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to go for the Surging, or I'm going to go for the Rage Powder, redirects that Surging Strikes away, and it's a dream turn, right? The Among Us here doesn't even have to
Oxi. Ah, não, porque eu... É porque o meu VTuber tá olhando pra baixo por causa do... Por causa do Switch aqui, o Switch tá pra baixo. Mano, parece que eu tô dormindo. Meu Deus do céu. Mano, o Switch tá pra baixo aqui, por isso, mano. Ai, na moral. A Nindra já vendeu. Oxi, da onde? Da onde tu tira essas aleatoriedades?
Turn 1, beautiful positioning by Daniel to get himself into an anti-Among Us position, and then turn 2, he plays kind of just safe, and Ashton gets punished really, really heavily. Now that Among Us is down, like, you don't need Instant plus Among Us out on the field simultaneously anymore, and so I think for Daniel, it's like the dream start to the game just really get any better than that. Because so much of this game, I think, is just setting yourself up so that you don't land out on the field and position it so that you can just continue to get knocked out after knockout, right? So the other crucial thing in this matchup is that this is choice band to an Arcanine, and with choice band it means you can only lock into one attack, right? Rock Slide is awesome, but there's just so many resistances to all the different attacks. You come into Rock Slide, and Urshifu resists you, and of course Among Us doesn't take that much damage, right? And now that Among Us is down on the opposing side, Among Us is also pressuring the score at any given point, so Ashen does commit to blocking into Rock Slide, but at this point Incineroar has done its job. It's neutralized the threat in Among Us, right? You don't really need to save it, because yeah, it's like helpful to intimidate the maybe pressure blitz, but you likely won't get another attack off, and now this is the dream scenario, right? Daniel has been waiting to get this Landorus out, and it's so well positioned. The main things that threaten the Landorus, right, are the Among Us, which is now been knocked out, and of course Chimpao, which hasn't even been brought out to this battle. So at this point, Daniel should be in a really good spot as long as he just doesn't carelessly throw away the Landorus here, right? Because so much about this matchup is recognizing it's about getting Landorus out into the right spot. So now that you know not really that scary, right? Like, sure, you are choice banded, you do decent damage, but you're not going to get the knockout onto either Pokemon. And crucially, Landorus now just outpaces everything and can so safely attack, right? And this is where Ashton's lack of defensive Terras really hurt him. You get to defensive Terra for one turn, but the thing is, once you defensively Terra, you are now opening yourself up to new weaknesses. So Ashton does decide to go for the Fire Terra here, which I think makes sense. You're hoping to not feint to Sludge Bomb specifically this turn, but now you've just opened up a whole new door of weaknesses, right? So Landorus does manage to get the Sludge Bomb off, but it's not enough for a knockout. Rock Slide comes out here. And this was also probably the crucial turn, right? Ends up being high horsepower into Urshifu. This Rillaboom potentially could have targeted Landorus here with a Wood Hammer, and Rock Slide plus Wood Hammer actually probably would have done enough to get the knockout. If Landorus faints there, then maybe it's actually like not a bad trade, right? Because then it's like Urshifu left on the field, Among Us gets to come back out, but at least like there's the numbers advantage. The problem here is by not knocking out Landorus and committing Fire Terra to Rillaboom, you are now so weak to Sandsear Storm, right? The remaining Pokemon all just take so much damage to it, Urshifu, Arcanine, as well as the Fire Terra Rillaboom. So this was, I think, the key turn in this game where maybe Ashton could have gotten a knockout onto Landorus, ends up not going for it. Yeah, just opts for the high horsepower instead. Maybe predicting, you know, Urshifu, to Well, I guess if you're predicting Urshifu to switch, it could have been a Woodhammer in that slot. So trying to knock out the Amoonguss there, because I think the fear is Landers decides to maybe pivot out and Amoonguss goes for Spore into these slots. But yeah, I think if Ashton is watching back this game, this is probably one of the main turns he'll think about, because the problem is now by going for the Terra, not knocking out Landers, you let Landers run away with the game, right? And Urshifu's now hit the field, so now it's like double offense. You outpace everything. The game essentially feels over at this point. So part about about this game is, one, do you get Landers out, and two, can you get multiple attacks off with it? And the answer ends up being yes in this game. And so at this point, feels like it is more or less impossible for Ashton to get back into this one, because Daniel just has like a full HP, Urshifu and Landers. Well, not full HP, they are both at like around 60-ish%. But the reality is that you just can't knock them out, and they have the speed advantage here. Love the Water Terra Aqua Jet decision. This just makes sure that the Rillaboom cannot get a Grassy Glide off into your Urshifu to knock you out beforehand. Critical hit, don't think that laddered. This is Water Terra plus Mystic Water, so you have all the multipliers on top, right? And so Landers wasn't even necessarily like the absolute carry in this game, but it got out at the perfect position, and the crucial thing was Daniel was able to like handle Ashton's Amoonguss perfectly, and so Urshifu faints here, and we end up seeing Daniel, of course, take this first game. So if you go back to the drawing board now, and you're in Ashton's shoes, you got to think about like, what can I do differently, right? And the answer is that I think like Amoonguss was just completely neutralizing game one thanks to the combination of Incineroar plus Amoonguss. So you either need to conserve your Amoonguss and find the right position for it, right? What that means is knocking out one of Incineroar Amoonguss, then bringing Amoonguss out on the field so that you can start getting spores off. That's one approach. Second approach is, hey, there wasn't any Pokemon have really threatened Landorus, like with a ton of damage with a one-hit knockout, and Champao, of course, can do that with its Ice Spinner. Problem is, Landorus going for that Poison Terra is still so safe in this matchup, and so, like, both of the, mix-ups that you can go for on Ashton's end that don't necessarily feel like super great either, and that's just the reality of this matchup. Landers is an absolute monster, as well as the fact that Daniel kind of has all the right items to deal with Ashton's team, right? So we see a little bit of a mix-up this time around. As Amoonguss does get dropped, it's, Rilla, Ursh lead, and then Hisuian Arcanine pivots in. But Landers, is just out on the field, threatening with so much offense immediately, and it is just an absolute menace here, right? I think one of the main advantages for Daniel here is the way the speed stats are organized, right? Because like Landorus doesn't even really need speed control here, doesn't need the Tailwind from Roaring Moon. In a lot of matchups, you are up against really fast Pokemon, you need to set up some speed control for it. Landorus is like, I don't even need speed, I'm happy to just like outpace everything. And then the game just starts off like so dramatically, right? Rillaboom just gets KO'd immediately, and that was like the one thing that had a super effective hit into the Landorus slot. So yeah, opportunity to potentially flinch there, but ends up trying to get a little bit fancy, and Rillaboom just faints there immediately. Once again, it's just really difficult because like Ashton feels like he never has like a super safe, consistent play, but this is just like a disaster, right? Because now you've lost the one thing that can hit Landers super effective post Terra, and so now if you are Daniel, you can just pivot back out into Incineroar and protect Landorus, which is what he ends up doing. From Ashton, he's already like significantly behind, so he probably needs to like start making really, really big plays, because like this is already a bad matchup and you lost a key resource on turn one. So one thing you could go for if you're Ashton in this position is just like hard to read and say, you know what, I'm already behind. You're gonna go for the protect switch play because it's so safe. You could double up into the Incineroar slot or the Amoonguss slot that's gonna switch into Incineroar, right? But even if you get it right, like how much do you get off with it? It's a Sacred Sword on the Incineroar. You do have Rock Slide and Hisuian Arcanine, so maybe, I think like depending on how the damage rolls are, I would actually expect Incineroar to maybe be able to survive that. Either way though, it's like that's like maybe the one play that can keep you in it. The reality is that Landorus right now is just so scary, right? Especially with Intimidate support. So what Ashton ends up opting for instead is the Terra here on the Arcanine. This Terra helps for two different reasons. First of all, obviously it gets around the ground type damage from Landorus. And second reason is you're staring down the Amoonguss, and so you don't want to necessarily get hit by Spore. So kind of covers for both of those. But Champao protects, and this protect is really costly here, and I think it takes back like any potential from even coming back at this point, because by protecting and with a fake out user hitting the field, it means Incineroar can just fake it out next turn, right? And it ends up just being Flare Blitz here onto Landorus. And so I think this turn makes sense from Ashton's end. He's hoping for maybe Amoonguss to just stay out on the field and saying, look, I've got Choice Band Flare Blitz, I've got Grass Terra defensively, and I've got the Sword of Rune dropping your defense, right? And so if you stack all of those and you do stay on the field with Amoonguss and try to Spore one of these, then maybe Flare Blitz can knock out Landorus. Ashton's like, this is my only way of getting an actual quick knockout onto Landers. There's no other way to really approach it. But
unfortunately ends up not working out. Daniel kind of makes the safe play of switching into Ensign. And once again, I think if you're Daniel, like, you don't mind a double up into Amoongus necessarily, into the switching, because even if you knock out the Ensign, you still get the Intimidate on both of these, and then free switching comes out from Daniel's end, right? But at this point, it feels like Daniel just has absolute full control of the game. You have Fake Out available to you. You've baited out the Terra from the Hisuian Arcanine. From Ashton's end, because these Terras are so awkward to use, essentially, the turn let you Terra, you need to get a ton off of it, and Ashton's play that turn actually made a ton of sense, right? He's behind in this game, it's a tough matchup, he's just going all in, doesn't end up working out, but when you are facing really difficult matchups like that, those are kind of the plays that you have to go for, right? Because you know that you won't be able to, win just by playing safely. And so now Landers just gets the Sludge Bomb, you see the Ice Spinner does even less than 50%. Sludge Bomb crits there, it depends on how Urshifu is trained as to whether or not it can survive that, so it's got a little bit close, but either way, even if it survives, it still takes so much damage, right? Like, should Urshifu survive there, both Pokemon here are at super, super low HP, which just makes it that much tougher, and then there's still, like an Amoongus waiting in the back, plus a hidden fourth Pokemon, but the crit really just kind of adding insult to injury here. So I think Ashton kind of making the right plays to at least try to stay in it, but the reality is, like, turn one just went so poorly for him, right? Like, he gave up Rillaboom for nothing, and Landers is just such a key Pokemon in this matchup that you can't let that happen, essentially. But it's easy to look at this game and be like, it's hard to see what Ashton was going for, but the reality is this matchup is really, really bad, in my opinion, because of how well Landers matches up into Ashton's entire team. So to Daniel's credit, he recognized, hey, Landers, Instant, Amoongus as a trio should win this for me if I execute it properly. He brought the right Pokemon. And from Ashton's end, it's like he had to take big risks, right? He tried to do that on turn 1 of game 2, as well as the turn where he tried to Flare Blitz into the Landorus. Neither ended up really working out, but you can't fault him for trying, because the reality is, you're not gonna find like easy ways to deal with this matchup, right? It's kind of a nightmare once again. It's like, if Landorus, even Landorus existing alone was already tough enough, but it's the fact that it's also Safety Goggles and Incineroar, the fact that it's also the Rocky Helmet on the Amoongus, like all of those added up, it's just kind of a nightmare, right? And so when you reflect on games, you can always think about like what Pokemon didn't I bring. Ashton, of course, didn't bring Amoongus in game 2, but once again, it just feels so hard to execute that properly when you're facing the Instant Amoongus combo. And there's Raging Bolt, but like, is Raging Bolt really the answer here? You're up against Assault Vest, or you're Assault Vest, so you don't do a lot of damage, right? You're not really tickling Incineroar or Amoongus. Landorus obviously really crushes it as well. So ultimately, I think this was a matchup that was very heavily favored towards Daniel, and he executed it super well. I think the main turn Ashton will probably be thinking about is in game 1, when he maybe could have targeted the Landorus instead of going for the high horsepower into the switch in. But ultimately, yeah, a tricky one for sure. But both phenomenal players, eager to see how their run continues here. So that's going to wrap it up for this segment. Thanks as always for tuning in, and we'll be back shortly soon with the next round.
Never been on day 1 stream.
Yeah.
It's different. I don't know their team beforehand.
It's true. I'm very in the dark here. I don't know. Could be anything.
What's up, everyone? I am here with one of the top North American trainers, Justin Tang. How you doing? Coming to Toronto. How you feeling?
Doing great. Was a little worried I wouldn't be able to make it because of all the cancellations, but yeah, we're here. So yeah.
Yes, very excited to have you here, and really excited to talk to you a little bit more about your season, just in general. Are you happy? I mean, like 4 consecutive top 8s back to back. That's so difficult to accomplish, but is that something that you find as a success for yourself?
Definitely pretty happy about it. Obviously, you always want to win these, especially after my first season. I mean, this is definitely the closest I've been to like asks as that, because I won my first regional, I almost talked about my second, and I won my third.
Ele costuma se mexer sozinho de vez em quando.
My regional was in top 8 in IC, so it's like, although the win wasn't there, the consistency definitely is, and I'm kind of happy I'm able to kind of have that back again.
Que não foi?
So maybe this is the one, we'll see though.
I think we're all hoping, fit time might be the charm here, but what is your confidence like returning to Regulation 8F in this format? I know you were saying you want a little bit of redemption there, so what would redemption look like coming back to an event like this?
Yeah, so redemption, I mean, ideally, maybe it's a win, maybe it's another medal. Ideally not another top 8. Again, like, I like the consistency I'm having, but I want to be consistently just doing better each time. And I've been kind of doing that. I mean, top 8 in a regional compared to top 8 in IC is a big difference. But at the regional level, I always want to
try to win or do better than what they previously. So anything better than top 8 would be nice. Obviously, it's a little bit of it's a strong goal because it's hard to be really consistent in this game. Because I think that I really found my format in Reg H. I definitely was pretty good at Reg F. I had one top 8 previously, and I had a top 64 and a top 128, which were not my best results compared to now. So the goal is just to do better than that, really, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, I hate to bring up the top 8 again, but we will talk about it. Knoxville 2024. You ended up running Fluttermane, Okerpon, Wellspring, Arcanine, Hisuian form, Landers, Raging Bolt, and Urshifu single strike. Talk to me a little bit about that team. Is that something that you actually consider coming back to Regulation F because you had success with it?
I did consider a lot, actually, considering that when Reg F came back, there has been some grassroots scores that Parker himself actually used the team that I used, but he had Thunderwave, Fluttermane, and some other different stats, and I was like, oh wow, that's just the team I ran in top 8. I'm like, maybe I should just run it back, and I thought about it, but Thunderwave, Fluttermane, especially when everyone else is running it, is a little bit toxic in the sense, because you're playing the Fluttermane speed ties, you're playing against like Thunderwave everything, and it's like, it's so very volatile, but it was on my list for quite some time, and when Reg F came back, I was just using my exact 6, like, okay, this team was good, maybe I can make it work again, but I just found some issues, and I think that the new treats people have been making are definitely for the better, but I just didn't really feel comfortable with it because when I top 8 Knox for that 1 year, I used a team at a time where no one else was really using it. Now team's everywhere, so obviously I like to stray away from mostly standard. Most teams like big
do nada Michael Jackson.
I don't face mirrors in every other round. And I do like going to Toronto. That team might be facing at least more than once. So yeah.
I think you might be right about that because it definitely had some strong results ahead of the official tournaments that we're going to be playing. But in terms of your team building process, I mean, Justin, you rarely run back the exact same 6 of Pokemon in between the events that you play. And so can you tell me a little bit more about what does that process look like when you're considering a team or even just changing out one Pokemon?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting question because like I feel like it kind of really depends because in Reg H, I mean, I actually did stick with the same team for a little bit, but it was because it like usually just comfort's like kind of the main thing. If I find a team I'm comfortable, I will stick with them for maybe more in one event. I've done this a few times now, but in Reg F, actually I use a team for every single format. I mean, not every single format, sorry, every single regional I went to in IC. The first tournament of Reg F in 2024, I ran a Tornadus team, and then I ran the Sweet Archer team the event after, and then I ran a Gouging Fire team, and the UAC, very different teams all around. But honestly, it's just because I just felt like those teams were just calls that felt good for the current metagame, and usually I pick teams that I'm either comfortable with or I think could have a first or maybe team like this before. So it's not really like specific of why I choose a certain team besides that. It's kind of like gut feeling more than anything and comfort. So yeah.
Well then, one final question for you is, what is a Pokemon that you feel like might be flying under the radar? Maybe it won't find success at Toronto specifically, but is there one that you're like, I'm dying
no
to see
comecinho dá até sono, né? Porque você recém acorda, mas depois ainda mais que eu tomei direto um café. Eu tô de boa até, eu tô lanchando agora também, então assim, eu tô me mantendo acordado. Mas sono não tô não. Mas eu acho que se eu deitar eu durmo, ainda mais essa noite que eu praticamente não dormi. A luta é insuportável, pô.
Not one Urshifu, but 2. Justin, thank you so much for your time and your insights. And now back to more Pokemon action.
Vou botar essa parte aqui. Pô, sabe o que eu acho engraçado? Eu sou São Paulino, mas só tá aparecendo coisa de Corinthians pra mim.
And trainers, I hope you're all ready to let the
Tá
good
aparecendo só
times
coisa de Corinthians pra mim, do nada.
roll here in Toronto for the Pokemon Regional Championships. It has been a super fun day so far. Getting about just past the halfway point of the competition. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be really standing out. Who's going to be locking their spot here in phase 2 of the competition.
Caraca, Los Grandes tá ganhando, cara.
We are so excited to get into our 6th round of the first phase of Swiss here in the Toronto Regional Championships.
Tu não assistiu nenhum jogo hoje, né, do CBLOL, né? Tu não assistiu nenhum jogo do CBLOL hoje, né? Tá tendo Los Grandes e Pivoquês agora.
You've won 5 rounds of Pokemon, what's 1-4, but the competition gets more and more difficult as the day goes on. And to make sure you can get your spot locked in phase 2, that is a really tricky one. And not only that, of course, you want to keep winning out, because it's not just phase 2 you want to accomplish, but of course making sure you get enough points to be making your way into top 10 of the competition. But 5-0 is definitely a great way to be starting, and a lot of really strong names here. We got to see Alex Gomez earlier on in the day, start off the day actually, take a win, and he's been able to keep that going. Marcion just a little bit earlier as well, but a lot of other really strong trainers making their case on why, you know, they should be the first ones to lock their name for phase 2.
Of course, Daniel, we just saw win his 5th match on stream against Ashton, a great match we got to saw between those two champions. Kerry Dortono's made a bunch of deep runs at regionals so far, well on his way to another, and of course, so many other trainers beyond this list that are still in contention for phase 2, for a top cut, and for that regional championship title.
This is a tough one. I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. What wasn't tough, though, was what match we're going to be bringing to you next. This is going to be a really special one, friends. I hope you're ready for Ralph going up against Brendan. And, of course, you want all the Pokemon action you can. YouTube, @play Pokemon, and you can catch Jack Clark going up against Federico Camporesi. But a lot of great matchups. Again, as the day goes on, the rounds just get more and more difficult. I'm eyeing up a couple of key matchups as trainers try and lock their spot in phase 2.
It's going to be really fun here. We have a fantastic featured match on that side stream, but of course,
não, dá pra ser o vídeo da luz
on our broadcast, Brendan Zhang against Connor
claro, não vai ser não.
I do have to say, after round 4, I was in the crowd talking to one of my friends. Like, oh, how's your tournament going? He's like, good. I am 3-1, but I got destroyed by a Northward. I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. And we have the Northworm player. He's the only one in the tournament, the only one in the room using Northworm, and is 5-0. So I'm sorry, Abe. I know you were, getting beat by Northworm, but we were all secretly rooting for Northworm so we could show him the L2.
It was Pranav that was on the feature match stream last round as well, and I didn't get to watch the match. I was watching the main one, and I just get an ad, and wow, I just watched Earthworm destroy on the side stream. So I am certainly excited for this one, especially too. Brendan is, I mean, we all know his name, someone very accomplished. So I'm really excited to see his take on how to go up against the city Pranav has, because it's not just the Earthworm. Of course, that is going to be the worm of the hour. But looking at a lot of these other Pokemon, it's not necessarily the Pokemon we get to see too often in this regulation. This Clarion Zapdos, a lot of pressure, and with clients, you have to be so careful for
Zapdos de Galar,
for any sort of zap drops.
Lando,
That attack.
This Scarf,
Payback. I don't think I've ever seen that ever.
Caraca, Zapdos de Galar.
There is so many friends.
Não achei que eu consegui
This is a similar team structure to what we've seen a very popular Japanese player run. If you take away the Landorus and the Orthworm and add a Gouging Fire and a Jan Pao, that's a team that's been somewhat known since the restart of Regulation F. But I really love Proudnut's take on it. The Orthworm with the Earth Eater ability, it makes it immune to all ground type attacks, and it heals back up 25%. Same as the Water Absorb you'll see on the Wellspring Ogre Pond, just for ground types instead. And we have 2 ground type Pokemon with Earthquake that are there to not only support the Orthworm, of course Landorus has the Intimidate to lower physical damage, take away the muscle fluid to lower special damage, but they are both able to heal it as well, either with Earthquake or in Landorus' case, Bulldoze as well. This is a really, really cool team structure.
And even just the other moves that it has, when you're looking at something like the Iron Defense and Body Press, that's a lot of damage, or something like that Heavy Slam. Because if your opponent doesn't have a ground type move to be making use of either, well then, but there's still a lot of ways that it can really be able to pressure. On the opposing end though, this is a more usual take that we get to see on this regulation and coming out from Brendan. When you look at a lot of these powerful options, I think Regulation F and I think instantly of Raging Bolt, a lot of powerful options. But this Cornerstone Ogre Pond, which is a little bit different than a lot of those Wellsprings or the Heart Flame that we've seen on the day.
Yeah, it's got this sturdy ability, which can be really nice. There's a lot of Pokemon in the format that are very, very powerful. Sturdy allows you to always survive one attack from full HP. We do get to see the very bulky kind of speed control Flutter Mane set, so it might be its first appearance on stream today, which is exciting. It's been kind of the talk of the town in terms of development of Flutter Mane, both on our broadcast and just leading up to this event in the community. Also supporting, some very common Pokemon like the Mystic Water Urshifu, Metal Cloak Godigo. Both love having Pokemon next to them that can slow down your opponent. Of course, the Incineroar with the Assault Vest and U-turn as well, always a threat. So nice little combination of a little bit more popular strategies, but using the Coruscant Ogre Pond, more of a unique take. And the Raging Bolt, the Life Orb, Terra Fairy, it's a cool combination of offense and defense there too.
Yeah, a way to really be able to pressure, but having that Life Orb for that little bit of damage, that extra damage, to be able to pressure, I really, really like. When I'm eyeing up everything though, I have done the Lando Therian on the opposing end. Again, a different take that we normally don't see within this regulation, and that's going to threaten something like this Raging Bolt a lot.
The Choice Scarf Bulldoze is really interesting because not only are you fast with your Landorus, you get to use the Bulldoze to slow down your opponent, and at the same time, again, heal up your Earthworm. If you use the Bulldoze next to either Zapdos or Dragonite, they will be immune and able to take advantage of the speed drops too.
I mean, there's so many different threats to be looking out for. So hopping into the match, let's see the first be hitting the field from Brendan, Urshifu, and Flutter Mane, two of the most quintessential Pokemon of this format. But for Pranav, we get to see the Tinglu and the Dragonite instead.
Not the best setup for Pranav right off the bat. Of course, Tinglu and Dragonite don't love taking those fairy type attacks from Flutter Mane, but considering it is that bulky kind of support set, will be doing the most damage. Doesn't have access to Terra Fairy either for some extra damage boost. And the Vessel of Ruin is there to help mitigate that damage even more. The Tinglu more threat than the Dragonite in this scenario because the Urshifu has those powerful surgical strikes too.
I mean, a way to try and threaten the Flutter Mane on the opposing end too. You do have a little bit of coverage with this Dragonite as well. Maybe try and force out a Terra, but it looks like it might be only the Tinglu to go ahead and Terrasilize on this turn into the Poison type. Thunder Wave from the Flutter Mane. You talked about the bulky and scary Flutter Mane set. This is going to drop the speed of the Dragonite. Of course, opportunity to just not be able to move at all. Surging Strikes the follow-up into the Tinglu, but Tinglu just being such a bulky Pokemon, this is going to be bringing it to about half of its damage. Now Pranav's going to have the opportunity with his own two slower Pokemon to fire off some attacks. Earthquake the first, and of course nothing into the Dragonite, hitting both the opponents on the opposing end. It's going to be the skill shot to land. We can land all of the hits. We should be able to take this down. Counting over it. Are we going to get the 4 or the 5? That is the question.
As crianças, mano, ainda bem que tá voltando em fevereiro, na moral.
Unfortunate there. Of course, you might have wanted to knock out that Urshifu immediately. The Dragonite does have extreme speed, so it is able to kind of pick it off later on in this game. Of course, the Paralysis will negate the speed boost, and of course has the chance for full Paralysis later on. So Urshifu hanging on is pretty big for Brendan now, because you're not losing kind of one of your main damage sources here, especially if this Earthworm comes in and starts using Iron Defense. The Urshifu is looking to break through that very well with those critical hit surgical strikes.
The fact that there's the Earthworm that is brought to the match is going to be an exciting prospect. One down the line, though. Rob keeping the Pokemon in extreme speed to just take care of the Urshifu on the other end. Flutter Mane just to drop the speed even more. And of course, for this Dragonite, break that multi-scale.
Multi-scale is broken. Payback is double damage thanks to taking the Icy Wind, and now Flutter Mane goes down as well. 2-0 knockout count for Pranav in the beginning of this game. Brendan will be down to his last two Pokemon, and depending on what they are, this Earthworm might be about to have a field day here. Incineroar comes in, does, I guess, threaten with some Flare Blitzes right off the bat, but if Iron Defense goes up, it might be in a little bit of a tough spot.
I'm looking at these Pokemon, and Earthworm looks like a great instant, but we also
Simon, por que tem perna longa
when you're
gigante atrás de
talking about
você?
something like the Earthquake, and even just the available Earthquake that you have out on the field now with this Tinglu, there is a lot of, I don't like Incineroar or Golden Go pressure on the end of the field. There is a flying Terrasalization from the Incineroar, not necessarily something we get to see as often, but there are still other tools in the set to be able to deal with that for when we get there. As Landorus will go ahead and hit the field, and of course, bring around a round of Intimidate going on to the Incineroar.
Incineroar getting a taste of its own medicine here, and is locked onto the field as one of Brendan's last two Pokemon. Will be able to get this fake out into Tinglu, so no damage coming out from Pranav this turn, and a really important nasty plot immediately from this Golden Go. Sets itself up to get some big damage off despite the Vessel of Ruin. With that nasty block in the middle code, I have to imagine that's going to be able to knock out the Tinglu, despite that drop in special attack from its ability. And of course, this Choice Scarf Landorus may not be trained to be the most bulky Pokemon. Oftentimes with the Choice Scarf, you want it to be going fast, you want it to be hitting hard, especially considering you have this Bulldoze and Earthquake. Both available to get some damage into either Pokemon. Brendan does have Terrestrialization available, and that Flying Incineroar might be really important. But you can only remove one ground weakness from your 2 ground weak Pokemon.
Yeah, and for the Golden Go, it's not even then something that would not be very effective. It's just into the Dragon type. So you'd be able to take a hit, but you're still going to be not too great for wear. That is the direction we're going to go, though, making sure you can at least get the most out of your Golden Go while it's around, since that is going to be the main way of dealing the damage going on forward. You have to see how much this Earthquake is going to do, though. Pranav as well, swapping out partner Pokemon. So Dragonite, of course, no hit, and bringing both Pokemon down to significantly low health. This Golden Go is going to have to do a lot of momentum, and sure enough, it will. Double KO thanks to that nasty plot.
To get Terrestrialization, of course, the Golden Go would have been knocked out by Earthquake if it didn't turn into a Dragon type. You do get the double KO here, so now the Pokemon count is even. We get to see the Orthworm and the Tinglu come back. With the special attack drop from the Make It Rain, now you're in a position where this Tinglu may be able to survive an attack from this Golden Go. Do you have to double target it with your Golden Go and your Incineroar? If you do that, is Orthworm going to be able to get something like a Body Press into this Golden Go? No longer being a Ghost type, you can use those fighting types.
Ah, meu Deus, tu sabia que não pode comer pedra? Isso eu já sabia, Alexandre. Você testou comer pedra, Alexandre? Meu Deus do céu.
Damage option because it does resist the Make It Rain. We'll be doing slightly less damage. Orthworm does have that Citrus Berry. Might be able to shrug off an attack.
Yeah, Earthworm 2 make an appearance and set up quite well looking at the health bars on the opposing end. Just have to figure out which way to be able to prioritize here. But when I look at Golden Go, I mean, you have the nasty watcher that Make It Rain brought it down to just +1, but a +1 Golden Go can still do just so much damage. But it is going to be speedier Pokemon from Brendan, and starting up, it will take the Tinglu down. Now it's just going to be Orthworm up against the world to see if he can take down Brendan's final 2 Pokemon. This is the only Earthworm that we have in the field here at Toronto. Flare Blitz, that is going to be the follow-up, and yeah, bring it down to about a third. Have to see from here, see if the targeting has been right.
Sabe o que eu acho engraçado? Vai ser o tanto de processo que o pai dessas crianças vai tomar.
Setting up for the long game, but unfortunately I don't know how much game is left for this Earthworm. The Golden Go gets a crucial knockout from Make It Rain, is able to finish off that Tinglu, and more importantly, not have the Vessel of Ruin lower the damage from this Shadow Ball, which is enough to just KO the Earthworm immediately. You have to imagine if the Earthworm had gone for something like a Body Press or a Heavy Slam to Golden Go that turn, if it's able to knock it out, maybe you can take one more Flare Blitz and then Body Press the Incineroar.
Eu quero chegar, Alexandre, tomara que a gente chegue esse ano o mais rápido possível, né, cara? Tomara.
Which is really knocked out by that Golden Go, and he just didn't have enough left in the tank for the rest of the game.
I mean, at the end there, too, it's the amount of damage that was done to the Orthworm and two threats that, especially the Golden Go being faster, maybe just needing to take one down, but that non-survival from the Tinglu definitely makes things difficult. Kudos as well for Brendan. I mean, that was a lot of momentum from the get-go that Pranav was able to take, but navigating that end game, specifically the nasty plot on the Golden Go to make sure you can do enough damage to be able to close this out was really, really well done.
I think especially, like, having the wherewithal to bring Golden Go to this game is really important. Golden Go is often struggles a little bit to Tinglu just because it's able to reduce its damage pretty well. But the combination of this Tinglu being Clear Amulet, usually a little bit more offensive on a team like this instead of like the tanky Assault Vest version, and of course Golden Go being very good into Earthworm, you resist Body Press, you're immune to Body Press rather, you resist the Heavy Slam. It's one of your main special attackers that can break through a possible iron defense. Knowing the Golden Go was important and saving it for when the Earthworm was forced back onto the field after a knockout, which is really smart play from Brendan.
The time to see going into this game too how the players are going to adjust. Brendan, of course, knows a lot of Pokemon taken down from his end, but the adjustment comes from Pranav.
Sabe que dependendo da pergunta nem vai, né, Alexandre?
Is going to be making an appearance. When you're talking about image output, we can definitely get some fast output right away, and that's something the Fluttermane and the Earthworm both have to be scared of.
It is. The Zapdos threatens good damage with both Brave Bird and Close Combat. Also has some nice support in coaching. Coaching is really, really good with this Tinglu set specifically because you get to boost your attack and defense. You still have Vessel of Ruin lowering special attack from opposing Pokemon, and the third Amulet will prevent you from losing your attack to something like an Intimidate if this Tinglu gets a coaching up and now is going to be able to start firing off +1 earthquakes or paybacks or whatever else, it could become a much bigger threat than it was in game 1.
People have been scared for Tinglu for a long time for those slow, bulky sets, but this Tinglu, instead on the aggressive, has been such an interesting and fun adaptation to watch. And it looks like he's coaching like
O Simon tá dirigindo carro de polícia, nem ferrando.
Thunderwave into the clearing Zapdos. Hopefully we'll get to see it still be able to move and try and set up its partner Pokemon, but no, instead a full paralysis. So everything that this Tinglu was trying to set up is just going to be put on hold. Sure, you'll be able to get some damage into this Flutter Mane, but nothing into the Urshifu, and that's not even going to be into the KO. You will if you get the coaching, but again, you have to break through that paralysis.
You do. Unfortunate paralysis there. I didn't catch what the Zapdos had locked into. Let's say it was a coaching. That Earthquake would have put Flutter Mane pretty low. You also have the opportunity to just stick around and go for more coachings, get maybe another +1, +2 boost. Of course, now Zapdos being slower. I think typically they're trained to survive Moonblast from this bulkier Flutter Mane, but the combination of Moonblast and Surging Strikes may not be enough. Of course, Flutter Mane now taking advantage of the fact that Tinglu is no longer a ground type, able to paralyze it. So now we've got this situation where you have decent, Pokemon out here to be taking these attacks and dishing out damage, but they both have to now be fully paralyzed.
And that is still a lot of damage from that Surging Strikes done into the Tinglu when you're trying to set it up, and Zapdos still a second turn of paralysis. Tinglu will be able to break through an Earthquake, but again, missing that coaching boost. So yeah, Flutter Mane still gets to stick around, but 2 turns, it was able to accomplish almost everything it needed to do. Both Pokemon and perhaps paralyzed.
Eu tô sabendo de carro, nem carro nem coisa aí não, Alexandre. Eu só viajou aí.
If a coaching goes off there, your Tinglu is still in a pretty decent spot, especially now that we see the Sinistra has been brought by Pranav. We'll be able to heal this Tinglu up with that Hospitality ability, immediately giving it 25% of its max HP back. And with this Urshifu on the field, I believe the Sinistra holds the Rocky Helmet as well. So if Sinistra is attacked by the Urshifu by a Surging Strikes, it is taking a lot of damage on its own.
Yeah, definitely not something that the Urshifu would appreciate, and it is the double target into the freshly swapped in Pokemon. So as much damage as the Urshifu is dealing, it is taking back in that Rocky Helmet damage. So definitely not something that's appreciated from Brendan, and a really smart swap coming out from Pranav. And will still be able to respawn. Both of the Pokemon from Brendan have taken quite a bit of damage from turn after turn here, but Tinglu doesn't get to break through. That is the third paralysis this match from Pranav's end.
It's really unfortunate for Pranav. That Earthquake would have been a double KO and would have gotten him, again, that afforded 2 Pokemon count lead in this second game here. Now this Tinglu becomes vulnerable because the Sinistra is on the field. It's got to swap out and back in if you want to heal it back up again, but in the meantime, you can still be taking a lot of damage from this Urshifu. Of course, you really wanted those KOs as well to start getting more chip damage on the 2 Pokemon Brendan has in the back. And if these paralyses don't come through, I think Pranav's in a much better spot here, but he's found himself a bit behind the 8 ball because he just hasn't been able to execute his game plan.
I mean, at the very top of the day, Aaron said he was scared of these Flutter Manes, but I mean, it's been working out real good here. Detect from the Urshifu, make sure that Pokemon can stick around as taunted to what was previously Sinistra. And I mean, Zapdos, when you're looking at Pokemon that would maybe try and get a coaching boost, that does shut down that possibility too. So just nothing seems to be going his way this match. Finally a breakthrough though, that will be the KO into the Flutter Mane. But still, the luck has just not been on his side with Tinglu at all.
I think the taunt into the Zapdos is just as good as the Sinistra here. Like you said, the Zapdos, if it is able to get it coaching off, makes this Tinglu a much bigger threat. Even though it's paralyzed, even though it's taking a little bit of damage, that Sinistra is still able to heal it up a little bit. And a +1 Tinglu now threatens like a one-hit KO involving it with Earthquake, for example, whereas without the
Eita, o outro, meu Deus, o outro fazendo o símbolo do nazismo ali do nada.
Now this Zapdos still does threaten pretty good damage with either Break or close combat, but Zapdos itself is not kind of the main focus here for Pranav.
And now getting to this point of the match, with the Golden Goal hitting the field and knowing that there is an Earthquake competing on the other end, the Terastallization makes a lot of sense. We got to see just where the damage count was about half last time, to be the same now. And just damage into this Tinglu. It's definitely been bulky. It's been sticking around, but these Surging Strikes have definitely been putting their work in. As Tinglu now to a third of its health. We'll get to see. Okay, another nasty plot setup. I was gonna say we're getting to the point where it doesn't have much health, but no, again, Brendan, looking at that long game. Bravebird, though, that is a lot of damage. Critical hit as something finally going Pranav's way into this match. And Tinglu does break through the paralysis. Earthquake coming on through, double KO.
I don't think that was greedy for Brendan. I think that was a really smart play. If the Bravebird doesn't target into that slot, you are now taking a double KO next turn no matter what. Just unfortunately, Pranav calls that Dragon Terrestrialization very well. Knows that this Golden Go really doesn't want to take an Earthquake, and I do have this Bravebird that can cover the Dragon type very strongly. And now Brendan finds himself down to just the Incineroar against this Tinglu and Zapdos, which now will get a Defiant boost as well, thanks to the Intimidate. I think Pranav's now in the driver's seat. Caveat being, you can't get fully paralyzed a bunch again. Although I think the Dragonite in the back will be just fine. It's not paralyzed, it's got a pretty good Incineroar matchup. So Pranav's fought his way back in this game very, very well.
Thankfully, only half of our team is paralyzed. We still have 2 Pokemon that should be able to pull their weight here. Tinglu finally heading off the field and healing up this Zapdos almost to full health thanks to that do. Now, Flare Blitz into the Sinisha will just take it down. But again, with a 3-to-1 Pokemon count, Incineroar can do a lot. I don't think quite enough, especially looking at the Titanium.
Meu Deus do céu.
Pokemon recoil as well is definitely going to do its part.
Essa criança tem que ser presa.
Yet again, going to be paralyzed.
I mean, that's step 1. You need a bunch more of those.
Ainda bem que vocês não estão vendo isso, chat, que eu tô vendo um absurdo assim.
And the Sinistcha just putting in so much work for Pranav here. The Zapdos is back up to nearly full health. One Flare Blitz from Incineroar certainly won't be enough to KO Zapdos, so you really do need a lot of full paralyses. And then the Dragonite in the back, you still have to deal with too.
Alright, well there's another set of hits from the Incineroar Zapdos.
Gente, relaxa, o volume de vocês está baixo. Eu abaixei, relaxa. Então, não tá saindo nada não, relaxa.
We are going to a game number 3. What an interesting set. We've gotten to see all these unique Pokemon from Pranav make an appearance, and even if Zapdos was paralyzed for majority of the match, breaking through in the pivotal moments was really, really key.
I mean, big props to Pranav for not losing his cool when those full balances come through. That can be something that's really difficult to deal with. You know, I know I'm making the right decisions. I know I have the right game plan. It's just not going my way because I'm getting these bad coin flips that don't allow me to attack. But every turn it happened, you know, brief moment of, that's unfortunate, but then just recollecting himself, knowing that I still have a game plan, I still can win this game. I can just use my strategy here, and the Sinistcha especially helped out a lot.
And I mean, for every time your Pokemon got paralyzed, the critical hit from the Galarian Zapdos into the Golden Go to make sure it can get KO'd from that Earthquake, that helps a little bit too. So it was a taunt into the Galarian Zapdos to kind of force it into an attack, and the Zapdos took that opportunity and just absolutely ran with it. But now I'm curious with where we get into a game number 3, because there were so many different variables within that set. With all those Thunder Waves, if the Thunder Wave missed and Pokemon did get paralyzed, what could have happened? So how are we going to play this into game 3? For both trainers, though, we're going to be running back the same leads.
Makes sense. I mean, Brendan has had good success in this lead in both games so far. Of course, Pranav won the game. He brought the Zapdos with the Tinglu to start out. It makes sense to see it here again immediately. The Terra Poison Earthquake play, I don't know if that's too easy to punish other than hoping for another full paralysis on the Zapdos. So it's going to be, I think, another Terra Poison from the Tinglu on turn 1.
And maybe another Thunder Wave from the Flutterby.
Most likely.
Yeah, we're going to see this one run all the way back as a animation we're very familiar with at this point. Terra Poison on the Tinglu.
O Dragon estava jogando tal de irmão grande brasileiro e uma das coisas que saiu foi isso aí, eu mandei no chat da capa.
What it was trying to do the entirety of game 2 finally gets this coaching boost, +1 to the attack and the defense of the Tinglu, and that is going to be huge going on for the match. You saw how long it stuck around last time. These critical hits, I mean, it's still going to be a lot of damage into this Tinglu, but still, this is going to be a Tinglu that now has the attack boost to
Depois olha o chat da Cauê.
This is really nice for Pranav, especially even if
Depois olha o chat da Cauê,
This is such a better position for Pranav, because now you're going to swap out the Zapdos for the Sinistcha, heal up your Tinglu with that hospitality ability, and then you can bring in Zapdos later on. Most likely after the Fluttermane has been knocked out, so you're no longer worried about that Thunder Wave, lowering your speed and taking that chance of not attacking.
Yeah, hospitality, Tinglu gets a nice little boost to its health, and Thunder Wave from Fluttermane, a second miss. Pranav was so unlucky in the game number 2, but really done anything for Brendan. We get another round of these surging strikes, but again, when you look at that health that it's healed up, still sitting at a really respectable spot. And we just get another earthquake sitting here with the finish as its partner. It'll take a little bit of help, not much.
Voltei, chat.
And for this turn, since you do have the Incineroar for the fake out pressure, just slowing down
tinha
this
mais
Tank Blue
algum,
and
tinha
going for the
algum,
nasty
mais
marker
algum
makes
sprint
sense.
lá no
Again,
meu
you
grupo.
need to have this damage output. But Incineroar being so low is just going to be picked off by a couple of scale shots. So last two Pokemon from Brendan certainly do need to make a splash. I think for when you're looking at damage output, those are the right two Pokemon to be having. But again, just to be so careful because something like the Sinistra, the Urshifu is gone, and the Golden Go, it has so much work to bring up.
It does have a lot of work to do, but I actually think it might be able to do it because you did not have to Terrasilize thanks to the fake out into that Team Blue. You were really strong into all the Pokemon that aren't Team Blue with the Steel Ghost typing, and of course you can probably just knock out Team Blue with a Make It Rain, so you really don't need to worry about taking an attack from Team Blue anymore. Sinistra, Dragonite, Larry, and Zapdos have a really hard time damaging a Steel Ghost type here, so Golden Go could just punch out this match.
I mean, to start it off, it's going to be a Make It Rain from this Golden Go. A Detect with the Ting Blue. It's not taking any damage. Dragonite being caught with the critical hit and have bonus skill, but that's still a significant amount of damage. Golden Go has that +1. Back. It looks like Renat's really just trying to take care of this Urshifu to make sure Brendan only has the one Pokemon left.
I think what Renat needs here is to force the Golden Go to keep using Make It Rain, like lower its special attack a couple times. A neutral Make It Rain may fail to KO Ting Blue, and a -1 certainly wouldn't take that KO. But if you're Brendan, you kind of recognize, like, anytime Ting Blue is not on the field, you just use Nasty Plot. Like, you're not taking damage. I think you can guarantee that you're forcing this team.
Manda a famosa frase, o Simon, do Batman.
Damage in return. Dragonite will protect and detect. A double detect from the Urshifu is gonna go awry. But as you called out, Golden Go attack instead is just gonna be the Shadow Ball into the Sinistra to drop Pokemon slowly but surely trying to even this game out.
Love that Shadow Ball choice. Brendan probably recognizes, like, okay, lowering my own special attack is how I lose this game. Knowing that even at +1 instead of +2 from that first Make It Rain, a Shadow Ball would probably knock out this Ting Blue, given that it gave up the Ghost type resistance when it Terrastilized, and you're making sure that you're not lowering your special attack unnecessarily. If you're this Golden Go, you like really don't care about Dragonite. Dragonite can hardly damage you. At any point, you can use Make It Rain one more time.
Meu Deus do céu, agora que eu entendi, Camus. Nossa.
dunk, but not do a whole lot, especially now that
Meu Deus do céu,
you actually start attacking with Urshifu. I love that detect.
Ah, não,
You are
mano.
able to like catch that finish on the swap. You're now no longer afraid of the rocking helmet. Detect even just keeps this Pokemon around if you're able to get the double, or if you just don't target the Urshifu. You keep making Pranav think about different options, especially now that this Urshifu can't really attack without hitting into a rocking helmet. You have to be aware of it.
Meu Deus do céu.
Yeah, so it's just going to be an attack, but going for the priority, a little bit of Aqua Jet, but instead Pranav trying to
Já
target
olhou
down
pra
this
alguém e
other
pensou,
slot, knowing
o
that this
que
will
passa
lose
na
so
cabeça
much,
dela?
and not really doing too much in return with those rush of hits. Now make it rain +1, double KO. So Brendan really finding a way to take momentum back into this match. We're in neutral now, but that double KO, surely enough to try and just close this out, because this Tinglu, again, is just taking so much damage, and
Mano,
I don't think it could do it.
Seria um feito histórico. A base da cadernada seria um feito histórico. Acho que ninguém fez tão feito.
Keeping Urshifu around, like really well done by Brendan, making sure that the threat of that Urshifu is always there. You're not gonna like freely give it up to the Sinistra's Rocky Helmet. You're just forcing Pranav to make more decisions, and in that time you can gain as much ground back.
And just play it as safe as possible. Terastallization on the final turn. So if the Tinglu does get this chance to attack, well, it's not going to just be taking this KO into this Dragon type, but flying up this Surging Strikes. We might not even get to the Golden Goat instead. Already on such low health, the 3 hits is going to be enough. Brendan to take the set 2-1 and move on phase 2 of the competition. What an incredible set as well. So many different variables, and Brendan, that beginning of that game 3 was crazy. So unlucky, but really finding a way to claw into the match, find his win condition, and follow through was just incredible. there's a lot of opportunities for Paul being able to set up a great win position. So definitely something for Aaron to keep in mind of in this matchup. Yeah, Fluttermane, the one that we got to see earlier.
O cara parece que tá de roupão Pô, o cara vai pra um campeonato de Pokémon usando roupão. Vai entender.
Raging Bolt and Incineroar for Paul, and he posing an Urge Boot and Incineroar.
The Incineroar from Aaron's side gets the Intimidate off first. Always good to know in Incineroar mirrors which one will have the faster fake out.
Nossa, o nome dos Pokémon do cara. Aí eu quero ver vocês tentarem adivinhar.
You don't have to worry about their fake out, flinching your own before you can use it. However, after the fake outs have been used, on the second turn, it's often more advantageous to be the slower Incineroar, because then if you both go for a pivot move, whether it's the parting shot or the U-turn, you get to see what your opponent brings in first before you make that choice. So the first turn might be a little bit less advantageous for Paul, but I think as soon as the fake outs are no longer in play, it's really nice having the slower Incineroar here.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the trade-offs with those Incineroars that you really have to prioritize going on into the match. Starting off the first turn, though, Urshifu is going to be the master pivot and also the one to instantly just get out of the field. Not necessarily liking the Raging Bolt on the other end when it has a thunderclap pressure. You really have to respect it. But it's not going to be the only pivot. Paul as well doesn't want to stick around with his own Incineroar and switches out into the Rillaboom instead, refresh and have a fake out on the next turn. One of those really nice moves of having just two different fake out Pokemon. Raging Bolt is going to be shut down to the right here right now, though, with a little flinch. But of course, instantly with a little grassy green recovery and leftovers, it's like it didn't even matter.
Really nice Rillaboom swap there for Paul as well. The Amoonguss coming in means that this Raging Bolt is susceptible to being put to sleep by Spore. You don't have that redirection from the Ogerpon Heartflame because it did drop the Follow Me for Sword Stance. So there's nothing stopping Aaron from putting this Raging Bolt to sleep. So this Rillaboom coming in means that you do have the ability to fake out the Amoonguss. You can prevent yourself from being put to sleep for at least one turn, and possibly get a Calm Mind up on this Raging Bolt. The nice part about the Assault Vest on Incineroar for Aaron as well is there's no parting shot. Once you get a Calm Mind, that special attack boost will stick.
Well, you talked about a Calm Mind boost, and yeah, we're going for that right away when Paul has so many different balancing options. To see a setup move not clicked, I think would be a little bit more of the surprising aspect. And we will see instead of the parting shots, this Incineroar has U-turned just that into the Rillaboom, start dealing a little bit more damage. You can see the one in the back, Fluttermane and the Urshifu though. And definitely you don't want to have this Raging Bolt just keep setting up. That is the reason why Regulation have had that, oh no, Raging Bolt. Yeah,
dois sei lá, que é rico, pô.
You really need to be able to have a response to it.
Well, just looking at the 4 Pokemon Aaron has, with the Calm Mind, there's not a lot of options for good damage into this Raging Bolt for Aaron, especially if it does manage to get another Calm Mind up. This Choice Specs Fluttermane is very strong and does have the
Mano, isso pode dar tão ruim pro Soulzone, cara. Meu Deus do céu.
But as soon as you get another Calm Mind, maybe a Terra Fairy comes through, you're not going to be doing too much damage to it. You kind of have to rely on maybe some possible spores, but to sleep, buy yourself some time to start wailing at it. Of course, if you do focus the Raging Bolt, perhaps one of the other offensive Pokemon Paul has a lot of room to run as well. So you gotta make sure you're managing this Raging Bolt while not letting the rest of Paul's Pokemon run free.
And Fluttermane just instant swap out, bring Incineroar in, so fake out on the next turn, as well as the Intimidate down. See if you can maybe fade out the Terastallization as well, but no, instead Raging Bolt will just go ahead and go for Protect. A little bit of damage into the Incineroar. Great swap then coming out from Aaron. But this Amoonguss, it really wants to get this Spore out onto the dinosaur on the opposing end, and it's just not had that opportunity to yet.
Yeah, I have to understand why Paul went for that play.
Tem uma criação de gatos aqui na frente.
In range for another Grassy Glide or
literalmente
são... But the Incineroar swap there is really great from Aaron, knowing that the Rillaboom probably wants to be trying down Fluttermane with a powerful aggressive attack. Now Aaron has fake out pressure once again. This Raging Bolt just went for Protect, so if it wants to not get put to sleep this turn, you either have to hope for double Protect or swap it out and lose that Calm Mind boost. So Aaron doing a great job not letting Paul run away with his game just yet.
I mean, eyeing up to just let this Raging Bolt take the hit and see if you can get a prize in return, but not enough damage into the Incineroar to drop it. Another U-turn brings this Rillaboom to about a fourth of its health. And of course, with the Raging Bolt sticking around and not getting double checked, it will be put to sleep at the end of this turn. So that's going to be something that's really going to help out on this turn. Urshifu would still be susceptible to something like that Grassy Glide though. So the Flutter Mane instead makes a lot of sense as finally Raging Bolt is stopped.
Eu esqueço que dá pra ver pelo retorno aqui. Mano, o meu VTube olhando pra cima procurando o Mundial do Palmeiras ainda. Tá difícil, pô. Não tô. Eu tô vendo só um 51 é pinga aqui.
Do terrestrialize the Rillaboom, you're then losing the Spore immunity. It's a little bit more of a tough spot for Paul to be in here, especially considering you can pretty easily like Dazzling Gleam and Spore the Rillaboom slot. Either it terrestrializes and gets put to sleep by Spore, or maybe Paul wants to swap out the Rillaboom to preserve it. However, it comes in, gets put to sleep by Spore. Like worst case is that Dazzling Gleam just KOs the Rillaboom and then just Spore does nothing. But I think you're willing to take that trade and get it knockout.
I mean, Raging Bolt to sleep right now to try and get damage and take care of it before it wakes up. Also just a very tempting option. And Rillaboom not going to stick around to potentially get KO'd. Instead, switch into the Incineroar for the next turn. First mandatory turn of sleep for the Raging Bolt. Now I get to see how much damage can be done. That is a lot right away. Of course, we're eyeing up the choice back. Flutter Mane is not enough for the double up, but if you can get enough damage on this next turn, but it's going to be probably to swap, but then it's still going to be a Raging Bolt that's in a very simple position.
It is, it does get a little bit of recovery, but it's still taking a lot of damage. That is a choice specs Flutter Mane, still nothing to scoff at, even though we put it a little bit to the side in basic team building. Now one more Moonblast will easily be able to knock it out. Raging Bolt has only taken its one mandatory turn of sleep so far. It can wake up this turn, there's only a 1 in 3 chance of that happening. And now this Incineroar on Paul's side, and it's pretty vulnerable to a Spore here. It is not the safety goggles set. It doesn't have the Terra Grass either. So unless you're able to knock out a Moonblast with Flare Blitz, you might get put to sleep there. But if you don't target a Flutter Mane and the Flare Blitz, it's going to stick around and do even more damage itself.
And Raging Bolt trying to overprotect. Gonna stay asleep. So that's Flutter Mane to take care of that threat. And one that could have ran away with the game. So definitely relief from Aaron to get rid of it now. Flutter Mane, though, for all the damage it's been doing, Paul's going to try and mitigate that. Parting shot now will be able to, if you wanted to, even bring the Incineroar back into the other slot and just slowly mitigate what damage this Flutter Mane can do.
Be careful here. If Aaron is going on the offensive again with a Sludge Bomb, that could be a big deal into this Ogerpon Hearthflame. It may not be the bulkiest thanks to the offensive set, and Sludge Bomb immediately takes Ogerpon Hearthflame down to under half and poisons it.
That is so much damage coming out from the little mushroom, and you kind of wanted this Hearthflame to do a little bit more impact, but Caesar's certainly going to be numbered. You still have these super Flutter Mane on the opposing end. Rillaboom will hit the field. That is going to bring back around this Surge. You do have this option of just going for the double priority from Paul. You think that can be taking care of the Flutter Mane since you can't go for Protect, but that'd be all your eggs and then get rid of the Flutter Mane basket. And this Amoonguss is just so threatening against either of these Pokemon.
But especially the Terra Fire here is so good for the Amoonguss. Terra Fire is a really strong option against Hearthflame, Ogerpon, and Rillaboom, and Incineroar. Paul knows immediately, I don't think I can break through this Amoonguss anymore, much less all of Aaron's remaining Pokemon. Aaron takes a very convincing game 1. But I think he did so well is that this team that Paul is using, its bread and butter is making very safe plays, slowing the game down a little bit, maybe getting a comment or two up, just getting chip damage when you can, and just winning a war of attrition. And Aaron, knowing that, took full advantage of every possible turn. He never got caught Spore immunity. He never got caught rage powdering when there was something to redirect. The constant offense, even from the Amoonguss, like the Sludge Bombs coming out there, were really crucial to this game plan, making sure that Paul just didn't have the time he needed to get this kind of long setup going.
Yeah, and as you called out, never sporing into immunity, considering half of Paul's team was immune, but just so well played for the Amoonguss, sporing the right slots, switching over to the pivotal Sludge Bomb, and the amount of damage you're doing to the Hearthflame. I mean, you get the poison, which is really, really nice, but even just the amount of damage that you did put the Hearthflame in a spot where it's not really doing too much anyways, right? So I think that was just really, really well done. Especially, too, when you eye up that Raging Bolt from Paul's end. It got the Combine boost, but that was all it was really able to get, and Aaron did a really good way of constantly pressuring it. Even when Paul was trying to switch Pokemon around to try and stop the Amoonguss, it was kind of just inevitable, right?
Yeah, I think it did get the Combine up very early, but after that, it only attacked once, I believe. got pulsed once, protected maybe once or twice, and then got put to sleep but wasn't able to accomplish anything.
Let's see if he can accomplish a little bit more here in game number 2 as Paul down a set. Haas and Quindes take it into a game number 3. Defensive start though is Fluttermane. Its first enemy is on the opposing side, but Paul does have the faster fake out, of course, can only try and solve that Incineroar though.
This nice thing for Aaron here is that if you want to try and fake out the Rillaboom, even though your Incineroar is likely slower than Rillaboom, you're going to be able to either fake it out before it can use something like Wood Hammer or Grassy Glide, or the Rillaboom is using Fake It into your Incineroar, and it doesn't really matter. This Fluttermane now in a position to start getting out some huge damage right off the bat. Even if this Raging Bolt does opt for an immediate Terastallization to take away that Fairy weakness, without a Calm Mind to boost, this Choice Specs Fluttermane will still do a lot of damage. You have to worry about this Raging Bolt taking too much damage right after that.
And that's why we're going to see a Protect on this very first turn, so it's not taking any damage, especially to a Protect and a hit from the Rillaboom into the Fluttermane could have been a way to really put that pressure, but Aaron is well covering for that and is going to fake out into the Rillaboom on the opposing end that, judging by the move order, was trying to eye up something like a Wood Hammer into that slot. So now we get to play it back out. No fake outs though, and that can see where you see a pivot, because again, with the Fluttermane being the only thing to really deal that big damage into the Raging Bolt, you cannot let that go down freely.
Important to call out too, the Rillaboom for Paul has high horsepower instead of U-turn, so you have to hard commit to switching Rillaboom out. One of the nice things about the U-turn on Rillaboom is that you give yourself a way to pivot without something maybe taking damage in that slot instead of the Rillaboom. That high horsepower, while it gives you really great coverage, it makes you like not useless against fire types, for example, in terms of offense. It's a lot less flexible than the U-turn set. So Paul, we see the Rillaboom on the field, Amoonguss is coming in here. Unless he went for a swap on the Rillaboom this turn, it's going to be stuck on the field against this Incineroar and Amoonguss. Not a great place for it to be.
It would not be, and Raging Bolt not wanting to stare down what was the Fluttermane is switching out as well. And with this Intimidate and now an active fake out on the board, Farab a little bit better up against the Incineroar. Wood Hammer though, Paul really trying to take down that Fluttermane, but again, such a good swap and going to be a little bit of damage done in return thanks to that Rocky Helmet. And Incineroar from Aaron, so much damage, that critical hit down to just a little bit of health.
You'd really love to see that if you're Aaron here. That's a lot of damage into that Rillaboom that can be pretty difficult to take down in a lot of circumstances. Fluttermane can come in here now, and it does look like we'll easily be able to knock out the Rillaboom, and then get a little bit of chip damage into Incineroar as well. And if you are opting to go for that, there's not really some great swaps that Paul has. Let's say it is the Heartflame Ogerpon again in the back for Paul. Aaron has been very aggressive in calling out swaps with the Sludge Realm on this Amoonguss. Maybe you want to try and capitalize on going for a spore again, but let's say the Heartflame comes in and has to take the Dazzling Gleam against Sludge Bomb at the same time. That could be disastrous. Actually just going to be Urshifu instead though, not wanting to risk the Fluttermane taking too much damage from Incineroar.
Yeah, because that's the one thing with Fluttermane is this defense is definitely not necessarily the greatest. You wouldn't want to be taking a Flare Blitz here, but Urshifu instead, it definitely wouldn't appreciate a hit from the Rillaboom, don't get me wrong, but you do still have Terastallization on your side, and being able to take down this Incineroar sooner rather than later and take down the double fake out option that Paul has would be really appreciated.
Urshifu does threaten to KO into either of these Pokemon. The Rillaboom especially is very, very weak. Any of Urshifu's attacks requiring maybe Aqua Jet to be able to knock it out. You might have to worry about the Grassy Glide coming through first, but -1 Rillaboom shouldn't be able to KO the Urshifu. And now you're exerting a lot more offensive pressure into the Incineroar as well. I would expect to detect right away though, maybe trying to scout out what Paul is going for instead.
played this out here. Scoring the Rage Bolt was just the first piece of the puzzle. Now, with it being asleep, trying to take a safe opportunity to bring the Urshifu into the field and calling out, especially too, the Urshifu on the opposing end. Not the Urshifu, the Hearthflame just went for the spiky shield. Now, with the Incineroar not opting to go for an attack, but instead a switch, you can safely bring in something like the Amoonguss to make sure that even if the Raging Bolt does wake up on the next turn, since it can't wake up at any point, you do have that redirection, so the Urshifu can just try and take care of his Pokemon.
Aaron's doing such a good job of capitalizing on Paul's more defensive, safer plays. The Amoonguss coming in here, of course you can't redirect the Ogrebot Hearthflame because it is a grass type, but at -1 attack without the grassy terrain, and only having Grassy Glide instead of Woodhammer, I would be very shocked if Grassy Glide is able to KO this Urshifu without a critical hit. And now you're forcing your position where the Surging Strikes will be doing so much damage into either this Hearthflame Ogrebot or the Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, that Grassy Glide damage was just not it from the opposing end. Surging Strikes in response so much more, not enough for the one-hit KO though, but something that you can definitely pick up on this next turn. Raging Bolt does wake up, but it is going to be a Dragon Pulse, and thanks to that redirection Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, again, Urshifu just remains completely safe.
It does, and again, this Hearthflame Ogrebot is really unable to do too much damage in this situation. We saw the Grassy Glide do well under half this Urshifu, so without a critical hit, it will be unable to knock it out. And considering this Urshifu should be able to get off another Surging Strikes if it stays on the field, thanks to some help from that Amoonguss, either the Incineroar in the back or this Hearthflame have to take that attack. Paul has no other slaps here. Really, neither of those Pokemon want to be taking the Surging Strikes in this one.
At this point in the match, too, when you're eyeing up maybe Pokemon being awake, the fact you have a priority move, you can just, you got enough damage. Aqua Jet, take your free KO and bring it just down to a couple of options left for Paul. And Dragon Pulse, again, really just not it.
7 horas de live, cara. Estamos quase acabando. Falta só esse mais um round, gente. E aqui, pelo visto, tem tudo para o Brook ganhar. Para o Brock, o Brook será.
But you can either fake out Urshifu or Amoonguss. You can either prevent a Surging Strikes or a Spore. You cannot possibly prevent both because this Raging Bolt has to stay asleep on this turn. So either you're taking a lot of damage, it's going to be impossible to recover back after that Citrus Berry gets eaten, or you're just getting put to sleep. And neither of those are too great for Paul right now, especially since that Fluttermane is still around. Paul knows.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty rough there towards the end. The Raging Bolt just in a constant cycle of being put to bed, and congratulations to Aaron Brock, remaining undefeated here so far at the Toronto Regional Championships. Going into the match, we had highlighted the prowess of both of these players, but really talked about this balancing from Paul and how difficult it can be to be taken down, but Aaron just did such a masterful way of limiting any option coming out from Paul, where it's just the Telephone in early, like that was such an impressive set from Aaron.
It really was, you know, Telephone in early, but I think Paul, in all his experience, knows when the game can't be won. Right? Yeah, I think Aaron would have had to make a lot of really bad decisions to lose that game, and it's very unlikely that would have happened, so Paul's just like, all right, I'm going to reset, get ready for round number 8. Still in phase 2 though, right? Let's not forget that Paul has qualified for phase 2. He will have the chance to fight for a position in top cut where he's been so many times in the past. But Aaron and 7-0, a fantastic start to the day. Got one more match to try and make it a perfect 8, but I think at this point you gotta be pretty happy with your day 1 so far.
Yeah, I mean that is just a casual 7 wins Pokemon.
It's easy, right? Anyone can do it.
Yeah, we can do it, right?
It's hard.
Gotta show me
that is exceptionally a great feat coming out. And looking at the team too, I mean, looking at Regulation F, a couple of the Pokemon that seemed really, really strong would be something like that Cresselia and the Ursaluna, but not even really needing them in the match to take another couple of really powerful picks and just playing each turn out so cleanly. I think that was the biggest thing of the match, because Paul never really had too many options at any point. It was always what are you going to lose on this turn?
Qual a chance do Simon pegar outro Thunder God?
I think, again, what Aaron did so well was recognize when Paul had safer plays he could make, and kind of taking advantage of those plays very, very well, whether it's with aggressive switches, whether it's with spores, whether it's with sludge bombing instead of going for spore. The 4 Pokemon that Aaron was bringing to those 2 games allowed him to do that. We did want to bring the Cresselia. Cresselia is very good at setting up Trick Room and getting the Ursaluna ready to attack. It's not good at making those kind of aggressive momentum gaining plays because Cresselia is a little bit of a slower paced Pokemon. I like what he did there, knowing that if this game goes more than, let's say, 10 turns, Paul is probably winning. I'm going to make sure I can get much more of an advantage early on.
Eu não sei nem com quantos giros eu tô, não consigo nem entrar no jogo.
Games that tend to be on, maybe you don't necessarily see the critical hit at the beginning of the match, more so as you'd see in like the middle or tail end when the games that really drag on, but it's kind of just the way of the game sometimes, right? So sure, that definitely helps with a little bit of the momentum on Aaron's side, but I don't think that should be taken away at all with any of the options, because it's just going to be inevitable when you're playing up against a team that is just a little slower sometimes.
Yeah, and again, those slower teams can be very good if you're facing punish slower defensive plays, but just the way that Aaron played that, I don't think there was a single bad turn for Aaron in that match. And when you're against Paul Chua using a very good team, that is a very difficult feat to accomplish.
Yeah, what's more difficult, that or the 7-0? Like,
I don't know. Doing the 7-0 while doing that, and all is together.
It's impressive, yeah. And I mean, too, like, the Fluttermane is a Pokemon that, I mean, we've seen a lot more of the bulky sets because nice to have it stick around. The utility you can have is really, really nice. But seeing the Fluttermane with the choice specs, just how well it's piloted, because sure, you're running the more offensive set for Aaron. That's something that you play one turn wrong with that, you lose your Fluttermane and you lose your main level damage. So I think that was really, really well played because it never really felt like Fluttermane was in too much danger. But of course, Aaron 7-0 on the day. We gotta go hear from him, and he's standing by now with our interview. Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. That's right. I'm here with the winner of our Swiss round number 7, Aaron Brock. It's good to see you again. How you been?
I've been good, yeah. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Wow, you guys don't usually ask me that, but that feels nice. No, but it's so great to see you. That match was amazing. You had to play up against one of the top players in North America alongside yourself, Paul Chua. And, like, what goes to your head first when you know that it's Paul on the other side of that table?
I mean, first of all, it's very flattering to be even in that same conversation as someone as good as Paul. But secondly, I think if you don't come to the tournaments with the mentality that you can beat anybody, then like, why are you really here? Like, you really need to have the mentality of you can win. You can't go into it like, oh, I'm gonna lose. Otherwise, like, you're gonna make bad plays. You're gonna go in with already a negative mentality, and you're not gonna help yourself at all.
I mean, I laugh when you say that because it sounds so simple when you put it that way, but I think you're onto something. Yeah, you gotta have the confidence to be able to keep up with some of the best. But I include you in that conversation because, Aaron, this is not unfamiliar territory for you. When I take a look at your results, you know, you have several top 4s, top 8s at the regional level, and I know it's something you're still chasing, like that big regional win. But being 7-0 on the day, do you feel like closer to that for tomorrow?
I feel really good, honestly. Going into this tournament, I was not feeling good about the format, about my play, really about anything. I was just here. I've never been to Toronto, so I thought it was going to be a fun trip. And I'm here to hang out with my friends and also play some Pokemon. But it's going very, very well so far, so I'm hoping to just keep up the momentum.
Have you done anything fun in Toronto so far?
Not really activity-wise. We got some good food there yesterday. There's a lot of good food here.
I know, right? I feel like that's the one thing I've been really looking forward to this trip is a nice meal, especially when it's with friends, right?
Yeah.
Really helps you get in the right headspace for the tournament. But back to the actual Pokemon action, I'm really interested in what you just said, which is you weren't feeling super confident or comfortable returning back to Regulation F. And I find that interesting because when we were last playing Reg F, you got top 8 in Orlando at that tournament. So, you know, what changed in between then and now?
That is true, but the 2 tournaments before that I didn't do so hot as well. So I feel it was more of just a hot streak at the time than me being very talented, for lack of a better word, at the format. It's working out today, so I'm not complaining.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you changed things up though. I went taking a look at your top 8 Orlando team. You actually played a lot of similar Pokemon to what Paul had on his team during your match today, and it just was kind of just good Pokemon. So obviously, not only do you have individual experience running the top Pokemon in the format, but of course having to play against them. What are kind of some of the things that you've taken away from the last time we played Reg F to now? Are there any big differences in the meta that
honestly, I didn't know if I really had a good grasp on the meta, and that's why I picked a team like the one I end up using, which just has the Flutter Main, this Urshifu. It just has the standard balance tools, and it allows me to just make plays on my own.
Expansão de domínio. Sorte reversa.
But you also have the Cresselia and the Ursaluna in terms of slowing things down. So how has that duo of Pokemon been for you this tournament?
It's been pretty good, honestly. Cresselia is great, which I was not confident in it going into the tournament, but it's been very, very good. And Ursaluna has come not as frequently as Cresselia, surprisingly, but when it has come, it is also
Rodando.
Alright, so talk me through that. Cresselia, not a lot of confidence now, but what has changed your mind? Where has it really shown for you today?
I played against Wolfie's Orlando winning team, and that team has really only Urshifu that can actually damage the Cresselia. So it's very, very difficult for them to knock it out, and it just kind of sits there, clicking the moves, healing up, and just being a nuisance.
We do get that feeling from your blessings sometimes, but I love the pairing with the Ursaluna, and Aaron, after a 2-0 victory, you are 7-0 for today. So for your final round, like, the pressure's still on, right? Yeah.
I mean, I'm just taking it one round at a time, right? So, one more round today, and then got some more tomorrow. I'll take it just as any other game. Try to win, but it is what it is.
Well, I love that. Thank you for sharing your mentality and, of course, your insights here. Before we let you go celebrate, of course, get back into the the headspace, any final words or shout-outs?
Yeah, sure. Shout out Team C, shout out Momo. Yeah, I love you guys, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Best of luck with your final round. And now we're going to be going back to more Pokemon action with our analyst desk, Aaron Zang, to break all of this down in A to Z.
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back. A fun set to watch as we see two of the top players in North America go up against each other. Aaron, of course, also, in my eyes, one of the numerous stars in VGC, having had really consistent performances throughout the course of the last couple of years. I still remember watching him at the very first regionals over in San Diego in Scarlet and Violet, where I believe he finished in top 4 with the green team. Since then, he's had so many great finishes at regionals, multiple top cuts, got top 32 at the World Championships as well. And so that was a masterclass by him, quite frankly. Like, I think Jake said it as, in the booth, and he was like, I don't think Aaron made a single mistake throughout the course of that set. And he just played, honestly, like, flawlessly. Like, there's no point where I was like, oh, wow, like, that move didn't make sense. And I think he, once they probably had a team advantage there, but he executed it so well to do that against Paul Chua, who is, like, one of the most decorated BBC players of all time, having won so many regional championships, and having, of course, had amazing finishes at nationals as well as internationals and worlds. I think there's a lot to learn from that set. So, of course, as always, let's first start off by breaking down the team matchup here, right? Aaron's got a pretty interesting team, and the main thing about it is that you've got a pseudo-chirp remote, obviously, with the Cresselia plus the Ursaluna, right? Ursaluna, of course, one of the strongest Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Cresselia, not the most common Pokemon in this format. For those of you that played, VGC back in 2012, 2013, this was, like, the top dog of the format. Nowadays, it's still decent, but it's not necessarily the easiest Pokemon to execute. In this format, you often see trigger users, obviously, like Fergarath with Porygon 2, but Cresselia pairs really nicely with Ursaluna, especially because of its ability to go for Lunar Blessing, and Aaron mentioned it also has very good defensive capabilities while also being able to dish out damage. Now, in this matchup, when you look at Aaron's team, there's a bunch of, key pieces of offense, right? You've got the Specs Flutter Main, you've got the Ursaluna, so normally you want to revolve some strategies around those. Of course, Urshifu can be very powerful as well. He's also got the classic Incin plus Amoonguss combo, and I feel like today on stream, we've seen a lot of top players just not have super good answers into Incin plus Amoonguss. Part of what I think is really brilliant about Aaron's Amoonguss is that it's Fire Terra and it's Rocky Helmet, right? And so, I try to spell it out for you all there. The Fire Terra plus Rocky Helmet is a really nasty combination because normally what you are able to do to beat Fire Terra Amoonguss is say, okay, now you've Terra'd, I can hit you for super effective damage with my Urshifu. But with Rocky Helmet, even with Fire Terra, if Urshifu goes for Surging Strikes into Amoonguss, if that's Fire Terra, sure, it will be super effective, but you still take so much damage. So I think Aaron just recognized you don't really have good answers into Fire Terra Amoonguss, right? This just has a huge matchup advantage against the entire team. It means that Aaron has like a pretty safe approach to this matchup. Like, there's nothing that can really punish the Amoonguss alone, and if you look at Paul's team, crucially, there's no taunt, right? Sometimes you'll see Incineroar, you'll see Flutter Main run taunt, even Rillaboom occasionally, but none of these have taunt, which means suddenly your matchup into the Amoonguss is actually quite abysmal. Now, the way people normally get around this is, of course, running safety goggles on Incineroar, but with those safety goggles on Incin, it means that your best Amoonguss answers are going to be the Rillaboom and the Fire Ogre Pond. Now, this is one thing that's also really crucial about the way Aaron has designed his team. I want to talk about all of these nuances because, yes, these are standard Pokemon on paper, but every single one of these decisions gave Aaron a huge advantage in this matchup. We already talked about Fire Terror plus Rocky Helmet. We also have to talk about Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss. Amoonguss was doing more damage than the Raging Bull on Paul's end, right? Which you probably wouldn't expect, but Sludge Bomb was doing over 50% in these Pokemon. There's a reason why Sludge Bomb is so good on Amoonguss, especially in this format. There's a ton of grass types like Rillaboom, like Fire Ogre Pond, and in addition, a lot of people like to use Fairy Terra and Grass Terra, so being able to punish those and being able to Sludge Bomb them for massive amounts of damage is a really big deal. So I think basically Paul's team is just a little bit weak to Amoonguss, and he, you know, I think struggled even more in this one specifically because of Rocky Helmet plus the Fire Terra. It's just nothing on Paul's end like can really do a lot of damage to it, making it super safe from Aaron's end. I think the other scary thing for Paul in this matchup is that Flutter Mane is just by far the most offensive Pokemon in this matchup. Paul, of course, has his own Flutter Mane, but it's the Thunder Wave, Icy Wind, and Blast Boost Trainer he said super passive basically, right? Whereas Aaron just has something like destroy Pokemon and get knockouts after knockouts, right? Flutter Mane here is just so powerful as well. So if you look at Paul's damage output, where does it come from? It kind of needs to come from like Rillaboom catching the Flutter Mane, for example. You have your fire types, obviously, in order to deal with the Amoonguss potentially, and then, like, this is Calm Mind Raging Bull, right? So Calm Mind Raging Bull, of course, absolutely terrorized the format the last time we played it. The main problem for it here is how do you actually safely get Calm Minds up? And even after you get Calm Minds, like, do you actually do enough damage, right? Because, like, Amoonguss here can just redirect Thunderclaps away. You can't Dragon Pulse into the Flutter Mane either, right? And so even if Raging Bull gets to +2, +3, it's not like it just runs away with the game because it is really difficult for it to get one-hit knockouts and then boost it. So all of that is to say, if you are Aaron, you have a lot of really strong tools in this matchup, mainly Amoonguss and Flutter Mane. And you could flex the Cresselia Ursaluna, but it's not the easiest to actually use because, of course, like Incineroar and Rillaboom can flinch them, and you get intimidated with Ursaluna as well. So Aaron decides to kind of just go with the main core here that is not Trick Room. And for Paul's end, I think his tools are honestly a lot more limited. Thunder Wave, Flutter Mane, not super helpful here, right? Speed Control, I think, is not that essential in this matchup because it's not like moving first actually allows you to knock things out anyway, right? So he ends up leaning into the other Pokemon in this matchup. So I think Fire Ogre Pond, and we'll talk about this a little bit as we get into the game, is probably a little bit underutilized in this one. It's an interesting set because it's Sword Stance and not Follow Me, but I felt like Fire Ogre Pond should be able to get a Sword Stance or even 2 Sword Stances up and actually dish out damage. Fundamental problem for Paul throughout the course of this set was that he just like lacks damage, right? So you got to try to set up with Raging Bull or the Fire Ogre Pond in order to like really start going through Aaron's team. But let's now actually break down the games and talk about what Aaron did, what I thought was really impressive. First of all, we get started here, and let's see, where am I trying to go? Starting with the beginning of game 1, Aaron just manages his Amoonguss like super nicely, right? Like he puts Paul in these really tricky situations where there's just not much counter to Amoonguss. And keep in mind, like, usually this is a masterclass of how to use Incineroar from Aaron's end as well, because he kept pivoting it out with U-turn, right? So I think what Paul has to respond to is fake out at any given point, Flutter Mane pivoting at any given point, or Amoonguss pivoting at any given point, right? And so Paul decides to lean into Incineroar plus Raging Bull and say, look, I know you can intimidate me if I go Fire Ogre Pond. I'm going to try to get a couple of Calm Minds on you with Raging Bull. But the problem is it's just not very easy to do that when you're staring down fake out, right? So beginning of the game starts, you see the players pivot out, and Raging Bolt's like here, but you can see now, even if it gets a couple Calm Lines up, like what is it really going to do, right? And Aaron's defensive tools still have so much offense into what Paul has to offer you. So Aaron's like, look, I want to make sure you don't get too many Calm Lines off, but I just want to make sure that if you do get a Calm Line off, I have a way to punish you in the Amoonguss, right? So he makes some really great pivots immediately, like Urshifu could have maybe launched an attack into the slot, but he decides to just switch out immediately, brings out the Amoonguss, right? And so Amoonguss now so nicely positioned because, like, it can just keep spamming Spore into the Raging Bull slot. There's nothing that really stops it. This is why people run Taunt, right? If you have Taunt on your Incineroar, for example, you can bring Incin back in, Taunt Amoonguss, shut it down. But with no Taunt, no Grass Terra, no safety goggles, Amoonguss, once it hits the field, feels like a ticking time bomb, right? And that's not something you normally say about a Pokemon that's so defensive, but in this matchup, it is just saying, hey, look, you can prevent me from sporing for now, but eventually I will get that Spore off. And And so Paul gets that first calm mind off, but at what cost, right? Like, what are you really gaining from this? And meanwhile, by the way, throughout the course of all of this, Aaron is like going for U-turns rather than blitzes. I like the decision to do that because a lot of the times, like, you could see a really switch back out into Instant. So the idea behind U-turn is I'll always get some chip damage off. If you stay in with Rillaboom, it's still super effective. If you switch into Instant, well, I get some like new maneuvering, right? So Paul gets the calm mind off, but he's not really in that good of a position because once again, even at +1, like, what are you gonna click? It's basically Dragon Pulse, Thunderclap, and a Flutter Mane. Neither of those actually do damage. And Aaron just is so much off. So it felt like maybe in this position, Paul needed to like pivot and fire a little bit sooner because even after getting the boost, Raging Bolt's still stuck in a really awkward position here. Aaron makes another really cool play here. He brings out Flutter Mane, so he's saying, look, I'm exerting a lot of offensive pressure, right? You probably have to protect this slot. Maybe you want to Woodhammer into me. If I end up boom blasting into this slot and then Flutter Mane's out, I can knock you out. So he kind of baits it out. What you want to see here is a protect from the Raging Bull because if it protects, it can't protect next turn, right? And so I really like this play from Aaron's end. He's showing how to use Instant and Amogus just so well defensively. Flutter Mane's applying so much offensive pressure. He exactly gets that. Baits out the protect. The attack goes into Incineroar. It really does any damage here. Spore goes into the protect, but now you know Raging Bolt can't protect next turn, right? So Aaron has so much positioning right now. You can Spore once again into the Raging Bull slot. Incineroar has Fake Out available. Doesn't even need to go for it, right? You can Flare Blitz, you can go for a U-turn. Paul just has no offense right now on his side of the field, and it's really tough because Aaron has ways to punish any switch-ins as well, right? If you, let's say you're like, okay, I'm sick of this and you gotta break out of it, let me bring in my Fire Overpond. Well, if you switch it in and eats up a Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, it's just gone, right? So it's not easy for Paul either here. So he's like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go for some offense, but high horsepower does only 40%. This is a +1 Dragon Pulse as well. And Instant even manages to hang on. Like, there's just not enough damage coming out right now, right? And U-turn just does so much damage. What you really love to do with these Specs Flutter Mane teams is either do a ton of damage with it in the early game or save it until the end game, right? It's been so well conserved throughout the course of all of this. And so now the Raging Bolt is in such a bad spot. It's gotten a calm mind off basically as we finish up this game. There's just not much that it can do, right? It eats up, try to hope for an early wake up. It eats up so much damage from this Blue Blast Sludge Bomb. And even if it wakes up early, like once again, Paul's not clicking damaging moves, right? There's no Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar here. And so Paul in the end, I think, did maybe like 90% to Incineroar in terms of damage, but nothing else was really able to accomplish very much. And Fire Ogre Plunge just like wasn't really relevant in that game, right? And so basically, I think this set was kind of defined by Aaron having both better offense and also, quite frankly, better defense. Really hard for Paul to deal with Instant plus Amogus. Those two alone did so much damage to Paul's team, and then Specs Flutter Mane was waiting in the back as well. And so I felt like Aaron had a lot of tools to work with, whereas Paul was just a little bit more limited. And I think maybe one other approach you could take was going with the Fire Ogre Pawn, trying to get a Sword Stance or two up with it, because I feel like Raging Bolt just honestly wasn't cutting it there. And yeah, maybe Urshifu would have done some more damage as well. But definitely not an easy matchup for Paul, and Aaron honestly played phenomenally, like perfectly. So if you want to watch a masterclass on how to use a balanced team like Aaron's, then you should definitely check out that one. So yeah, that is going to be it here for the A to Z breakdown. I think we're actually going to get some more fun trivia from Rose as we try to figure out what other Pokemon have only made it to one top cover day 2 here in this competition.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for the breakdown through A to Z. And I'm so excited to be back because you're right, we do have a couple more teams to get through here with some unique Pokemon that have only made it to Phase 2 Regulation F tournament once. And Sierra, I am so sorry, but I don't think the Slitherwing has ever made a Phase 2 of a Regulation as cute as it is. Why not? I think you just have to do it yourself.
I have some bad news for you, Sierra.
Alright, but, well, there have been some players and some Pokemon that have been successful the first time that we played Regulation F back in 2024. We were already able to cover just a couple of those. As a reminder, we had Enamorous Therian from Jinfurai, Tinkaton from Richard Magolin, and Residivity from Flavio Del Pidio. And I heard from you, Sierra, rumor has it, you actually got quite a few of these correct when you were playing behind the scenes, so I'm excited to see how you do this time around.
I was cooking when we were off air, and now I have given myself a name and a reputation that I am unable to uphold. So,
I can confirm she nailed Tinkaton pretty quickly and nailed Festivity before you even finished asking the question.
Before the name was done.
Yeah,
before the name was
she
done.
heard Flavio, was like, oh, it's Festivity at EYC 2.4.
It was just that easy. Alright, so then let's see how you fare. First one up is going to be a team used by Jamie Boyd, one of our caster friends over in Europe. The rest of the team is also pretty interesting, I think. But there is one Pokemon missing, and Jamie is the only player to be able to bring it to a phase 2.
This isn't fair. This could be literally anything.
Was it? I know one of the Pokemon that he was playing with for a bit that he brought to a couple of events was Superior.
That is a Jamie special.
That is a Jamie special.
Pretty good guess.
I don't think anyone else would. I feel like the one thing that's throwing me off is we get 2 grass type, but also it's Void, so...
Along the Jamie special lines, my first thought was Salazzle. I know a Pokemon that he loves to use.
It's a pretty good one, too.
It maybe fits here. Yeah, you got some fake out.
Okay. So what you're saying is you think that there is damage missing from this team?
Lindras, tu já pensou em pensar? Sim, Alexandre, claramente. Eu faço isso todo santo dia.
That's why it's part of this trivia.
Eu penso em pensar.
Well, I think those are pretty good guesses, as you both touched on. And Jamie is a very creative team builder, of course, a very accomplished player with some of these unique teams. I do think that the normal Ogerpon and the Primarina are actually the first 2 Pokemon that stick out to me, taking a look at the team he made phase 2 in at Liverpool. But you're going to lock in Superior? Is that your final answer?
The way that she's saying that makes me think that I just got it right off the bat. I'm not going to lie.
I'll stick with Salazzle.
Well, you'd both be wrong.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The others got hints. What? We did
Well, that's true.
Well, I did say you were thinking missing damage.
Superior does damage, probably.
What kind of damage?
Well, I will say you are missing physical damage. This is a physical Pokemon. And it actually
Não é
might be
mesmo
one that you
horário,
were
Alexandre.
overlooking because
Eu acho que
it
só
was
falta
very
mais uma
popular
rodada.
in our last regulation.
Assim, amanhã vai ter mais um regional. Mais um dia de regional.
Close, but no. I think you're along the right lines in terms of popular physical damage in Pokemon.
Ah, tá.
I'm so brain rot in my head went straight to Dondozo, and I know that's not really the case, but
it is not Dondozo. We've gone from the last regulation. We're back on regulation F.
Each physical attacker that's not popular in F, though.
There is an overlap of damage type with something on this team.
Is it our Chaladon? No, that's physical damage. Yeah, no, I'm just no. Alright, I personally give up.
I'll throw in the Chala too, yeah.
It's Basculegion.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That was very popular in age. Oh yeah, that kind of fits here.
Tô com 525 de experiência. Boa, aí sim. É o que mais tem? Vamos ver.
Well, let's take a look. Because we do actually have the full team list that Jamie used to get phase 2 at the Liverpool Regional Championships. And on this particular Basculegion, it was choice scarfed with Wave Crash, Laser Specs, Terra Blast, and Aqua Jet.
That's cool, the scarf with the boost energy.
Tô top 3.
Is that a Salt Vest Chanpao? See, like that, I can't do that. I can't come up with that. I'm sure it was really good in that meta. It makes a lot of sense. But I would never have thought of that myself.
I feel like Void is the quintessential team builder before its time. Basculegion for the others are Salvus Chanpao for others did. It's always something that down the line gets picked up, whether it's a different format, different meta time, whatever, but it almost always comes down to who wins it in first at some events.
I think you might be right about that. I think it's the veterancy, of course. But yeah, he's the only one that was able to make Basculegion work in Regulation F.
Wow, that's awesome.
We're going to be revisiting another oldie but a goodie with this next one, and this is going to be from Dolly C. So, first impressions here. What type of role do you think is missing from this team? Give me your thoughts on what you feel like might be out of place.
There's a lot of offense here. I feel like it's missing support. If I had to guess.
Especially too, I feel like something need to make use of the toxic spikes and the poison setup from before is gonna really
bora RL aqui depois.
I like what you're thinking.
I'm thinking back
to
other
RL
teams I know
aqui.
Zoe has used, I know she was one of the earlier people to use a support Volcarona. I don't think that's this team.
Eu acho que vai demorar pelo menos 1 hora aqui.
Maybe it's a little off the wall, but like my first thought, I'm like, okay, don't want to do damage, want to kind of stick around and chill, would be something like a Wo Chien my first little thought there.
It is not. Let's go back thinking. Another hint. It's very similar in terms of like basculation being very popular in Regulation H. Okay. This is another Pokemon that was fairly popular in Regulation H as a supportive Pokemon that did help things be remote.
Maybe like Sinistra? I can see being Sinistra. I don't know if Sinistra's. I feel like there's gonna be at least one more Sinistra that they choose right after. I had to guess.
She's smiling. Does that mean like you got it right?
Or she could be reveling if I'm more wrong again. Devious.
You're not right. It's not Sinistra. There were actually a couple Sinistra that made it to phase 2. I guess.
It's actually more difficult that you're picking Pokemon that were popular, or common enough in another regulation, because then like they're in my mind as popular Pokemon, so I'm not even thinking of it. It can't be it. Leave your hints behind me.
I'm actually looking as well, and I do not think that that it is represented in the wild ban.
What else is bulky?
Small.
Was it Clefairy?
You are in the right size range.
Okay.
But it is not a fairy type.
Okay. What's little? Little Pokemon.
Little Pokemon.
Little supportive Pokemon. That was popular in Regulation H. And had one particular partner that it used to really like to be by.
Oh. Ooh, I think I have it. No, he says not. I was gonna say Comfy. He says it's not a fairy type.
It's not a fairy
I
type.
thought I had it.
Very
Shoot.
close.
That would have fit too.
But Comfy is not popular.
Wow, girl,
Maybe
you
not in your
coffee
house.
enjoyers out there, Rose just
I love
shattered your
Comfy.
dreams. That's crazy.
I'm a Lost Fox
Comfy
player. I love
stays
Comfy.
unique. What can I say?
They're small Pokemon
Ooh, I don't know.
that enjoys being
It was part of a very popular duo. When you name, it's like Chanpao Dragonite was a duo.
It's not Tatsugiri, is it?
No.
Yeah, because that was my thought, like the duo
Right.
one.
I'm gonna back to Dozogiri.
All right.
You say about Gage, I'm like, all right, don't just.
I think you guys might be stumped on this one.
I think so.
And maybe it's because I'm bad at giving hints.
No,
but
I'm sure we're just.
it is Mousehold.
Oh.
No! That is the final Pokemon missing from this team.
Again, these ones are more difficult than earlier. Because again, like, I wouldn't think of Mousehold being only one that made it, right?
So I know. That's man. But it would take a player like Dawei C, I think, to make it work.
Yeah.
And so let's take a look at the full list. You were right, it was missing some support here. But in fact, it was a technician set with wide lens and population bomb.
And substitute. That's really cool.
It's cool, right?
Yeah.
How do you see it actually fitting into this team? What do you feel like was the real role it was filling?
Tá torcendo pra isso, né?
Good amount of damage to start, like that's always fun, but being able to have any sort of redirection.
It's like it threatens a lot of damage from turn 1. That's something that's always nice to have. Like I think there was the Swords Dance Earthwave Ogre there, which threatens a lot of damage.
Tá torcendo pra isso, né, Alexandre?
You can bring in Mousehold
Pelo vazamento que teve, sim. Eita, teve vazamento?
Really important for a lot of teams.
Or even just the substitute, set yourself up for later. Like it kind of forces really nasty mind games from the get-go, which that's like it was at 50-50, and Mousehold's kind of just gonna wreck you.
Mousehold's population bomb actually does quite a bit. I feel like even being able to just see like 10 hits take down Dragonite, like that is a Pokemon that we see in this format. So imagine what it's going to be doing to an Urshifu. Someone run that calc, please, and tell me. But we do have another one to look at here. This one, I think, might be a little.
Eu não sei se vai ter a última rodada, cara. Não sei.
I do believe that the first two that we had was actually quite hard. So this next one, there are 2 Pokemon missing, and I will not tell you the player either.
Because that would just make it too easy.
I think so. Oh, this Do you want to guess the player or the Pokemon first?
I think I know.
What's the hint? What are you looking at that might be giving it away?
It's Len, right?
Garchomp. I'm blanking on the 6th, but I remember, I think I casted one of his matches at this tournament. I remember the Iron Bundle.
Which was also quite unique at the time as well. But yes, this is Land Duel's Knoxville team from 2024.
Oh, Lycan Rock, yeah.
Production gave us a freebie there.
Wow, Production.
No, I remember that. He played against, I think it was a Corviknight, and he, like, Earthquake doesn't Lycan Rock, and had Endeavor, so he, like, knocked himself down to Focus Slash and Endeavor to thing. That was cool.
Talvez venha os dedos do Subucha. Sério? Olha, que legal! Se vier, o que exatamente isso interfere?
So you are going to be able to make that a lot faster, but the rest of it, you did get that right with the Focus Sash and the Endeavor, and then the rest of the team, of course, you can see how it fits together nicely alongside that segment.
I'm calling this a win.
It was a win.
O que isso vai influenciar o Alexandre exatamente? Nossa, agora que a mensagem do Júlio apareceu. Eu acho que vai vir teve uma personagem que parece que foi altas informações do Jujutsu Shenanigans então com Alexandre.
Well, this one wouldn't even say 2.5, but this one's really hard. This next one's actually going to be really, really hard. This is the last one and the final one. Okay. And this time, half the team is missing.
Come on.
Now here is what I will tell you.
You're not telling us much.
No, I'm not.
What is this?
This is Travis Tyson's Phase 2 team from Orlando 2024. And the reason why
então, se você tiver os dedos dele, você muda para a ult dele. É isso que você está dizendo, Alexandre?
We're only ever able to make Phase 2 in Regulation F once, and it was thanks to Tyson.
Wow.
Well, we'll start one at a time. But first thing,
I have an idea. I want to consult with Sarah really quick.
Okay.
Não, vai ter que vir bem nerfada, né? Vai ter que vir bem nerfada, porque vai ser bem quebrado esse papo. Não?
Okay.
First and foremost, there is a Suning Hydro on this team.
That's correct. And that's not the answer.
Eu posso virar aqui dentro. Então, né? Mas eu acho que se eles forem trazer, eles vão trazer bem nerfado, cara. Eu tava jogando Gartifone, e aí, se divertiu, Zoro? Normalmente sempre sai bastante coisa engraçada quando se joga Gartifone. Principalmente de completar desenho e tentar fazer a animação pro desenho seguinte, entendeu?
Is a legendary Pokemon from Scarlet Violet.
Okay.
It's been a long day to someone that does not actually help me. If you give me a minute, I'm sure it will. But like it was debuted in Scarlet Violet.
In Scarlet Violet.
Foi mó bom? Aí, ó.
Right
Tá
on,
vendo?
wrong regulation. It's not any of
normalmente tira umas boas risadas. Com certeza vai ter que vir. Inclusive, eu fiz o desenho de Charizard mais detalhado da história da humanidade. Salvou pra mostrar a nós no Discord? Quero ver esse Charizard na minha mesa, hein?
There's one Pokemon that has been added here, the Monkey Dory. You got two more.
Well, none of the Monkey Dory's added, that narrows down the whole rest of it.
Okay,
então, né? Quero ver esse Charizard aí. Que tu tenha salvo esse Charizard, aliás. Chat, beba logo, não esqueça de se hidratar. Eu coloquei no server do Mal. Deixa eu colocar no teu. Eu acho que tem lá, tem um canal pra desenhos, se puder colocar lá, agradeço. Ai, cara. Mano, pelo tempo que eles estão conversando, cara, não é possível que tenha outro jogo. Não é possível que tenha outro jogo, cara. Isso aqui tá estranho. Eu não vi uma foto de fundo, tá, gente?
find in the game, but it was not debuted.
Vamos ver. Tem o canal de desenhos ou Zuli?
There is actually a hint behind you.
Oh, the Milotic? Okay.
So we got 5 of the 6 right now. Monkey Dory, Milotic, alongside Magmar and Suicune. This seems wacky, right?
This is so cool. Like to have like the only like to have 3 Pokemon that have only made phase 2 because of you is so impressive.
Meu Deus.
Not even in one tournament too, like the whole.
Isso é teu Charizard.
Yeah. This last Pokemon is a legendary Pokemon.
Okay.
É uma obra de arte, eu diria.
It is of a type that is not represented already from the Pokemon on this team.
Eu diria que é uma obra de arte.
The 3 you originally gave us. 5.
Se vier o Sakura vai ser mó legal. Mas se vier, eu acho que eles vão colocar por tempo limitado. Tipo, você vai ter só, vamos supor, você vai ter 1 minuto pra usar a habilidade, entendeu? Eles não vão deixar um negócio, sabe? Que pra... Tenho certeza disso.
There's no grass type, so we already know that.
Yeah. There's none of the other types, so no like flying, dragon, steel, fire.
Meu Deus do céu, meu.
It is a legendary Pokemon that you can get from Snacksworth.
A obra de arte rupestre. Não ironicamente é rupestre mesmo. Não ironicamente, exatamente é rupestre.
I've been throwing out a guess, so it's not any of the other types. It's not from Scarlet and Violet. I remember catching the 3 from Johto. Let's go.
I love it. Well, congratulations. That is it, and
Real.
This team takes
ou
the
a
cake
mesma
of the most
coisa.
unique team to make it to phase 2 of a Regulation F official event. And as you can see here, it's got some good stuff on it.
I mean, I see the vision, right? Like, between Gudra's setup with a Milotic and Magmar helping it out.
Provavelmente. Cara, eles vão... Não sei como é que eles vão balancear isso, não faço a menor ideia, né, Alexandre? Faço a menor ideia de como eles vão balancear isso, mas eles vão ter que.
I don't know how successful, obviously it hasn't been super successful outside of this team, but like, I get it. It makes a little bit of sense with the other Pokemon around it. You see the vision.
We have somebody coming for Boyd's title of unique team builder. Like, I don't know, like, that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's a cool team.
Jamie only had 1 unique Pokemon.
Len had 2.
Nossa,
Which is also,
lá,
like, very impressive, but also something that I've come to expect from the Master Sand player. But, you know, hey, his reputation of I know. But this was very cool. I really liked this team. There are going to be some more surprises. I actually, you know what's so funny? Even though we were able to show off 10 unique Pokemon through this particular game, there were more.
Yeah, I believe it.
There were more Pokemon that were unique to Regulation after the first time that we played it. I unfortunately do not have that information on me because I left it backstage. But Earthworm maybe makes it. If the Earthworm wins and makes it into phase 2, this will be the first time that Earthworm would make it phase 2 of a Regulation F tournament.
I love that. I mean, like, this far into a format, we're still getting, like, new text. Like, I really love seeing that.
So maybe there's still more to discover here in Regulation F. Only one way to find out, and that's to get back to our matches. So please, casters, take it away.
Nossa, eles vão ter jogo ainda.
You say we, Joe Brown, it was you. You are the genius. I am the one who's carrying the brain cell across the finish line.
Com certeza vai vir. Vai ser o Luta 2.0 raro, tá? Nossa, eu tô meio esquecido, Alexandre. Quem é esse cara?
You jumped on the top your population bomb hill. Yeah, that was really clever.
Yeah, so let's get back. Let's talk about the one-hit wonders of Regulation F. But let's focus on our exciting round 8 here in Toronto. Let's take a look at our Swiss.
Será que vai ter ainda? Vamos ver. Ó, por enquanto, esses são os 6 que estão, ou os 16, né?
Yeah, but all these trainers here have locked in the opportunity to compete in phase 2 tomorrow.
Mano,
Congratulations to all of them.
O campeão lá não tá indo? Nossa, o Josh Tank não tá indo? Caraca, que louco! pelo que eu lembro, é o cara lá que fez o meu Globo invocar uma hora. Ah, tá, o da sorte, né? Da sorte, tá. Agora é o William Brown versus o Killan Van Severen. Mano, o Justin Page perdeu, cara. Não passou.
And if you want to go in and tune into that later, Kerry is running a really interesting Roaring Moon team with Moldigo and Landorus Incarnate, whereas Juan Jose is running Dondozo and Tatsugiri, but also with Galarian Weezing, and there's no ability shield on the team. So it looks like it's going to be very exciting. Both of them have a couple of regional top X placements under their belt. Kerry most notably got top 4 at Portland last year. Juan Jose just got top 16 in Santiago in 2024. So definitely go check them out. They're having a breakout performance here for sure. But on this stream, we're going to be looking at 2 very well-known players here in North America.
O cara, eu falo que é o cara sortudo, o Alexandre. É o cara que é sortudo. Se eu não me engano, gente, esse em vermelho aqui que tá na tela é o que vai passar aqui. E o amarelo, se eu não me engano, é o que vai passar no outro canal de Pokémon. Entendeu?
We're gonna have our Dondozo of our own on this stream too.
Boy, do I, Gabby. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and go to the stage and take a look at these players and take a look at these teams. You think?
Yes, for sure. So William Brown and Kylan William was one of the best trainers last season from North America. Top cut like 1 billion events in a row.
Ainda tem esperança que eu quiser.
And is continuing that success here this season, 2026 already.
Yeah, just a list of greatest hits here. Got top 8 already in Monterrey earlier on this season. Got top 8 in a global challenge as well last year, which is a huge accomplishment. And is running one of those kind of classic teams that you would expect coming into this tournament. But his opponent, Kylan, running something he's very personally comfortable with, but something that I think a lot of players are going to struggle with in terms of matchup.
O que eu acho engraçado é que não muda tanta coisa. Nesse caso mudou bastante, entrou bastante coisa aqui no time, mas é pouca coisa que tu vê que continua do meta anterior. Se ele fizer isso nesse cinema, tem que confiar desconfiando, né, Alexandre?
Yeah, and I believe I actually talked to Kylan at a past tournament about Dondozo in particular. He just mentioned that he really likes the Pokemon. He likes the, it's a very comfortable play style for him. I think he was also using a very similar team to this in one of the global challenges earlier on in the season. So a comfort pick for sure, and that's what we want when you have so much on the line.
Time do William Brown. Fluttermane de Energy Booster, Arcanine de Rissu de Choice Band, Orthopon de água com a máscara de água, né? Lando Brown de Life Orb, Chimpal de Fox Sash e Raging Bolt de Assault Vest. Ainda não acabou isso daí não? Não, Dragas. Se tudo der certo, esse é o último. Aí já não sei se é o último mesmo, mas é pra ser o último. E eu fiquei sabendo que a gente ia ter dois últimos diferentes, mas colocaram no lugar. Aí eles falam que vai ter um, mas coloca o outro. Então eu não faço ideia, Dragas. Provavelmente seja a última, mas eu acho que não. Eu tenho minhas dúvidas. Ué? Oh? Ah tá, é no Night. Mesmo susto agora, do nada eu vi um Pokémon Champions, eu falei, ué, já lançou? Não, era só o Royal Knight.
I thought you were gonna say go to the past as in like head back to Hisui, but yeah, that works too, going for the Paraflinch. On Kylan's side of the field, though, like I just mentioned, we will be seeing that Dondozo with the fairy terrestrialization, which is very unique and allows you, I think, some better survivability against Pokemon like Fluttermanes and some
fire-type Pokemon at the cost of having to worry about being put to sleep, but that doesn't come into play in this matchup at all. Kylan has the ability to lead Dondozo if he chooses, activate that commander ability when it's optimal for him, and then just let that Dondozo set up.
Yeah, I think what's really cool with Kylan's team here is very often you will see the quote-unquote 2-2-2 comp with the Dondozo team, right? Where you have two Pokemon as a duo or a core, Tatsugiri and Dondozo, two Pokemon in Chi-Yu and Fluttermane that have really good synergy as well, and then an additional two Pokemon at the end to round it out.
Exactly, and you know, with the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane in particular, I definitely think that is one of those twos, but I like how we're seeing a little bit of a rotation here with the Glamora taking Chi-Yu's place.
We'll see if Dondozo and Tatsugiri are in the back. Let's find out. We get into round 8 of the Toronto Regional Championship. William Brown with a Fluttermane and the Ogerpon Wellspring on his side, and Kylan Van Severen, a Glamora and Fluttermane.
And most notably, we saw Kylan's Fluttermane activate that photosynthesis first. We'll have to see if that's going to indicate the speeds between these two Pokemon, because Kylan's Fluttermane does know Taunt, and that could potentially shut down William's own Fluttermane if that wasn't a speed tie.
Let's find out. Only one way to find out, as you say, Gabby, because we're getting into turn 1 here, and terrestrializing off the jump. Kylan taking that very leaves a lot to be desired. Trying to make that before he's turning into a grass type here to help out more defensively. Spiky Shield from Williams, Ogerpon Wellspring to protect itself, and then Kylan's Fluttermane did move first. That's down 2 indicators that the Fluttermane on Kylan's end potentially is faster than Williams. Critical hit into the Fluttermane does not do a lot of damage. It's a very specially defended, especially.
Ele mandou o bait do bait então, né, Alexandre?
Not able to land the Thunder Wave. That could be huge because you're not going to have that paralysis chance. And now Glamora with the power is going to get its special attack increase regardless of if it targets into Fluttermane or into the Ogerpon. It went for Fluttermane, but it also dodged.
I think you take missing the Thunder Wave for dodging that Meteor Beam.
Because you can't click Meteor Beam again. You don't have the power herb anymore.
Exactly, and that was going to do a ton of damage to the Fluttermane. You are going to now be
Então,
consistently slower than the opposing Fluttermane. Your opponent has just used their terrestrialization, so you can respond to that now appropriately with the terrestrialization of your own, and you can also start redirecting things with your Ogerpon.
And there's one way to handle your
Então eles ainda podem lançar no bar.
and that's by boosting your special defense, which is what William does with its embody aspect ability, boosting special defense of Ogerpon Wellspring by 1 stage. And there's 2 special attackers on Kylan's end, so Ogerpon feels very well right now positioned in the board. Gonna get the speed drop. Sludge Bomb from the Glamora is not enough, even with the special attack boost, and Ice Wind in response from Williams' end to try to slow them down just a little bit. But what at this point the Williams Fluttermane was at its speed drop 2 different times. Pikachu into the Fluttermane, and Kylan's Flutter is down.
I think we need to take a moment, though, to talk about the fact that we just saw a Sludge Bomb from that Glamora go into the opposing Fluttermane, and the Fluttermane's still around. So I think that is a perfect confirmation that this Fluttermane probably is not as invested in speed. Definitely has some bulk investment, and that is so important for Kylan to keep an eye on now in the future. And I think that's also why we're seeing that Fluttermane go away. It's done its job. We got the KO, and it's just getting out. Reset the speed, get out.
And the mind games commence as now Dondozo is on the field. William has to call if when Tatsugiri is going to come onto the field. And the answer is right now, activating its commander ability, combining with Dondozo, and boosting all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages. So it's bulkier, it's stronger, it's faster, and it's going to be a problem for Williams here in this game, especially because he gets no damage off on the field as Ogerpon just goes for Spiky Shield.
It's not going to be a problem, though, if you send in your floating Pokemon, and Ogerpon also went for that Spiky Shield. So overall, a great adjustment from William there. Got his Pokemon down on the field for free, and now has the opportunity to start chipping away at that Dondozo. And that's what you're going to have to do here. It's going to be a few turns of chip, but you have the time to do that.
Order up from Dondozo.
Nossa, bombou tomou muito dano.
Yeah, I mean, Landers again, one of the most powerful special attackers in the metagame right now, and this is exactly why.
Leftovers.
Looks like it's potentially a 3-hit KO into the Dondozo. And crucially, Gabby, this is Rocky Helmet Dondozo, not leftovers, so there's no chance at recovery.
Exactly, and there's no grassy terrain in play either, which is probably what Kylan was hoping to take advantage of when he built this team. Unfortunately, without the water absorbability, the Ogrepon wasn't able to turn that wave crash into health, but I think redirecting the attack away did enough, as now this Landorus will be able to get the second attack into the Dondozo.
Agora, Alexandre, tu só acredita quando literalmente aparecer na tua tela que é o personagem tal, né?
Yeah, and you also are taking the opportunity to just make sure that you're going to deal damage there as well. Like with the order up and the wave crash, you're not relying on possibly throwing an earthquake into Pokemon that, you know, wouldn't be taking damage from you. So
Tatsugiri desviou do ataque. Meu amigo. Dondozo usou Protect, errou. Dondozo usou Deflect, falhou. Gente, o que tá acontecendo? Dondozo usou Power.
this is basically playing a game of Pidgey, let's say, if you will. As long as William keeps using Thunderclap into the Dondozo, the second the Dondozo attacks, this turn works out great for him.
You only get 8 Thunderclaps,
exactly.
Or 3 at this point. Both players have to pay attention. Dondozo goes for the double protect. Or honestly, you probably want it to fail so that you can, potentially click it. But no, the Earth Power.
Tudo falhou nessa boteca. Foi até estranho.
Just go for the knockout. And then now you have Dragon Pulse into Tatsugiri. Excellent adjustment from William. Saying he does not want to play with the switching and shenanigans or the mind games with Dondozo and Tatsugiri.
Honestly, though, I liked that he did into the mind game that first go around. Because I think that showed that he was committed to the bit. And then Kylan was like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this, huh? And then that was when he caught him by surprise.
Thunderclap into Gamora with the priority attack there. Followed up by the Sludge Bomb. For the knockout. And William Brown is 1 game away from moving on to a 7-1
loucura que aconteceu ali, cara.
And a very comfortable lead in that game 1 overall. Even though Kylan was able to get the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri on the field very comfortably, was able to get the order up, down, was able to pick up the KO on that Ogrepon very, very easily with the wave crash. William Brown just had the opportunity to then bring in the Landorus and bring in the Raging Bulls and deal hit after hit after hit and just land those hits where it counted.
Now, one thing that might sound crazy to think, Gabby, on a Dondozo team and a player that has loved Dondozo for many years at this point is, what if you make an adjustment in game 2 to leave the Dondozo Tatsugiri core at home? Because I actually really like the positioning that the Fluttermane and Gamora had, where if you can add Chiyu's Beads of Ruin as well as the Thunderclap availability from Raging Bolt into Ogrepon Wellspring, I think that might work out.
It could work
Quando
out, but I
aparece
do
aqui, mas
think that
demora
you're
pra
going to be
aparecer
in
no
a
chat.
little bit of a tougher spot
Pra mim
in
de
terms of
retorno.
moving Pokemon around. It's a lot easier to switch in a
Parei pra
multi-Dondozo and
pensar
then
no
switch in
negócio.
Tatsugiri
Se quem já
and have that synergy
corpo
immediately
também não
unlocked.
tá
If
doido.
that is the
Ele
adjustment
deu
that
culpa.
Kylan goes for, he has to be 100% sure of how that's going to play out.
Então.
And you also have to remember that power, that Meteor Beatness from turn
Eu
1
acho que
of the
sim.
previous game. Had that connected with the Fluttermane, we would have seen a very different game.
Alright, so let's see what
Lembrando
happens
que ele
this time
é só a
around
mente, tá, Alexandre? Ele não é ele controla o corpo, mas ele é só a mente.
It's always moving faster.
We do have that Ogrepon now out on the field
Ele é só a
for
mente.
William Brown, and it does look like both these
Controla
trainers
o
now
corpo.
going immediately on the offense.
Tecnicamente ele controla as ações do
Last
corpo.
game, Kylan terrored right away on turn 1. The two Fluttermanes will trade
Mas
for blast into each other. And the follow-up, Ivy Cudgel gets the knockout.
É que pelo anime ali,
On turn 1 with no icy
não
blitz
deixa,
to lower the speed.
a cena que apareceu no anime mostrou como se como se ela já tivesse morrido quando o Itadori nasceu, entendeu? Pelo menos a cena que mostrou deu a entender isso.
I do think Kylan comes out ahead this time around because he got that special attack boost. But if it is Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back for Kylan, now you're kind of in this awkward spot where you might want to switch in the Tatsugiri and get rid of that special attack boost on the Gamora. You don't necessarily have to, but if you decide to keep Gamora on the field, this would be the turn that you'd want to try and terrestrialize it, so you're not going to be taking damage from a Earth Power from that Landorus. But then if William calls that and goes for the Sludge Bomb instead, you're still in a very tough spot. So if anything, I think Kylan's best bet is to try and protect the Gamora this turn and hope that William doesn't go for the follow me play plus something else on that Dondozo.
Kylan does swap Gamora out, so he will be sacrificing the special attack increase. It did its job. It got rid of the Fluttermane, who was going to be a very pesky problem for Kylan to deal with. So he will swap in the Tatsugiri, activating the commander yet again, just like we saw in game 1. Now the now the Dondozo is going to be super fast and super strong. Which target
do nada tomando eu tava lá.
An attack off or go for an attack into the Landorus. Landorus protecting anyway, so you don't really gain too much on William's end. However, it does stop the order up from giving an attack.
And it does allow William to scout just how that turn was going to play out. So now he can go ahead and respond accordingly, knowing that the Dondozo is trapped on the field.
Right, so at this point, having all of those boosts, the Ogerpon, who is not terrestrialized this time around, would be able, or is still currently immune to wave crashes. So Kylan is forced to keep going for the order. Warren Leech is some okay damage, but you will be able to recover health as well to keep this Ogerpon just a little bit healthy. But it pretty much is neutralized. There's the helmet down with the Earth Power. Saw how strong it was in the last game. It brings Dondozo down to what looks like potentially another Earth Power could get the knockout, but it would be close.
It would be very close, but if the Dondozo makes contact with the spiky shield, I do think that would have been enough, but instead we see the redirection onto the Ogerpon, just hoping Earth Power will carry through.
There's the order up, bring it down. Ogerpon gets knocked out, gets another attack boost for Kylan. However, it's going to be tough treading if Landorus gets the KO in this spot. Kylan's in a really tough spot, and yes, that is the knockout. Tatsugiri comes back onto the field. We know Kylan's last Pokemon is the Gamora, but it no longer has the Power Herb and doesn't have a special attack boost either.
But unlike the previous time around, the Tatsugiri is on the field to attack. It's holding a choice scarf, and terrestrialization is in play for both of these trainers. Tatsugiri is a still-tip terrestrialization. It could certainly take a Thunderclap a lot easier if it were to terrestrialize.
Tem o seguro já, o Alexandre? Ou ainda nem chegou ele? Eu acho que ou eles vão lançar um ou vão lançar outro. Ainda não? Ah, então provavelmente eles devem lançar ou seguro ou Penjaco, porque não, eu acho que não tem sentido de certa forma ter os dois, né? Tudo bem, os dois são pessoas totalmente diferentes, né? Mas o Penjaco usa o corpo do seguro, né?
Sending its way, and Kylan terrestrializing yet again with Gamora into the grass type. That could be disastrous if he's ever hit by a sludge bomb. But the Draco Meteor, he's Raging Bolt, takes so much damage, down around 30% of its HP at the cost of 2 special, -2 on there. Tatsugiri brought down into
Tatsugiri sobreviveu dessa vez.
Follow up, and Raging Bolt gets KO'd on this turn. Now William down to just Landorus remaining in a 2v1.
And this Gamora has access to Earth Power, so if the Landorus Sludge Bomb doesn't take it out in a single hit, we might be going to Game 3. It's all down to how these Pokemon are trained.
Aparentemente, eu acho que seja o último round, tá, gente? Eu acho. Rau. O Dragões de repente virou um cachorro do nada. Nossa, só tem o Lando. Marrento no modo de só sempre 30 horas de live. Pô, quanto mais melhor, cara. Quanto mais melhor. GG 2-0, né? Será que ele sobrevive ao Tatsugiri? O Tatsugiri consegue levar? Será? Vamos ver. Vamos ver.
Very close set at the end here, but looks like even with the Draco connecting this time around, it didn't even do half health damage.
And that's what's so tough. Congratulations to William, moving on 7-1, continuing his journey here. Both of these trainers will be in phase 2 tomorrow, but William definitely has a leg up right now because of this extra victory here today in round 8.
Inveja usar todos os ataques do Mario. Só que eu jamais. Ó. Ô, Alexandre, tu já jogou o Jujutsu Shenanigans lá? Opa. Just Bieber. Olha, salve Sasuke. Boa noite, como é que você tá, cara? Tudo bom? Seja bem-vindo a esta live de regional. Mas por que Just Bieber? Não entendi o Just Bieber. Do nada, só porque... mas eu não fiz o... Não fiz. Agora eu fiz, no caso. Já joguei o Jujutsu Shenanigans. Não o Shenanigans, o Alexandre, o Infinity. O Infinity. Depois tem um vídeo menos de meia hora. Boa, parabéns, Sasha. Inclusive, deixa eu ver uma coisa aqui.
Started off this circuit, this 2026 season all strong. The first couple events in Regulation H right after World, so I would definitely not be surprised if we see.
Vídeo, né? Boa, parabéns aí pelos 50 inscritos, cara. E venham muitos mais. E o vídeo foi sobre o quê? Exatamente.
I mean, he was definitely on his A game in that last matchup, and I would love to have seen some other sets throughout the day, just because it seems like he just was one step ahead consistently. And with a team like his, you know, again, with all this emphasis on attacking power, and then with that, what seemed to be a bulkier Fluttermane to support it, you know, I think he just has the tools where he can play that offensively and sort of punish opponents who want to play a little bit slower. We've seen that consistently throughout the day when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also seen throughout the day in our matches with Landers. I keep talking about it, but Landers Incarnate is so phenomenal offensively. You talked about the perfect synergy between the Earth Power and Sludge Bomb to threaten Pokemon, and it just seemed like he was so confident. And let's find out how confident William was in that match as we toss it over to Rose for an interview.
Falou vídeo, mas foi short.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are going to be talking to the winner of our last round, Billy Brown. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Having a good event so far, so I'm having a good time.
I gotta ask you, because I was taking a look at some of your player history. Have you played any Reg F before, like at an official event?
My first event actually was in Reg G, and it was Indianapolis in 2024. So this is my first time playing this format.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Thank you for making sure that I'm not going crazy. But then, from your perspective, playing Reg F for the first time, were you excited? Were you nervous? Were you getting like everybody else's thoughts about the regulations stuck in your head?
So at the start of the format, I didn't have high hopes because it has a very bad reputation. So I didn't come in with high hopes, and it's not nearly the format that people said it was. I personally am enjoying it. I think someone who says that they don't enjoy a format hasn't found a team.
Só tem que colocar nome no.
I think if you don't find a team that like suits your playstyle, and then if it doesn't really fit you, you don't like the teams and how the meta shakes up. It can be a little frustrating, but you just have to find that really like nice balance of a team that really fits you.
Well then, how did you come across this one? I think this is actually a team I feel like a lot of people
tô gravando no seguinte, joguei porque eu não sou de time no Nintendo meu prêmio. E cara, que jogo bom. Sim, ele é bom pra caramba. Assim, compensa ainda mais se você pensar em jogar o Champions. É uma boa aquisição para você ter, para você simplesmente pegar e pegar alguns Pokémon de lá pra jogar, entendeu? É boa pra considerar. Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet são dois jogos que se puder adquirir, adquira. E o Legends também, porque assim, muita coisa segundo do Viava vai, né, pro Champions. Entendeu? Muita coisa.
I can't obviously guarantee that I'm gonna perform, but depending on the matchups that I hit, I feel pretty confident that I can make this one of my best rounds.
Well, I mean, 7-1, despite the fact that a lot of people have been looking at this team as something they need to prepare for, I mean, you found a way to make it work for yourself. So, can you give us like a little insider information? You know, what is it that you feel like sets yourself apart using this team from the other person?
Eu, como tenho só o brilhante diamond do Shiny Pearl, eu vou me virar no brilhante diamond do Shiny Pearl. Buildar meus Pokémons aqui mesmo. E se tiver como comprar Mega na Pokémon Champions, eu tô bem, entendeu? Let's Go Eevee. Let's Go Eevee, ZA e Violet. Tem muitos Zeldas. Já cogitou pedir emprestado pra eles, acho que pra jogar. Dá pra tu criar uma conta meio que secundária. Aí tu não precisa excluir o save dele, não precisa fazer nada com o save dele. Só pede pra ele criar uma outra conta na mesma, ali, no mesmo usuário, que aí você joga por ela, entendeu? Se eu não me engano, eu acho que dá pra criar, eu acho que 4 ou 5. A sua principal e mais 3 ou mais 4, eu acho que alguma coisa assim. Entendeu? Ou seja, ele não precisa excluir o save dele, e toda vez que você for lá, você joga pelo seu save, entendeu? Pede pra ele colocar, ele tem, vamos supor, o nome dele é Thomas. Aí tem lá o Thomas e tem o Sasuke. Quando você for jogar, você vai lá no teu, vai estar lá. Quando você for abrir o jogo, tá lá. Ou Thomas ou Sasuke. Você vai no Sasuke e você vai sem precisar alterar o dele, entendeu? Sem precisar alterar o dele. Linda essa música que eles estão falando aí. Cara, eu não sei o Lufa de inglês, mas acredito que ela esteja perguntando sobre estratégia do porquê, como ele usou o time dele, né? Como ele usou o time dele, que tipo de estratégia ele pensou na hora de formar esse time e tal, entendeu? Então, assim, eu tenho quase certeza que é exatamente isso que ela está perguntando pra ele e eles estão falando, entendeu?
I would love to play MVP. I've played him a couple times in unofficial tournaments and grassroots, but I've never gotten the chance to play him in an official tournament.
Eles estão falando palavras. Exatamente, Alexandre. Poético na medida certa.
Well, Billy, I want to just enjoy the rest of your day. So before I let you go, any other shout-outs or final thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to give a big shout-out to my friend Chef Rich. He built the team with me. He worked really hard on this, and it's worked a great success for me.
Tinha 5 pessoas. Muita coisa, exatamente. Dia, quem sabe, a gente vai estar traduzindo aí. E muita coisa não, muita poesia. Nossa,
an insight, and best of luck tomorrow. All right, now back to Aaron Cybertron Zhang with A to Zhang.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last round, the last
Agora o Iron Zane vai analisar toda a partida, toda a estratégia. E
that was a fun match to end things on. It's been a little bit of a drought for Dondozo, but finally made an appearance here on stream. Although, of course, it was not long.
Fale, porque sua voz nos vídeos de
meta development in terms of Pokemon and sets in that last one. So let's quickly throw it up, of course, to our beginning of the match. We're talking a little bit about teams for both players and here. So, as always, Sasha,
quando eu fazendo live é diferente do fazendo vídeo. Quando eu tô fazendo live, a minha voz é mais natural, assim, e tal. Quando eu vou fazer o vídeo tem que ficar um pouco mais dinâmico. Então, a minha voz tem que ficar mais assim, entendeu? Tanto que quando eu vou falar, quando eu vou soltar a minha intro, eu falo, eu sou migrante, e você está no canal Migrante Lá. Entendeu? É basicamente isso. Eu meio que afino um pouco mais a voz, entendeu? Pra ter um pouco mais de entretenimento no que eu tô fazendo, entendeu? É basicamente isso. Por isso que minha voz muda. Mas você diz no Rocket League o de telefone ou os vídeos do Simon? Porque se for os vídeos do Simon, pode ser o microfone às vezes que tá não tá pegando direito a minha voz, ou sei lá, ele deixa a minha voz desse jeito, entendeu? Eu falo, por isso que sua voz é... Meu Deus, Alexandre, eu não vou nem deixar passar esse falou, tá? Eu prefiro evitar a fadiga.
It's okay, but once again, like, it just doesn't do a ton of damage, right? Fluttermane can decently well. Hisuian Arcanine doesn't actually take a ton of damage from it. Water Upon Landorus, right? There's like so much super effective damage here. So from like a typing perspective, like Raging Bolt and Chi just don't feel very intuitive to bring. So Kylan ends up bringing the remaining 4. If you look at Williams' team, what's nice is you do have a lot of ways to deal with Dondozo both before and after Terra, right? This is very Terra Dondozo, so should you force Terra out with Raging Bolt, then Landorus and Sludge Bomb to be really, really powerful. The key dynamic in beating Dondozo is conserving your Water Overclock. If this is out of the field, then Dondozo actually has a much better time having the ability to get one-hit knockouts across the board. So if you're in Williams' shoes, the main thing you want to think about is, hey, I really want to make sure that Water Overclock is conserved and at least is out on the field when Dondozo hits the field. If Water Overclock is eliminated and then Dondozo hits the field afterwards, it's going to be an uphill battle for him a lot of times. And so let's jump into game 1 here real quick, as we see both players just lead with their Fluttermanes. So it's interesting because, you know, the dynamic of this matchup has like shown these new Fluttermane sets, Super Volkey, Icy Wind, Thunderwave, Taunt, etc. Water Ogrepunt here decides to just commit Terra immediately. It's a pretty safe Terra for William because ultimately the only way to hit this with effective damage is Raging Bolt. It's like, you want to bring Raging Bolt into the matchup, and even if you bring Raging Bolt, it gets a special defense boost, right? So turn 1, kind of a, you know, BB turn here as we get Icy Wind and a bunch of misses, right? So the this is actually game 2. Game 1, we saw a miss from the Aura into
Ok, acho que até a próxima. Parabéns aí pelo 50 inscritos mais uma vez e até a próxima. Tô jogando bola enquanto eu vejo live. Cuidado, hein, Alexandre. Cuidado pra não acertar no teu telefone e você não distrair e estiver no gol, sei lá, e acabarem tacando a bola em você, cara. Então cuidado. Mano, é engraçado porque parece que eu tô olhando assim, mas eu tenho que ficar olhando assim, tem que me policiar. Porque o chat tá aqui, né, na minha esquerda, né? Só que eu tenho que ficar olhando pra direita porque a câmera tá aqui, entendeu? Eu tô com o celular na minha mão. Meu Deus do céu, tu não tá de goleiro não, né, Alexandre? Senão vai ser perigosíssimo pra você. Dois pulos alguém acertar e no teu telefone.
It is way fresh into Lander slot. You eliminate it immediately. I think that gives Kylan some momentum, but it ends up just being Earthquake this turn and Spiky Shield coming out, and so basically no damage ends up happening. Long story short, this was, you know,
Tô jogando sozinho? Ah, tá, ok.
just kept getting chipped away. And one thing that I thought was really
Mas tu tá
interesting was
jogando
dynamic
em casa?
hits the field, and the way William plays this is he tries to basically combo it in a way where you knock out Dondozo and Toxic Fury at the same time. So he actually ends up making a slightly risky play after showing Thunderclap multiple times.
Sim, meu Deus do céu, cuidado pra não quebrar nada aí,
Dragon Pulse play instead. This is risky because Dondozo
peraí, gente, eu já volto rapidinho, vou pegar um pouco
target
d'água.
either Raging Bull or Land.
Ai, voltei, chat. Cara, pelo andar na carruagem, como voltou, do jeito que voltou, eu acho que ainda vai ter mais um jogo, gente. Estamos a 8 horas e 27 live, meu amigo. Eu acho que ainda vai ter mais um jogo. Se não vai ter mais um jogo, ainda vai ter. Eu espero muito que não tenha, sinceramente. Ah, não, não vai ter não. Porque se eles mostraram a segunda fase aqui, Mano, o Just Tang não foi pro dia 2. Meu amigo. Caraca, o Just Tang não foi pro dia 2, cara. Mas eu tô jogando dentro de casa. Senão a mesa quebra. Ah, tá. Tá jogando no cantinho ali, né? Na parquinho, sei lá. Ou no quintal, não sei se é uma casa que tem quintal. Tô na área da minha casa. Aí eu uma parede jogando. Ó. Artilheiraça essa aí, joga pacas, né? Mal conheço e já considero pacas. Mano, o problema de eu abaixar é que esse negócio vai abaixar completamente.
I was gonna say, actually, most of this graphic has never won a regional.
Yeah.
So I think that's very exciting. It looks like we've got a high probability for there to be a new regional champion at the end of Toronto, which I think would also be quite exciting because if you take a look at our regional champions from North America and Europe so far, those are
Acho
players
que
that
foi o
have
último jogo dessa
desse dia.
Tá 7-1. Ixi, pra tu ou pra parede?
Including our top cut tomorrow. We will be back on the broadcast. I believe it will be at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I think it was like the same start time as today, I want to say. I was almost right. 9:15 a.m. Eastern or 6:15 a.m. Pacific. And
9h15 da manhã? Ixi, amanhã eu acho que tá mais... Enfim, gente, amanhã eu vou tá abrindo live também, entendeu? Mesma hora. Vou ver aqui que horas é, mas provavelmente é na mesma faixa de horário, beleza? Eu vou abrir na mesma faixa de horário. Só vou entrar aqui na canal da Play Pokémon. Vou ver que horas que é essa bodega. Meu Deus, não quer clicar no raio do canal? 200 horas pra clicar no raio do canal.
Well, you can quiz us on what new things have entered day 2 for the first time.
I don't know if I have time. But you know what? If I do when I get around to it, you all will be the first to know. All right, well, I think that's going to about do it for us here at Toronto Regional Championships. It's just day number 1, and we have so much more to show you tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. See you all then. Peekaboo.
Eu sei que tem 3 missões. Aí eu quero as outras. Ó, aqui ó, Reagindo dia 2. Reagindo dia 2. Ó, tá pra 11h15 da manhã também, tá, gente? Então assim. Tá pra 11h15 da manhã também. Então, eu vou fazer o seguinte. Eu vou encerrando a live por aqui, beleza? A parede tá 1? Ok, beleza. Então eu vou fazer o seguinte, gente. Eu vou encerrando a live por aqui. Obrigado a todo mundo que compareceu. Alexandre, brigadão aí por ter ficado até o final. Lindas, tá bom, gente. Falta eu na live. Agora parei de jogar bola, beleza? Desde já, muito obrigado aí, Alexandre. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que passou. Eu vou ficando com a live por aqui. Um bom restinho de sábado pra vocês. Nos vemos amanhã no mesmo horário, às 11h15, beleza? Como eu tava dizendo, eu vou ficando por aqui, gente. Um bom restinho de sábado pra vocês. Nos vemos amanhã, 11h15 da manhã. E é isso. Bom final de sábado pra vocês. E falou! Tchau, chat. Não esqueçam de beber água. Falou, chat. Até amanhã.